A baby was born beneath roaring storm clouds, the second heir of the noble liquid family. His parents leaned in, eyes locked on him as he stepped forward and a glowing sphere flared, ready to read his fate. A blinding, impossible light burst from the orb and both nobles froze, shocked to the bone, terrified of what it meant. Meanwhile, in another world, office worker Kiyama Zenishi got crushed by relentless overwork and sank into non-stop despair. Then he snapped awake and dodged the end, because a god stepped in, revealed how he died, and granted him a shot at a fresh start. His new life kicked off with pure light and hope. But right when it started, thunder roared above a birth the curse marked. A jet-black orb slammed shut on his fate, and filthy whispers of disgrace swirled through the grand Lyquid family hall. Maids trembled because black didn't just mean darkness. It meant a cursed demon-born existence, and the dread hit like a curse itself. The father exploded with fury, spitting that his newborn son was a stain that needed to be wiped from the world. Realization slammed into the infant. This world had turned him away, and he could get hunted and killed all over again. A sweet couple greeted him with open arms, utterly clueless about his past, and their eyes sparkled with pure kindness. He jerked awake with an unfamiliar arm wrapped in blinding light, then was whisked to safety far away from where he was born. Even though the journey rattled him, he didn't cry from pain. He sobbed pure shock that he was still alive. His new mother soothed him with gentle promises, swearing he'd be safe beneath the bright, newly cleared morning sky. In the blazing sunlight, she grinned and called him Kyle, like her words just kicked open his second life for real. Kyle, the name that means son, was picked to feel like warmth in your chest and a brand new start. Both parents whispered each other's names like a prayer, and when the light poured from above, it felt like the sky itself was blessing their choice to be together. Kyle let out a joyful laugh, totally clueless that his name had just chained him to a future drenched in love. 5 years later, Kyle bloomed into a bright, cheerful kid, raised with love by his caring foster parents. A family's journey kicked off with knights riding alongside them, and Kyle grinned as he handed out trusted escort duties. Kyle just turned 5, and he could barely sit still. He was itching to hit the road with his parents on another long-awaited family adventure. The carriage thundered toward Eris, a far-off city hugged by the sea, and Kyle's curiosity started to spark and swell. Even with a peaceful life, he clung to every memory, and never let his guard drop for even a second. Every single day, he drilled into magic and the rules of this world, determined to crack it all, no matter that he looked way too young. This world ran on 8 elemental forces, and every single person was born with just one. At birth, they tested his magic with glowing spheres, watching the color decide his power and how he'd see the world for the rest of his life. Kyle's true attribute burst into view, a black emblem of darkness, haunted by the fear that it was tied to forbidden demonic magic. Claire leaned in and soothed him, telling him the color didn't matter, and just like that, the worry in his heart melted away. Even after he learned the truth about his dark power, his adoptive parents wrapped him in love, protecting him with zero hesitation, no fear at all. Kyle's father clocked the sudden quiet and cracked the tension on purpose, tugging him right back into the moment. Those memories from that night slammed back into him out of nowhere, squeezing his chest tight even though the warmth was all around him now. Tears blurred his vision, but deep gratitude flooded his chest as he whispered his thanks to the god above. The carriage kept rolling, their destination drawing nearer, and inside the cabin excitement burst with cheerful voices. Even with a smile on his face, a creeping unease sank deeper into his chest with every passing tree. Before he even reached the road ahead, danger slammed into his senses, and he urgently begged his father to stop. Deep in the dark, a pack of goblins huddled and schemed, while the wild beasts underneath the thick forest thrashed and stirred like they were getting ready to strike. The knights snapped into action at the distant howls, instantly realizing Kyle's warning had probably just kept them from getting slaughtered. He shoved past the protests and sprinted ahead, his instincts screaming that innocent lives were in immediate danger right there. Before anyone could step in, he blurted out his biggest secret. He'd already mastered magic in total secrecy. Magic erupted from his hands, and the wind screamed out around him, forging a shield as he charged forward, leaving everyone else behind while he faced it alone. He didn't pause for a second. He rode off by himself, fueled by raw empathy for kids who'd been thrown away just like he once was. Determination erupted inside him. Whatever the threat was, he refused to let anyone suffer needlessly ever again. Again, the knights ringed the carriage like a living shield, and the air snapped tight, howls thundered, and darker shapes crept in closer with every breath. Bursting out of the woods, they slammed into monstrous horrors. Ogres, goblins, savage wolves, and even twisted mages steeped in dark power. Guarding the princess, the knights braced themselves, ready to throw their lives on the line when an unstoppable monster ambush finally struck. Ogre barreled into the knights with raw brute force, smashing through any chance to organize a real defense. Soldiers got boxed in from every angle, and when the monsters slid into place, they moved to trap the royal carriage with no way out, panic erupted instantly. Kyle hurled a brutal wind ring spell, carving through his enemies and slamming the brakes on their crushing advance. Kyle hesitated for one tense moment, then swung on his first try, and bam, it hit dead center, shattering the enemy with shocking, instant devastation. The knight just froze in disbelief, realizing the caster was a kid, alone, charging straight into danger. Ogre barreled into the knights with raw brute force, smashing through before they could even form a real defense. The soldiers were trapped on every side, and when the monsters surged in, panic exploded as they squeezed the royal carriage into a full, deadly circle. Kyle tore open the battlefield with his spell, Wind Ring Asterisk, carving through the enemies and slamming a stop to their unstoppable surge. Even with doubt gnawing at him, Kyle's first swing hit dead on, smashing straight through the enemy ranks and leaving total chaos in its wake. The knight barely had time to gasp before it realized the caster was just a kid, riding alone straight into danger. Kyle stepped forward, eyes blazing with resolve, and refused to waste a single breath on empty threats. No hesitation, he ripped water from the heavens, and the enemies just stared as his unmatched magic exploded overhead. With the storm roaring overhead, beasts surged in to tear him apart, but Kyle didn't flinch. He calmly lined up the next hit of his assault. Lightning ripped through the downpour and cooked every monster mid-charge, and as he muttered his goodbye, he simply turned away, calm as anything. The soldiers stood there in shock as Kyle showed he'd mixed traits together, and with a grin he announced victory, then strolled off like it was nothing. Kyle quietly wove dark magic and erased the monster corpses, leaving everyone who saw it in stunned silence. Unease spread through everyone like a spark, and even the soldiers started asking, out loud in their heads, who this mysterious kid was. Behind the curtains, a young girl stared in silence, her eyes shining with pure wonder. Kyle didn't wait for praise or thanks. He bolted down the path, vanishing into the distance and leaving me with nothing but unanswered questions. The people who doubted Kyle are now frozen in silence, and his very presence just flipped their expectations upside down. Kyle froze for a beat when they asked if they were angry, then met their worry head-on with wide-eyed, innocent curiosity. Right in the middle of the tension, one soldier burst in and shouted that he'd tailed Kyle, then swore he'd seen something no human could possibly believe. They heard the wild truth. Kyle tore through monsters by himself, unleashing wind, water, and thunder magic with unstoppable, crushing power. Confusion ripped through Kyle the moment his magic appraisal flashed nothing but black. Because how in the world was he supposed to wield multiple elements with that? Kyle didn't run or dodge the truth. He spoke softly, promising answers and swore he'd explain everything the moment they got back. At last, the mysteries of that black glass sphere would crack open. Secrets buried for ages were finally bursting into the light. Kyle's announcement hit the room like a thunderclap, because nobody saw the black glass sphere hiding secrets coming. He calmly suggested they head home first, slipping out of the spotlight so the truth could finally be explained the right way. Back on the training field, Kyle kicked off his lesson by conjuring a swirling water sphere that hung in midair. To prove it, he filled the sphere with a vivid blue aura of water, sealing its element in unmistakable color. Each color marked a different magic gift, and Kyle kept going, showing he could wield every single one with total freedom. The adults grilled Kyle about his power because they couldn't wrap their heads around it. How could one kid command more than 3 elements? Kyle grinned and without even flinching crushed through multiple elements at once. Flame, wind, lightning, and earth, like it was nothing. Then he snapped in light and darkness, boom, everyone reeled back because they finally got it. He was controlling all 5 attributes. When every color collapsed, it turned to water, black as night, because the appraisal sphere mistakenly called that darkness. He explained it and then the glass sphere went black, not because of darkness, but because every color in the world fused into one. Someone leaned in and asked how Kyle had learned that magic, and the question just hung there like a weight in the room. Kyle cracked open a weird old book he found in the library and dove straight into its lessons. They couldn't believe it. The book's author was actually an old friend of their household mentor. The book drills you from fresh beginner to true magical master, pushing you through interpretation, discovery, and a steady explosion of real magical understanding. Right then, a mysterious visitor crashed into the scene, and everyone snapped around, because they could feel the power in the air. Muluna burst in out of nowhere, firing off playful teasing words at the master while watching every single reaction like it mattered. The moment she yanked off her hat, Kyle's jaw dropped. Miluna wasn't just dressed like an elf, she was *1. Now Maluna's elf lineage carried ancient blood and magic so powerful it dwarfed every other race. Even though she greeted him with a warm smile, her focus snapped to the unfamiliar boy standing right next to them. The couple proudly called Kyle their son, and you could see everyone's shock hit, while Maluna's usually calm face barely flickered. Kyle's jaw dropped, because the book's author was none other than Miluna Rizek herself. With a grin lighting up his face, he blurted out how much he loved magic, and his parents practically radiated pride. Maluna didn't just swallow the praise, she teased it, flipping the script so they'd finally go to Kyle and demand proof. She didn't hesitate, she demanded a demonstration on the spot, swearing to everyone that she'd throw a punch only during the magical exchange. Maluna didn't let him hesitate. She pushed him to go all out and unleash his most powerful magic. Power crackled through the air as he snapped into position, accepting Maluna's challenge with zero hesitation. Without warning, he exploded forward and jammed his overwhelming power straight into his very first attack. Maluna felt the air rip apart. His command fused 4 elements into blazing spears of raw power. Water and flame exploded outward, snapping through the air like lightning as they snapped toward Maluna's defense zone. More powers piled in: ice, lightning, blinding light, and vicious darkness, until she stared at him like, "Are you kidding me with this elemental control?" 8 wild magical attributes erupted around him, and Maluna went wide-eyed as the impossible power just kept exploding in her face. When the light exploded and power snapped into place, he drove the fused spear forward like nothing could shake his resolve. Maluna's calm shattered instantly, because the sheer weight of that magic crashed past every defense she'd ever trained for. Her scream tore through the air as the crushing force surged in, washing everything in blinding light. With one last blood-curdling shout, he fired the spell, an arrow forged from 8 elemental spears chained as one. Kyle loosed an earth-shaking magical arrow, woven from 8 elemental forces, straight at Maluna. In desperation, Maluna called forth 3 spirits, wind, water, and earth, to forge a layered defensive barrier that held back the danger. The moment it hit, a blinding blast tore through the battlefield. Everything shuddered and debris rained in every direction. Bystanders scrambled to cover up from the shockwave, then peered through the thick smoke, terrified, confused, and clinging to hope they weren't about to see something worse. Even though she was only partly shielded, Maluna shook beside the crater, frozen in shock at Kyle's brutal, unstoppable magic. Without a shred of warning, a gentle chant burst through the air. Then a magic power arrow tore straight at the unprepared elf. The spell smacked her forehead and fizzled out harmlessly. She just blinked hard, wide-eyed, totally confused, not even a scratch. Snapping off the panic, he breathed out a command, and the swirling dust and choking air finally calmed. When the fog finally thinned, the estate burst back into view, and the villagers just stared, shocked out of their minds. A sharp, quiet gasp burst from her lips as she watched him casually and smoothly mold earth like it was nothing. Inside the estate, every single person stared as the boy calmly sipped his tea, completely clueless about the insane power he was sitting on. When they got asked, Claire and Demio shot back with pride. Yeah, he wasn't adopted or discovered, he was just always there. Even with every doubt swirling around them, their confidence never blinked, and they kept praising his kindness, his skill, and the grind that earned it. A jaw-dropping proposal hit the table: enroll him at the National Magic Academy, and everyone in the room froze in shock. The academy didn't just teach spells. It handed you power, forged real friendships, and gave you the keys to mastering magic on a scale nobody could ignore. Malunin yanked him into action, daring him to prove his power against elite students who'd poured in from every corner of the nation. With eyes blazing, he blurted out his dream on the spot. Zero hesitation, just pure determination roaring through his voice. Support poured in nonstop, and his parents beamed with pride, smiling hard to cover the quiet sadness of the separation creeping up. Acceptance came with a catch. Before he could enroll, he had to get tutoring, since nobles start learning the rules from early childhood. He'd learned everything he could by books, but he knew one truth: real guidance changes everything, and if anyone could teach him, it had to be her. Maluna froze in silence, realizing Kyle's magical power could blow past anything the average instructor could even manage. Even though Kyle was Maluna's friend's kid, Maluna still agreed to train him, under ruthless rules and no excuses. Kyle's voice cracked through the room, bursting with energy as he yelled that Maluna's guidance was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Outside the estate, autumn leaves twirled through the air as quiet preparations signaled the start of Kyle's journey. Claire and Demiol leaned in, firing off parting advice to Kyle while their smiles barely masked the heartbreak as he geared up to leave. 12 years old and brimming with confidence, Kyle stepped forward like he was about to kick the door open to his future. Maluna stood outside with her head held high, proud smile blazing as she watched her only disciple step into the journey ahead. Their final exchange sealed it all. Her training lessons sank deep into Kyle's bones, and his understanding of magic finally clicked. She warned Kyle that an unseen darkness was spreading across the world, and she begged him to stay sharp, stay strong, and never let his guard down. With a sharp nod, Kyle took her words to heart and swore he'd guard the bracelet she placed in his hands. Right before Kyle left, he cinched the bracelet tight and swore, without a word, that he'd protect everything it stood for. Warm, laugh-filled goodbyes kept rolling as Kyle's parents reminded him, again and again, not to lose track of their love or their presence. Even after being abandoned once, their kindness flipped everything. Kyle was never made to feel unwanted again. No matter where he came from, they loved him like family and handed him a second chance at life. Tears flooded Kyle's eyes the moment he finally spoke, and pure, overwhelming gratitude poured out like they'd just saved his whole world. Tears poured down Kyle's face as he thanked his adoptive parents for giving him unconditional love and care that never wavered. Kyle leaned out the carriage window and swore to himself he'd remember every single thing they'd taught him. With that, everything kicked off. Kyle set off for the National Magic Academy, eyes locked on the challenge ahead. After finishing his master's training, the boy finally sprinted into the capital, headed straight for the legendary National Magic Academy. The academy didn't just teach, it forged elite soldiers and legendary knights, and its power seeped into every corner of the nation's institutions. Crowds chased it for power, secrets, and allies, so when Kyle rolled up to its gates with a black sphere in hand, the whole place went on high alert. Even with the black magic tag hanging over him, he was the only one who could command every element, and it was a secret nobody ever saw coming. Fresh students packed into the grand hall, bracing for 3 brutal tests that would size up their magic power and prove if they could actually control it. The class placement tests graded everyone from A to F. Only the strongest were allowed into the top ranks, where comfort didn't get denied. Nervous murmurs rippled through the students as Kyle, calm as ever, eyes full of curiosity, stepped up to kick off his assessment. A silent magic measuring device sat there, and when Kyle pressed his hand to it, the power reading shot past the normal range like it was screaming. Suddenly, a blinding flash detonated from the device, and panic erupted as the instructors scrambled to smother the surge. Kyle gaped in disbelief as the apparatus thundered out of control. He never meant to wreck the test. The device spun out of control, strobing an unrateable score across the room, and the staff just froze, shocked by a reading they couldn't possibly believe. Before anyone even blinked, the screen flickered, and the scoreboard slashed Kyle's supposed score down to an ugly false 0. Kyle stared in shock as the broken device whirred and slowed to a stop, crushing his very first test into failure. Right after that, they marched him straight into the next hall to kick off his magic control evaluation. Right before the trial kicked off, Kyle snapped back to his master's warning: never show your full strength unless you absolutely have to. Kyle remembered his master's warning: lock away his power, use only wind magic unless the moment turns truly dire. With deadly control, he hurled multiple wind spheres into the air, each one glowing bright, perfectly stable, and shaped with ruthless precision. The instructor's face went pale in pure disbelief as Kyle calmly unleashed dozens, no, hundreds, of magic balls like it was nothing at all. He zeroed in on every moving target at once, guns blazing with flawless precision, and smashed all 200 airborne dummies. With a snap of his command, a colossal flash detonated in the air, flooding the hall in blinding light. Everyone threw up their hands to shield their eyes. Just when the silence finally landed, Kyle demanded his score. Then the system choked on another mechanical failure, leaving him utterly lost. He wiped out every target perfectly, but the counter barely budged. Only one clean hit showed up. The proctor reckons the simultaneous blast likely shoved the system's signal timing out of sync, so the count gets declared worthless again. Kyle didn't slow down for a second. He burst into the third hall, where his raw magic power would finally be measured. A towering golem loomed, daring him to swing, and the instructor pushed him to unleash his full strength so the evaluation could be perfectly accurate. Kyle locked in the rules, squared his shoulders, and strode up to the golem like he owned the moment, ready to kick off the final strength test. He demanded full force permission, biting his uncertainty as he wondered if that golem could actually survive his magic. The examiner just cackled at Kyle's worries, insisting that their machine could take anything, even the most brutal magical blasts from the strongest instructor. Kyle wasted no time, planted his stance, and the wind whipped around him as his overwhelming energy snapped through the whole room in seconds. He clenched his resolve and set up one flawless strike, ready to repay every effort his master made without letting anyone down. Kyle snapped a sharp wind spell, Windfang squeezing brutal force into one clean, crushing burst of magic. The instructor, blown away by the technique, demanded to know who Kyle really was, and where this wild elemental control came from. With one command, Kyle blasted the spell, and the moment it hit, the golem's reinforced chest imploded into shattered ruin. The explosion ripped through the whole campus, rattling every building until the windows screamed with every shake. From across the room, the teacher clocked the chaos and zeroed in on exam hall number 3 as the culprit. The examiner was thrown backward in pure shock as the golem detonated, blasting itself into rubble and flying debris. Kyle's test rig got obliterated, and the blast erased its reinforced structure so completely that nothing was left but total ruin. The score might as well have been written in smoke. His final result came back unmeasurable, and the staff just stood there completely stunned. Even with everything spiraling out of control, Kyle was ordered to sprint back fast for the class placement announcement ceremony coming next. Right before he left, he shot the last question with perfect politeness, while the proctor calmly filed the report, telling everyone the device was fully destroyed. The instant word of the explosion hit the teacher's room, Freya snapped to attention and zeroed in on the mysterious student. Kyle looked harmless, but his real power stayed buried. Anyone who underestimated him was in for a brutal mistake. While everyone else stared at the destroyed golem in confusion, one instructor finally figured out what truly made Kyle special. His magical force was on a level nobody could touch. No one else had ever hit him with results this brutal. Kyle looked like a full-blown beast, and both. Freya, aching to get her hands on that power, prayed fate would drop Kyle into her class, because everything was about to explode into motion. Kyle's prediction came true. When the placement results hit the screen, his name lit up in F class. Even though the ranking said otherwise, he grinned on like it didn't matter, believing he could learn anything, anywhere, if he just put in the work. He clutched the map and slipped through silent hallways, until he finally reached that weird, cut-off classroom labeled F1. Inside, dust-choked wooden desks and grimy old windows made the room feel way colder than any school should ever. Right before he could even catch his breath, a pale girl showed up, clearly wrecked, sighing hard by herself. She wiped the tears off her face, mortified even with noble blood in her veins, because no matter how hard she tried, she had zero magic talent, and it made her feel completely unworthy. Kyle blinked in shock at her brutal honesty, and then more students poured in, each one wearing that same quiet, defeated look. All around the room, classmates hid their faces, fists tight, every heart crushed by disappointment and strangled by silent rage. Even with privilege in their pockets, they still got hit by the cold truth. Slick noble training couldn't buy them a spot in success. At last, he got it. If they failed here, it wasn't just losing a fight. It was dragging shame onto their noble families, crushing the kids under years of pressure they'd swallowed in silence. Even when she insisted she had no gift, a hidden wave of magic kept shimmering around her, brighter than any noble girl. Kyle spoke to her with warmth, pushing F-class in her direction, hoping it would lure in powerful mentors and spark the wild potential she kept buried. Her heart slammed against her ribs as she blurted out her name, Kitty Frederick, shaken by how impossibly sincere he was. Recognition hit her like a thunderclap. Those golden eyes, that silver hair, it was him, the one who saved her before. Overwhelmed by emotion, she burst to his side and demanded, "Do you remember that forest from that day?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice ripped through the air. Freya's teacher blasted the room with overwhelming magic and shut the whole class down in an instant. For the students, shock hit like a punch. Every last one of them flinched. The magical pressure tore through the air, and Kitty started trembling while Kyle's stunned words died in his throat. Without a second thought, Freya snapped that their weakness was the real reason they'd been tossed into this lowest-ranked death class. After that explosive entrance, she breezed in like she owned the room and declared, "I'm Freya Arafana, Master of Fire and Wind." But while she scanned the student records, one boy, Kyle Flyfield, refused to crack, immune to her power. Whispers spread, crushed the golem mop, and Kyle, still with that calm face, stood in stark contrast to Freya's earlier fury. Freya sneered at their jittery faces, saying they looked just like the failures of the past. She'd only step in if they finally found their voice. She mocked their standing, sneering, "So does shame come from crumbling buildings, or from a noble name that's been shattered?" Harsh truth hit next. This wasn't some beginner school, it was an academy for elite mages, and weak students got tossed aside as nothing but magical rejects. Kitty sobbed in silence beside Kyle, while despair crawled around them as Freya pushed them to keep trying. Freya snarled that no amount of effort could bend fate. F-class would stay failures, no matter how hard they tried. Even under the crushing pressure, Kyle lifted his hand and calmly asked, right there, if he could speak to Ms. Freya directly. With curious eyes on Kyle, she waited to see if he'd snap in protest, or just grit his teeth and endure. Kyle didn't lash out. He nodded and said, "If you've got the talent, you deserve more chances and the resources to level up into something stronger." While everyone else muttered doubts, Freya shot him a knowing look, and Kitty's gaze dropped, stinging from his sudden, unexpected words. Kyle refused to back down and pushed for the academy to prove that if they proved themselves, it could change everything about how they treated them. Freya's voice shot up with disbelief, and that stubborn hope of his stunned both the teacher and Katie way more than they ever expected. She hammered it home, years of noble training don't just help, they build talent into an unshakable foundation for magical success. Kyle dipped her head, conceding her argument, then shot back that not a single F-class had ever really fought back before. With eyes blazing, he boomed that this generation would be the very first F-class to rewrite their destiny. Kyle stood tall in front of the class, firing off a bold promise to smash the rigid hierarchy of talent. Freya felt his determination hit like a spark, yanking her buried promise back to life, back when she swore she'd guide every struggling student who needed her. Furious but hooked, Freya snapped at Tile, blasting him for his nerve and accusing him of daring to ignore her authority. Even with everything she said, a mischievous grin lit up her face. Because if miracles ever showed up, she'd bet her life to help them climb higher. Kyle rolled up to the academy dormitory and stared in awe at its grand design and jaw-dropping, luxurious furnishings. In the common room, Delia got blasted with ridicule from Turk, who smugly mocked his lowly ranked class tag. Even with tears streaming, Delia fought back, but Turk kept hurling insults at him right in front of the gathered students. He lunged in, slammed himself between Turk's strike, and fired off a question to Delia, were they in the same class? After the introductions, Kyle snapped, because he recognized Turk's voice from before. This was the same guy who'd been cozying up to Ms. Freya in disguise. Kyle snapped out of the way of Turk's sudden strike, then landed one crushing counter that sent the arrogant bully crashing to the ground. While everyone gaped in silence, Kyle couldn't stop wondering why Turk even bothered trying to punch Delia in the first place. Turk froze mid-lunge, stunned by Kyle's raw power, until a hand clamped on his shoulder and snapped his aggression to a stop. Sykes, cold, calm, and elite, stepped into the spotlight as the famed son of the prestigious Delight family. The Delight bloodline built legendary genius magic swordsmen, and this year Sykes rose as their champion. Everyone went still when Sykes' old Delight stepped forward, because the crowd instantly clocked him as a noble lineage prodigy. Sykes brushed off class lines and with nerves of steel said the fight's magic wasn't an accident. Someone nearby had secretly cast it. He blasted Kyle in public, accusing him of unleashing wind magic, and the whole crowd erupted into shocked gasps as then fell dead silent. Kyle flashed an innocent grin straight up, admitting he'd planned to hide it, and honestly, he looked shocked that anyone even caught on to his sneaky little trick. Turk's mouth went wild with insults, but Sykes shut him down on the spot, ripping into his ignorance and calling out that he missed the hidden magic. Sykes stared in disbelief, wondering how any F-class brat could wield magic so powerfully when even the elites couldn't spot a thing. Glacia, the dorm manager, burst in out of nowhere and shattered the tension by demanding, "What's with all that loud commotion?" Kyle laid it all out. Both students had disrespected his friend, and this wasn't just some petty argument. He demanded Turk apologize to Delia, but Turk dug in his heels and insisted he was the one who deserved an apology. Glacier tried to calm the chaos, but then Lee showed up, grinning at the wild, passionate spark of the fresh new students. Glacia stayed calm and suggested reconciliation, but Kyle snapped it down, his voice rock solid and his sharp eyes screaming, "I'm finishing this the right way." Ray stepped forward, convinced that if they didn't settle the fight right now, it would only spiral into something worse. To end the chaos for good, Kyle from Class F was thrown into a showdown. He'd face the elite Sykes in a duel. Kyle didn't panic, he stared right back at Sykes' glare with stone-cold confidence, and even the skeptics watching couldn't believe it. Turk didn't even flinch, he slapped down brutal terms. Kyle must quit the academy forever if he loses the match. Gasp after gasp ripped through the crowd, but Kyle stayed ice calm and tossed in his own condition before he even accepted Turk's challenge. If Kyle won, he made the deal sting. He ordered Sykes transferred straight into F-class. Turk blurted out in shock, but Kyle Clarefree Delia still deserved a real apology, no matter who walked away with the dual win. Kyle slammed it home. Either he gets out of the academy or Sykes steps into the classroom. Sykes snapped at him not to backpedal, and Delia and Glacier stared on, visibly tense. Dark energy erupted from Sykes, crushing the crowd's courage as he taunted Kyle, daring him to prove he could win. Kyle grinned and answered without a second of doubt, dead calm, and totally convinced he could handle anything. Sykes swallowed his pride, agreed to the terms on the spot, and admitted that this duel and that bed was deadly serious. Once the agreement was sealed, Leah stomped onto the stage and declared the duel, an official showdown between elite Class A and. While Class A flashed smug grins, Class F froze on the spot, tense, shaking, and bracing for the humiliation that was coming. The professor's smile died, grimness took over, then his eyes locked onto Kyle the moment the gates to war creaked open. Kyle slipped in with caution, eyes wide, stunned by the crush of bodies, because there was no way this little building could really hold real combat. Kyle stepped through the entrance and stopped cold, staring in disbelief as a massive arena opened up before him, way bigger than anything he could have imagined. The instructor dropped a bombshell, Realm Mespashi's legacy space magic built this place, and Kyle's curiosity snapped into razor-sharp resolve. The professor broke down the arena's magic recovery system, then leaned in and promised Kyle that every blast of destruction would still leave everything perfectly fine. Freya's shoulders tightened as she remembered Kyle's brutal power, and she feared he'd tear loose something no arena could ever hold. Even with worry gnawing at her, Freya's smile spread wider, like she believed this wild, unpredictable mess could turn the battle into something far more thrilling. Freya's cue hit, and Kyle and Sykes surged forward, tension snapping tight as every eye locked onto them. Both duelists planted their feet in the middle, eyes locked, waiting for the last signal to ignite their showdown. Sykes stepped out, yanked his sword with pure confidence, and when he flicked it, it doubled as a wand, an offbeat move that looked wild and hit even harder. A raging spirit wrapped itself around the blade, blasting the crowd with sheer magical pressure and leaving everyone stunned. A rare fire spirit flared around him, screaming his noble bloodline, and with it came a crushing duty welded to massive magical power. Kyle calmly lifted a plain wooden stick, and the crowd erupted into laughter, mocking his tool like it was a joke. Spectators just shrugged at Kyle's wand with pity, totally missing the power hiding behind that plain, nothing impressive look. Even as they mocked him, Kyle stayed cool, letting Glacier break down the rules and every safety feature of Daedal. A brutal twist hit like a punch. If Kyle lost, they'd kick him out, and the sites even filed a motion to shove everyone into F-class. Glisa spelled out the rules for victory: defeat, losing consciousness, or getting wiped out, while the air around them churned with anticipation and raw tension. Kyle and Sykes locked eyes under flickering light. Glisa stood ready, and Sykes looked unshakably stern as she raised the stakes to begin With the Academy's stamp of approval, the official battle finally erupted. Sykes, A-class, charging straight at Kyle, F-class. Her voice sliced through the air, and right then Kyle and Sykes squared off with zero hesitation. Cheers thundered for the Sykes as the F-class students watched, shaking with nerves, because Kyle's sudden trouble felt like it was on their shoulders. Flames roared around Sykes' blade as he lunged ahead, desperate to seize victory before the next heartbeat. Instead of panicking, Kyle stood there cool as the fire roared, staring at Sykes, enchanted swordplay like it was the most amazing thing he'd ever seen. Out of nowhere, a storm of fireballs tore through the sky, each one locking onto Kyle's unmoving body like it had one job. A brutal blast of wind exploded outward, snatching the incoming fireballs out of the air before they could ever hit. Everyone stared in stunned silence as fireballs whistled past. The Sykes snapped with anger, and the professor clocked the whole intentional misdirection. He twisted the airflow with surgical precision, shutting the attack down cold, leaving the crowd whispering, stunned, and awestruck. From then on, nobody could afford to underestimate him. Sykes even started wondering if this guy really belonged in F-class. Instead of leaning on tricks, he stepped up to Sykes and demanded he prove his strength for real. No borrowed power allowed. He blasted a blazing vortex of signature flamestorm, certain not a single defense could survive that kind of heat. Kyle didn't hesitate, he whipped his wand, and a savage tornado tore through the air, crashing straight into the firestorm mid-flight. With victory already in his grasp, Sykes suddenly stumbled. Kyle's counterattack slammed him with a blast of force that hit harder than he ever expected. A furious whirl of wind slammed into the arena, tearing the air apart as Kyle detonated his wind chasm technique. As chaos erupted, panicked professors watched turbulent flames and roaring winds surge dangerously close to the viewing stands. Instead of dodging, he stayed totally calm and right in the middle of the fight, calmly laid out his counterelements, like he wasn't afraid at all as a theoretical question exploded between them. After a quick moment of thought, he slammed his conclusion down with total confidence, while fiery embers spiraled to life in his hands. Without warning, a blast of fire magic erupted, and with it came a secret power he'd been hiding, right until this exact moment. Sykes went wide-eyed when Kyle effortlessly summoned roaring flames, using both fire and water magic at the same time. Kyle didn't hesitate. He lunged forward and snapped his sword to life right as Sykes started testing how far Kyle's strength could really go. Outside the arena, a raging whirlwind slammed into the air, killing visibility, and it sent the teachers into panic over Kyle's sudden magical surge. Freya felt the swirling wind wasn't random for a second, and she had a hunch Kyle was hiding something way bigger than they ever expected. Debris flew as Kyle pushed forward. Sykes felt that brutal pressure, the kind only a normal talent can summon, yet this time it came crushing down like overwhelming magic. Sykes slammed in with everything he had, ripping the spirit trapped in his magic blade right into the fight. A blazing serpent tore out of his sword as he roared his noble name, then unleashed pure fury. His ultimate move, Flare Saver **, ripped straight through the arena, and its scorching heat twisted the air itself. Rage swallowed Kyle whole, and as he snatched hellfire in his hands, he charged forward, flames roaring, daring the world to witness his end. Kyle lifted his hand, and with terrifying calm, he wrestled the flames, watching the raging fire shift colors under his silent command. A hulking wolf made of pure blue fire burst into existence, looming so hard the air itself twisted and snapped under its pressure. With no fear in his heart, Kyle flashed a gentle smile, and then he spilled the real origin of his perfectly controlled blue flame. The Inferno's color-stunned Psyche unleashed blue flames that absolutely smoked red, cranking up the intensity and crushing everything with even deadlier magic. Pride fueled Sykes, and he refused to go down, pulling every last drop of power from his heritage to fight back. Kyle spoke in a calm, steel-laced voice to the wolf spirit, locking onto Sykes' incoming charge with pinpoint magical precision. The blue flame wolf sprang forward and swallowed Sykes' last attack whole with zero hesitation. All that was left was whipping wind and flickering magic, like the explosive clash had finally burned itself out. Spectators stared with their mouths hanging open as the barrier shattered, and the chaos left behind by that brutal battle came into view. Sight froze beside his fallen sword, breath crashing in his chest as defeat slammed into him, no fight left in him. Kyle's massive, mysterious power crushed his strongest spell into nothing, so completely that nobody could predict what came next. Even as overwhelming magic crashed down, Kyle grinned and lifted his wand, daring Sykes to keep the fight going. Sykes gripped his shattered sword with trembling hands, letting out a quiet, heavy smile as defeat crushed him. CHEERS Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter glace Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Kyle Flayfield. Students gaped in awe as Kyle stood tall and blazing with pride, soaking up cheers and admiration pouring in from the crowd. Freya snapped under her breath, pointing out that Kyle's power had shattered Sykes' enchanted sword. Still, one thing was undeniable: they'd come out victorious. Shame crushed Sykes as he pleaded for forgiveness, certain his own weakness had caused the whole failure. Kyle thrust out his hand with a bright grin, inviting Sykes to step into the ranks of Eichel's. Those words, once tearing him apart, now lit a brand new fire. And for the first time, maybe growing stronger wasn't such a curse after all. For the first time, Sykes truly opened up and embraced real friendships, and he even agreed to grow side by side with the terrifyingly formidable Kyle. Even with the murmurs of criticism hanging in the air, their handshake sealed a brand new bond, commoners united by sheer strength. Teachers were buzzing about Sykes' transfer, totally unsure how F-class would shift once Kyle's influence started climbing fast. Freya teased that harsher trials were coming, and the moment she mentioned the next extracurricular challenges, everyone burned with curiosity about what would hit them next. Way out past the academy, a hooded figure crouched in the shadows and watched in eerie silence, murmuring that a nasty disturbance was creeping closer. He spit out a chilling rant about manipulation and rage, blamed the noble system for everything, then swore revenge by unleashing chaos. With his hood pulled low, the figure vowed that every single student would be taken down. No one would slip past his fury. Tension snapped through the classroom the moment Kyle stepped in. Every student clocked it. Something about him felt off, like trouble was already in the air. Instructor Freya kicked off the very first training session, laying out target practice. And in an instant, excitement and nervous jitters spread through everyone like wildfire. Kyle clanged every shot, frustration swelling fast, and as the misses piled up, doubt crashed over him, heavy, quiet, and painfully disappointing. Delia and another student hit every target with perfect control, firing with total confidence while the other classmates stared, stunned into silence. Even with his spirit crushed, Kyle clenched his wand tight and swore to get better, no matter how long it takes. Explosions ripped through the field, and the students stared with starry-eyed awe at Sykes and the blonde boy standing beside him. Rumors of their last duel tore through the crowd like wildfire, while Kyle just stood there, dead quiet, soaking in everyone's stunned amazement. Meanwhile, during practice, a girl's spell backfired, and Sykes spun around, barely even blinking at the chaos. Blown away by Sykes' razor-sharp control, the blonde student felt a surge of inspiration, and quietly swore that one day she'd. Sykes barked the command and Kyle snapped back to reality, because his turn was next. Kyle swallowed hard and edged up to Delia and the blonde student, then begged for help, because his magic was dangerously out of control. Kyle took their advice and his skills skyrocketed. Before long, classmates swarmed in, hungry for tips after watching him level up. From far away, Sykes blocked out every distraction, just locked in and stayed dead serious, choosing to train solo. While everyone else cheered their progress, Kita was stuck in the shadows, crushed by doubt, second-guessing herself, and terrified she didn't belong anywhere. Later, during indoor practice, Tidy replayed Kyle's lessons, because unleashing magic isn't just a spark, it's all about mastering 3 critical stages. They laid out 3 punchy steps: forge the magic, fine-tune it, then lock down and control its flow with razor precision. He drilled compensations for his failures into them, chanting as they pulled control threads and struck the perfect energy balance during the magic release. Kitty threw herself into the practice, eyes locked on the goal as she pictured that water ball forming, steady and determined with every focused breath. A glowing orb snapped into existence in midair, and hope lit up her face. She swore this was finally going to work. Even after everyone's effort, Kitty's spell crashed again, right when it mattered most. Soaked to the bone and furious, she let out quiet, broken sobs. Kyle crept up from behind the trees, silent as a shadow, holding out a towel while Kitty stood frozen in tear-streaked silence. He didn't hesitate. He popped out donuts and tea from his enchanted shadow basket, smiling as he shared them like it was magic made for friends. As she took a slow sip, she praised the tea's roots, her eyes lighting up as she recalled her father's import business with full-on pride. Yeah, even with her heart in it, Kitty finally swallowed her pride and admitted she'd failed. Because to her, the truth was brutal. Her failure meant she just didn't have the magical talent. Kyle didn't comfort her. He straight up declared, in a voice like steel, that he believed in her, and every word landed with firm certainty and zero hesitation. Instead of passing judgment, he asked to see her magic again, and that quiet sincerity hit her like a thunderclap. Pressure crashed down on her, and she still fought to keep her mind sharp, then forced herself to cast the spell with pure grit. A crushing wave of water slammed into shape midair, and when she finally wrestled control into her hands, real pride lit up her face. Kyle snapped to it, something was off, and he felt unseen interference, like magic itself was cracking from deep inside the spell's core. After he pinpointed the source, he unearthed a hidden object while she sat in silence. Then realization hit her slow and sharp. Instead of tearing her down, he offered her a ring, temporary backup to steady her mana and keep her grounded. She snapped with surprise, totally misread his signal, then before fear could win, caught on fast and obeyed his lead. Right after the spell took shape, the magic finally held steady, just long enough for her to brace herself and unleash it without a second of doubt. Her water spell exploded forward with razor-sharp force, blasting through every barrier in a surge of raw magical power. Stunned by the result, she realized her spell finally clawed its way to the far-off target, at least once. Instead of stopping, Katie begged to keep practicing. So Kyle, seeing her progress, nodded in soft approval and let her continue. Freja watched in silence as Kyle's influence started reshaping how the F-Class interactive intro. From far away, she clocked that Kyle had linked up with Sykes, tilting the student faction's balance with one quiet move. Sykes blasted yet another fireball, chasing a higher limit, forcing himself past the edge without leaning on any weapons. Even with his confidence, frustration surged as he realized this pace wouldn't get him to the top anytime soon. A deadly mission gets officially announced, and the next battle is set to erupt deep inside the infamous Demon Forest. Even when the students geared up in their own ways, one thing stayed locked behind their stiff faces. Those extracurricular lessons' real purpose was still totally hidden. Long ago, an academy instructor slammed shut a deadly dungeon, freezing the world's balance in place with sheer overwhelming magic. He fused the artifact to its core and turned it into a human-run training ground, fully regulated and ready for practice. First-year students get yanked from their lives and dumped, teleport style, into a magic-choked forest where they have to claw their way through the dungeon's trials just to survive. Teacher Regat lays out the whole mission: hunt down and slay those monsters, rack up points, and push hard for rewards and pure prestige. While nervous students whisper around him, Kyle swallows his fear as his classmates laugh at F-Class's chance to win. A long time ago, an academy instructor slammed a deadly dungeon shut, using pure, overwhelming magic to keep the world in balance. He chained its core to an artifact and turned it into a human-run training ground, all regulated and ready to work. Now, fresh-faced first-years get yanked away from school and dumped, teleported at random, right into a magic-infested forest, where they have to survive the dungeon's deadly trials. Teacher Regat lays out the mission: hunt down monsters, rack up points, and chase the sweet rewards and prestige that come with it. Between jittery breaths, Kyle swallows his panic as his classmates snicker at F-Class's odds of pulling off a win. Sykes' razor-sharp stare pinned the bullies to the spot, and their brutal taunts died in their throats as fear and doubt hit them out of nowhere. Kakashi Ra, noble as steel and twice as sharp with his words, made it crystal clear to everyone that Sykes still carried a powerful aristocratic bloodline. Garden Maltra, another elite heir, brushed off Sykes's work as skin-deep and declared him weak to the bone. Whispers snapped through the crowd at lightning speed. Calora, Garden, and the Sights were the big three, but the tension between them never fully died. Confident and loud, Garden slammed his claim for first place and dragged Terra right into his brag. Mockery kept raining down as the students cackled at Sykes, calling him even weaker than the brand-new F-Class kid. Kyle strode forward in silence, locking eyes with the top students and refusing to let their insults slide one more second. When they demanded to know what was wrong, Sykes just stared quietly, eyes sharp, measuring their arrogance like a puzzle, no frustration leaking out. He smiled softly and stood up for Sykes with unshakable calm, shocking everyone with the loyalty he never even seemed capable of. Another classmate shot up and shouted in Sykes' defense, flat out refusing to stand for the bullying one more second. The elites mocked them again, sneering at friendship, but Sykes stayed stone still, silent, with eyes that gave nothing away. Sykes cut through the tension with a sharp, dismissive glare, then stepped back as the teachers called everyone forward. Fourth, Regat and Freya snapped into action with urgency, and the trial students were hurled into danger with zero hesitation. No warning, no pause. Kyle stumbled into the magic forest and immediately felt the mana in the air, heavy, unnatural, and clinging like a living curse. With laser focus, he sensed Katie nearby, threaded through the chaos with students and monsters scattered all around. Kyle snapped into action the moment he saw Katie's group was way ahead. He bolted forward, ready to rescue them before trouble could strike. F-class students got trapped in a monster lair, utterly outnumbered and fighting for every breath as the walls closed in. A burst of magic detonated and burned the beast to ash in an instant, stunning everyone and slamming the brakes on their panic-fueled retreat. S letter 1D1B small cap R small cap pi letter 1D04 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 letter 1D21 letter 1D00S on time, braced like a wall, wand up, and ready to take on the danger by himself. With a sharp spell release, Sykes hurled his water ball, and it slammed into the creature so hard it got obliterated, clean and merciless. Katie praised Kyle's sharp accuracy and thanked him with real relief, while deeper in the forest, danger kept growling closer. Kyle's jaw dropped when he learned Sykes stayed behind on purpose, choosing to take on the monsters by himself so everyone else could get away. Panic crashed over them when they saw Sykes boxed in by enemies, way too many to fight. Kyle didn't hesitate, he bolted through the trees, desperate to reach Sykes before time ran out. Sykes unleashed destructive fire magic, scorching the monsters into nothing in an instant while the whole battlefield roared with violent, searing heat. With a savage roar, he loosed a blazing arrow that ripped through the enemy line and threw them into total chaos. Monsters surged in from every side, and he scrambled to spot a way out before the trap snapped shut and totally crushed him. A thunderous roar ripped through the air as a massive orc barreled straight at him, attacking his already crumbling stance head-on. Knocked flying, Sykes rolled hard to the side, just barely dodging another slash as the smaller beast surged in on him. Sykes couldn't shake the ridicule and shame. His crushing defeat locked that cruel laughter into his mind forever. He crumpled beside the roots, staring into the dark, praying his teammates had escaped, because the thought that they'd died right behind him felt unbearable. Even with blood pouring out, he still couldn't stop himself from asking, why does caring about everyone hit harder than fear ever could? Memories of childhood dreams surged back, screaming, go higher, be the best, and never ever let anyone catch you. Kyle's words rang out, but Sykes still felt that old ambition hit him again, the one that used to see friends as roadblocks. Ever since he met them, a strange warmth had sparked inside him, breaking through the lonely steel that once held him shut. Tears poured down as that young friend screamed his name, overwhelmed with gratitude for the sacrifice he made. With aching limbs and slipping strength, Sykes swallowed the pain, and for the first time it finally felt right. Dust swirled around him as he barely moved, breathing thin and shaky while his magic nearly sputtered out. The orc yanked its weapon up for the strike, and Sykes' eyes turned half-lidded as he braced himself for impact. A thunderous blast tore through the air, smashing the orc's deadly strike to a halt at the very last second. As he fought to push himself up, a sudden twist hit. This wasn't the end because hope crashed in out of nowhere. Kyle burst in, gasping and staring in shock, and he blurted out an apology for being late right when everything mattered. Still foggy and stunned, Sykes demanded to know why Kyle showed up, totally unsure if this reunion was actually real or just another cruel illusion. With nerves of steel, Kyle strode forward, confident, calm, and ready to seize control and end the fight himself. A brutal burst of magic snapped outward like a shockwave, slamming the monsters to and knocking them off balance with sheer, crushing force. Kyle stood inside a blazing, glowing sphere, weaving magic runes that instantly mapped every enemy's exact position. No second thoughts, he slammed the command, and destruction came crashing down on every hostile creature around. With a spell fueling him, wind-hewn arrows tore through the enemies, blasting in perfect synchronized strikes that ripped targets apart. With scorched ruins all around, Sykes just stared as Kyle's magic tore through everything and wiped it out in mere seconds. Just as the others finally showed up, they froze at the eerie silence, totally clueless that Kyle had already wiped out every monster lurking nearby. Still aching with shame, the crew swallowed their pride, apologized through clenched hearts, and handed Sykes a healing potion to blast his recovery into high gear. Red in the face and rattled, they confessed that worry for him had pulled them back together. Even at the academy, he always braced for it, walking solo, untouched by any bond, with no companionship to ever reach him. In his mind, classmates used to feel like walls, not strength, until the word friends started to linger like a promise. The others finally showed up, baffled by the eerie quiet, not realizing Kyle had already wiped out every monster nearby. Ashamed but dead serious, the crew tossed out heartfelt apologies and slipped Sykes a healing potion to get him back on his feet fast. Blushing hard and all flustered, they admitted that their worry for him had basically yanked them back to return together. Even at the academy, he always figured he'd be alone, untangled from any bonds, untouched by real companionship. In his head, classmates used to feel like walls that hit like limits, not strength. But now the word friends hung around in his thoughts a little longer. Kyle and his crew stared at the battlefield in stunned silence, because right there, two last boss monsters stood waiting. Even with monsters closing in from every side, they didn't flinch. Sykes felt it right away. This wasn't just about numbers. Two student leaders dug in and stood their ground, ready to hit the moment Kyle and Sykes silently sized up the danger. He bulldozed ahead with a furious roar, landing hard, only for the monster's brutal resilience to smash any chance of gaining the upper hand. Their worst fear came true. These monsters swallowed magic whole, draining every spell you hurled at them like it was food. The students hurled spells in panic, and when the mixed elements crashed together, the monsters surged, pulsing with raw power. Realization hit Kaora hard. Every spell she cast didn't weaken the monster at all. It fed its power, making it even tougher to bring down. Weapons alone didn't cut it. Kaora and Garden had to lace their strikes with magic just to land a hit. Even with the enchantment blazing, the monster mages refused to break. Massive hunter forms towered over everything, siphoning the energy right out of the air. Kyle said it out loud and Sykes froze. No way, he insisted, those creatures had anything to do with the trial. As the fight spiraled out of control, Kyle's crew finally realized Ms. Freya's class was doomed, unless someone stepped in. Sykes strode forward, not chasing applause. He did it because the Delight name demanded it. He started to walk out, but Kyle lunged in and stopped him, saying he had something crucial to return. To Sykes' shock, Kyle thrust his repaired magic sword into his hands. Brand new again, fully restored and spotless. Kyle finally cracked. It's almost done, but this sword still needs those last upgrades before it can truly unleash its full power. Sykes slammed his strike into the sword, and a blinding surge of radiant energy erupted as the sealed spirit answered. The summon finally snapped into view, an enormous fire dragon wrapped in roaring blue flames, blasting out terrifying pressure like it owned the sky. A nod from the dragon's spirit promised power like nothing else, yet taming that force could unleash brand new trouble. With regret burning in his voice, he choked out an apology, admitting that his old weakness had cracked the bond between them. He tossed pride aside and swore to grow stronger through change, fueled by the dragon's evolution and Kyle's calm, steady trust. Then he shot his sword into the sky, vowing he'd grow stronger and forge a new bond with its spirit again. A brutal burst of energy detonated outward, swallowing everyone in range. Kyle slammed his friends behind him and watched the power tear across the battlefield. A calm look settled on his face as the spirit's power surged back in, and the final stage of his transformation nearly finished itself. Eyes narrowed with steel-gripped determination, he nodded at his allies' support and stepped straight into the battle waiting for him. Without a second thought, one ally exploded forward at full speed, spearheading the next charge with pure guts. Garden lunged in, but Kaora slammed into the blow and took the violent strike head-on to shield him. Even with Kaora unleashing her deadliest attack, it got ripped out mid-swing. She was knocked down before the spell ever truly landed. Barely holding on, she screamed for everyone to run, then crumpled, crushed by the injuries she could no longer fight. Chaos exploded as students demanded answers, screaming why anyone would unleash that kind of danger in what was supposed to be a simple training class. Panic detonated through the crowd as monstrous enemies surged closer, and suddenly everyone knew this wasn't just some boring classroom drill anymore. It was something way bigger. Towering demons surged ahead, and the whole battlefield went eerily silent as their terrifying presence crushed the air. While everyone else backed off, Sykes and Kyle surged forward, ready to smash into the threat without a second of hesitation. Reinforcements demanded answers about why they were there, but Kyle grinned and told them he got the warning loud and clear, and that he truly appreciated it. Without a second thought, Kyle sprinted ahead, and Sykes yelled after him as danger hovered just meters from their faces. Kyle barreled in headfirst and slammed a pinpoint strike into the giant monster's chest, blasting it with pure earth-shaking force. Everyone stared in shock as Kyle slammed his bare hands up and stopped the brutal strike dead in its tracks. Calm as a blade, he clasped his hands tight, and with that he made it clear. The real battle was finally starting right now. Chaos erupted in the control room as monstrous entities smashed into the dungeon out of nowhere, drowning everything in their sheer force. Ray tore through the surveillance footage and realized those unknown creatures were gulping magic, then trapping the students deep inside the forest. Suspicions erupted when Freya planted her feet, tossed protocol aside, and blasted out terrifying power, without so much as a heads-up to her superiors. Sykes braced for a fight, shocked by the enemy's insane power, while Freya's whole plan crumbled out of nowhere. Even though Freya meant well, she finally snapped open the truth. She had zero clue about the magic-absorbing monster trapped inside the sealed garden. A brutal barrier ripped the staff away from the students, and the monsters started mutating, turning into even deadlier threats. Even after Freya's command, the central magic tools refused to work, And that's when the students inside the danger zone were left trapped, panic rising fast. She hurled a desperate spell at the barrier, trying to crack it open, then called on Regat to freeze the system in place. Though the world felt too heavy, Freya clung to the student's strength as her final lifeline, until she could finally make it. Kyle felt her silent plea hit him, then snapped into action, pouring out raw magic to shield his classmates from the danger right in front of them. Then he stayed ice calm as the monster closed in, staring in awe at how it suddenly shifted, and how impossibly it resisted magic. He stared at the glowing crystal in its chest, and instantly understood it was a magic-eating beast that swallowed every spell in sight. He powered it with pure grit, pouring his energy from within straight into the crystal, no magic slipping out around him. Right on the money, he slammed into the monster's core and hit it dead center. Then raw power exploded out, shattering the crystal to pieces instantly. Not far off, Sykes clashed with another enemy, refusing to hold back as he fought to end it on his own strength. Sykes fought for his life against the monster's endless regeneration, but his sword got smothered by magic, so he couldn't land the finishing blow. Kyle's wild insight snapped everything into focus. Turns out the whole Clarity magic plan couldn't matter, because if Sykes could dump every stored power in one instant, absorption would be useless. Once Sykes caught the logic, he let go of everything and wound up to smash through with pure physical force and raw intent. A fresh plan snapped into place. Crack the crystal with raw force first, then finish it off with magic. His final decision ripped a spirit out of the blade, and that flame roared to life, ready to fight side by side with him. The enchanted sword ripped in the building magical pressure, and a roaring vortex of energy surged out like it had a life of its own. Cracking past the crystal's absorption limit, he slammed forward and unleashed a fully charged flare saber strike. A roaring wave of fire slammed into the monster, tearing straight through its core and ending it with one brutal final blow. Shockwaves tore across the battlefield, shoving everyone back as the enemy crumbled into blazing magical flames. Still wrecked but triumphant, he stood in silence, chest heaving as the scorched ground steamed beneath him and the smoke finally started to thin. After the battle ended, praise poured in, but doubt wouldn't quit, because nobody could explain how those strange monsters even showed up here. As they regrouped, they spotted unconscious students still lying there, untouched, like something unnatural had barged in and messed with the trial from the shadows. Out of nowhere, a wild magical force slammed through, cracking Kyle's protective wall under an avalanche of brutal pressure. Everyone stared in stunned silence as their defensive spells shattered, and a mysterious crushing power surged into view. A robed figure stepped into view with a calm face, then admitted, shocked, that the students actually survived monsters they had no business beating. The cloaked figure brushed off every question, chuckled as a dark spell formed, and stared at the student like this was going to hurt. A grotesque staff shot up into the sky, blasting out unnatural power, and the tension on the Simon battlefield turned razor-thick. Dark magic blasted outward, smashing into an unbreakable shadow barrier. Even the teachers couldn't get through it anymore. Bones clattered together in perfect sync as skeletal arms and legs clawed up through the dirt, snapping shut around the stunned students in seconds. They realized this wasn't some small-time summoning. An undead army was flooding into place under a crushing cloud of concentrated miasma energy. A terrifying new threat reared its head. The Lich King, King of the Undead, raised his bony hand and ordered the skeletal army to march. Not long after it showed up, the miasma hit the students like a curse, and they dropped, one by one, collapsing under its suffocating pressure. Sykes snapped to the truth fast. The dark energy the Lich unleashed was the exact thing crushing his friend. As the enemy sneered at their pain, the skeletons surged forward with cold, deadly intent. Deadly weapons held high as they closed in on Sykes. A brilliant shield burst open out of nowhere, snapping into place and hurling a towering wall of light that pushed everything back. Kyle hurled that blinding wall of light to shock the enemy, then strode ahead like the Lich title meant nothing. Without a second thought, he launched his focused magic and detonated a blinding surge that ripped through the battlefield and left it dead silent. The necromancer sneered at Kyle, grinning like his undead army had already crushed every hope. Resistance was pointless, and it was downright laughable. Sykes stayed ice calm, dissecting every detail, already plotting how to cut down those terrifying numbers. No hesitation, just execution. Kyle pushed through the taunts, unshaken, energy roaring in his veins. Then he unveiled the undead's fatal weakness they'd totally missed. A massive spell circle flared open under their feet, blazing bright as the zombies froze in place under divine force. In one flawless second, Kyle's magic slammed the whole field shut, like reality finally snapped into place. Kyle shot his friends a calm look and told them to turn away fast. He couldn't stand the thought of them seeing what came next. Then the magic detonated, purifying every undead on the spot and flooding the whole battlefield with blinding divine light. No second thoughts. Darkness shattered as the screams cut off, The necromancer's army collapsed on the spot, crushed by a blinding light that erupted from below. Everyone froze in stunned silence. Kyle had slaughtered the undead horde, and Kishi broke down, crying with pure gratitude and unstoppable relief. As Sykes watched Kyle's back, he clenched his fist so hard his knuckles went white, because that massive gap was still there, glaring in front of him. Kyle stepped up and challenged the robed necromancer to his face, because his skeletal army was already wiped out for good. A colossal shock ripped up from under Sykes, and he gasped as the ground buckled. Something way worse was coming. From inside that blast, a massive presence tore through the smoke, because that was the real danger, the ancient Lich King. Its glowing eyes burned with pure malice, and all those weaker spells bounced off it, because Kyle's holy light couldn't touch it here. The necromancer let out a cruel laugh at Kyle's earlier attempt, and even though it looked huge, that attack barely even left a dent. He flashed a grin and slammed his final card, summoning the Zombie King's decayed, nightmare form straight from the shadows. KT broke down the Lich's origins and dropped the bombshell. Above it all, something even worse loomed: the legendary Zombie King. Nobody believed those rumors, until the rotting sovereign burst out and tainted everything it touched in an instant. A poisonous miasma surged outward and choked the forest, sending trees into a desperate wither as death crept in slow and steady, matched by cruel laughter in the dark. Suddenly, a blazing surge tore through the corruption, and an unknown force slammed into the ground right in front of them. Kyle slammed a ceiling barrier into place, choking the necromancer's power so the dying could finally breathe. He flashed a confident grin, mistook the attack for a dare, and figured this massive pressure was nothing more than a test. Everyone gaped in shock at Kyle's calm, and even the Lich couldn't help wondering if the kid had truly snapped. Dark flames burst as the enemy unleashed cursed fire, swallowing everything, turning living souls to total ash. Unfazed, Kyle slowly lifted his hand, ready to snap back the crushing magic with calm, deadly precision. A blinding divine sphere erupted above them, and panic snapped through the necromancer as his summoned forces crumbled into terror. The necromancer's eyes went wide with confusion as he stared up at the raging radiance, but he couldn't figure out where the light was coming from. Kyle calmly revealed a jaw-dropping secret. He had compressed every last drop of sacred energy from the land of light into a single, unstoppable force. The enemy's mask slipped, panic flooded in, and to stop the incoming burst, it spewed torrents of cursed flame to choke it out. As the firestorm bore down, the glowing sphere dropped from the sky, and it didn't flinch at the Lich King's final spell. A colossal beam slammed down out of the sky, smashing everything in its path, and even the Lich King flinched like it hurt. Exploding shards tore through the air, blasting away corruption as the dark forest shadows scrambled back from its reach. As the darkness melted away, Kyle snatched the last piece of the Lich King's magic nucleus, still pulsing, still alive, beating out its power in deadly silence. With the core finally in hand, Kyle slowly faced the stunned necromancer and fired off his last question. A brilliant flash tore across the battlefield, and in one blazing breath the undead army was wiped clean from existence. Even the Lich King, their secret trump card, got wiped out in an instant by raw, overwhelming divine power. So the cloaked necromancer dropped to his knees, rattled by defeat, staring into the dark, wondering what resistance, if any, was left in him. Fear clamped down on his bones the second he realized the boy's magic went way beyond anything the Academy's ever taught. Standing tall, Kyle Flayfield shot back that he was just a first year, yet the enemy already wouldn't forget his name. A sudden flash ripped through the air as the enemy clutched a hidden teleportation stone in his hand and hit the switch. Kyle snapped into action and fired a wind bullet straight into the enemy's spell midcast, shattering his focus on the spot. With blood spilling down his face and his eyes bulging, the man swore he'd get revenge, and burned Kyle's name into his memory like it was written in fire. Vish's scream thundered with pure intent as he vanished in midair, cursing that their next meeting would end in death. Kyle stared up at him, face frozen, and whispered that the mysterious stone buried in his foe's face was a riddle, one that left him bursting with questions. Tears of pure relief poured down their faces as Kyle rose, sweeping the air with reassurance that everyone was safe, and their gratitude hit like a wave. Ms. Freya came barreling back to the group, bloodied but finally breathing easy. She confirmed her students had survived the chaos. Kyle laid it all out, how that other guy slipped free and why he probably was the brains behind the whole incident and the monster manipulation scheme. Shocked by the talk of magic-absorbing monsters, the teachers demanded to know who was behind these nightmare creatures and the horrifying plans fueling them. Without a second thought, Kyle admitted that he and Sykes had gone straight into the fight, ready to protect their classmates no matter what came for them. A streak of light tore across the sky as the forest's magic finally steadied itself and started yanking students to safety. Exhaustion crashed into Sykes, and with every breath his last scraps of magic burned out, so he had no choice but to fall back. Kyle surged forward on instinct, crushing Sykes in a tight embrace, refusing to let go until he finally spilled every last thing he'd been holding back. Even while they felt buried under it all, they still stayed quiet, because they knew the fight was brutal, yet unity had pushed them through. Kyle trudges beside them toward the exit, heart pounding as he prays he can share it all and remember every last detail with his friends. Even with lurking monsters on every shadowy corner, Kyle's iron will kicked in, and the teachers hurried to headquarters to demand a forced evacuation. Touched by his sincerity, the students insisted they'd come back together. No way they were leaving Kyle alone. Freya and the others sat there, staring at what could have happened, because Kyle's bravery and selfless sacrifice is what kept everything from falling apart. Sykes swallowed his pride, then just for the first time, let a soft smile break through, sealing the bond he'd earned the hard way. Sensing the shift, Freya handed Kyle the future like a spark, then dared him straight up to lead them on. Kyle's strength and growth left Freya completely stunned, way beyond anything she ever expected from a first year. Gray got shoved toward evacuation, but Freya cut in fast, dropping hints that bigger truths were still trapped behind the silence. Everything went haywire, shattering the day's battle results as the logs crashed and events spun out of control. Kyle tried to swallow the disappointment, but he stayed silent, while teachers claimed full blame and students froze, stunned at how unfair it all was. In the end, 4 students got an exemption from evacuation, and Freya reluctantly got stuck with the job of guiding and watching them. Even with injuries screaming through his body, Sykes flat-out refused Kyle's heartfelt offer. So stubborn, so proud, he wouldn't let anyone help. With Sykes leaning on him, Kyle pushed their crew forward, mission done. And as the weight finally fell away, everyone's spirits started soaring. Relief washed over their faces, and side by side, they stepped forward, trust in their hearts, scars in their past, and victory they'd earned together. That night, Freya ordered Kyle to come clean, and the principal sat there, demanding the whole story from start to finish. Inside the office, President Terratarius greeted Kyle with a sharp, wise stare that screamed, "Something bigger is coming." Kyle sat crushed as President Terratarius swept in and introduced himself, like he already knew Kyle's request wouldn't take long at all. Without a second thought, the president demanded answers about the monsters and the mysterious caped figure Kyle had run into. Right as Kyle opened his mouth, a voice slammed in, coming from someone he trusted more than anyone, the kind of person who knew his hidden truths. Kyle's jaw dropped when his old mentor, Miluna, suddenly showed up, then revealed she was tied directly to the Academy's president. Stunned out of his mind, Kyle finally realized he was standing face to face with 2 monsters of power, his master and the Academy's head. Miluna tore the cover off a chilling secret. The Academy's ancient seal wasn't just history, it was chained to a deeper danger. Kyle's mind started buzzing with suspicion as her serious tone made one terrifying truth click. She was carrying a grave responsibility. She didn't just assign Kyle the seal's mystery, she asked him for it like a personal favor and made it clear it wasn't about duty at all. Deep under the Academy, a terrifying power starts to wake up, trapped in ancient magic and sealed tight in chains from ages ago. Once a dragon that scorched every intruder in sight, it now sits behind steel bindings, with its fury rotting in chains. Miluna snaps Kyle into attention, because that sealed chamber isn't just holding the beast's cursed sleep. It's hiding secrets far bigger than anyone expects. The crumbling old study hall keeps the seal tucked away, and the magic wards still thrum, shutting down any attempt to rebuild. Rumors people laughed off start to hit different, because even the headmaster admits F-Class is standing above a danger they don't even realize. First, they've got to hunt down the moving entrance hidden deep inside the ruins of Study Hall. Miluna tells them the magic is so warped and violent it keeps smashing the doorway out of place, so it won't ever stay put. Even in chains, the beast's miasma keeps spilling out. Miluna warns that once it's sealed, it still lingers, and it's still deadly dangerous. Kyle hesitates for a split second, then it hits him. He's Maluna's chosen disciple, so the doubt evaporates and steel resolve floods his mind. Eyes blazing with pure excitement, Kyle shoots his hand up and volunteers, because he's going to track down the entrance and square up to whatever waits inside. With determination stamped and sealed, the headmaster finally handed Kyle the investigation of the runaway seal. Kyle was cornered and demanded to spill every detail about that extracurricular training incident. He nodded with full seriousness, ready to spill every last detail from before, nothing left unspoken. Kyle tore the truth wide open. Monsters had surged in, and among them lurked a cloaked stranger, plus a terrifying Lich King with overwhelming power. With a grave look in his eyes, the headmaster thanked Kyle for defending the Academy, and for stopping a disaster that would have been way worse. The headmaster bowed his head in pure gratitude, and Kyle's whole chest got hit with that wild, unexpected, heartfelt thanks. Miluna leaned in and murmured a plan, offering a reward that could genuinely light up Kyle's day, without making him feel embarrassed. With his authority, Terratarius hands Kyle exactly one wish, Anything the Academy's greatest power could grant, fulfilled just once. Kyle kept his voice steady as he accepted the offer, swearing he'd use it only when it mattered most. With pure excitement in his voice, Kyle swore he'd hold on to the wish, saving it only for when it mattered most. Maluna promised Kyle he'd meet the SEAL investigator, and Kyle stormed out with calm determination swelling in his chest, ready for whatever came next. Kyle raced back to the dorm, and as soon as he stepped inside, worried classmates crowded around him, hungry for every scrap of news and every answer he had. Sykes crept in quietly, eager to see what Kyle's meeting was all about, but Kyle stalled mid-breath, torn over what he dared to admit. A tense hush snapped through the hall as another group rolled in, Kyla Garden staring ahead with tight, worried expressions that screamed unease. Kyla spoke with shaky nerves, replaying those black monsters in her mind, only to realize the creatures were even worse than they'd ever braced for. She finally blurted out the truth. She and Sykes tore through those monsters together, one by one. With a small bow, she let her gratitude hit the air, and you could feel it. Their strength had genuinely saved her life. Even after all that, other students finally started calling out their bravery, how they'd helped guide everyone to safety and shielded their classmates during the attack. Kyola dropped her gaze and with a heartfelt sincerity, apologized for how she acted earlier, gripping right on the unfair treatment she'd thrown at them. Shaken by her sudden change of heart, Garden blurted out a loud, heartfelt thank you because she didn't just save them, she saved his life too. Kyle flashed a calm smile and told them it was perfectly natural to help, because they all came from the same academy. His words lit the whole place up, and as the tension finally crumbled, laughter burst out and everyone's shoulders dropped in pure relief. One curious student blurted out, "So how were the monsters beaten?" But the reply they got only left everyone even more baffled. While everyone else basked in the joy, one student stared in silence, his clenched face leaking pure frustration and sharp envy. He spun away without a word, and the hall's bright lights only threw deeper shadows across his heart. Staring up at the moon, the headmaster let Kyle's spark run through his mind and faced what was next for the investigation. Huge research tower vents hissed and steamed, and inside, the eccentric alchemist barreled through more wild, chaotic experiments like clockwork. Ms. Rillisy barreled past the chaos around her, eyes locked on her newest magical concoction discovery. Bottles clinked as vapor curled up, and she grinned like she'd just cracked the code to something wildly unpredictable. With eyes blazing, she felt it. Her newest experiment might slip out of control and open the door to something insanely extraordinary. Kyle stepped up and spilled the secret, handed down by his teacher and the principal, about the Academy's sealed zone he'd been tasked to investigate. Even with their shock, the crew only stalled for a heartbeat. Then Kyle stepped up and demanded their help for the deadly mission waiting ahead. He snapped that the seal had turned into a maze, and right then fear surged. Monsters lurking and a dragon waiting to strike. Kitty showed real worry, but Kyle flashed a confident grin and waved the threat off like it was nothing more than a tiny inconvenience. Then Sykes stepped up, driving them forward with pure grit, itching to prove his strength after he clawed his way through that forest battle. She hesitated for a split second, then nodded and agreed to tag along, while the boy fumbled through his nerves and volunteered anyway, even though he wasn't sure. With pure grit fueling them, Kyle stood up and officially announced the Academy's secret SEAL investigation team. Suddenly, the girl on the other side of the barrier heard voices, and heard impossible footsteps moving under the windproof spell's fading power. She stormed in, furious that they kept brushing her off, and she demanded at last to be seen after try that went nowhere. Kyle stumbled through an awkward confession. "Yeah, we're in the middle of a discussion," and the second he said it, her eyes lit up, dead sure this was tied to the Academy's secret. Third-year student Eliza stepped in and introduced herself, sent by Professor Religia to meet Kyle face-to-face. She asked Kyle to join her at the research column, because a crucial teacher was waiting there, ready for introductions. With Eliza in the mix, the crew surged through the Academy as one unit, desperate to rip open the deeper secrets waiting inside. Eliza lit up and nodded them in, promising the professor would love the extra spark they brought. Kyle finally reached the mysterious tower, stunned by a secret facility so rarely visited that first-year students barely even knew it existed. Kyle gaped at that towering spiral, but Eliza fired back that magic would hoist them upward safe and sound. While the others strolled along, Kyle shot ahead, stunned that the enchanted stairs zipped him up so fast and made everything feel effortless. Suddenly, the platform ripped and jolted so hard it cut the screen, and in that instant everyone lost balance and scrambled as the whole structure started to shake out of nowhere. Even with the ground still shaking, Eliza burst forward with fearless confidence, yelling Ms. Religia's name as she swore she'd just hit on an idea. In the upper lab, they burst in to find the professor choking in smoke, and Eliza lit into him for yet another experiment that absolutely failed. Eliza slammed into the room, blasting the professor for running yet another experiment without her, while thick smoke curled around them. Soaked to the bone and mortified, Religia muttered through her shame. This time, she actually believed her experiment would work. Still seething, Eliza snapped out a reminder about the guests and the absolute disaster they'd walked into. The professor just froze with a blank stare, like the entire meeting had vanished from his mind, even with the principal's formal notice sitting right in front of him. Panicking, Religia crumpled to her knees and apologized nonstop, and Eliza snapped at her to quit groveling. Religia tried to scare Eliza, but Eliza just burst into laughter, brushed it off, and told everyone to jump in and help clean up. Kyle shoved forward, waving his wand books, while tools and debris lifted into the sky and whirled around him in perfect, controlled chaos. Kitty shot in and started scooping up the shattered bits while Kyle's wind magic whirled everything into neat order, piece by piece, like it was nothing. Even Eliza and Religia stared in shock, baffled by what just snapped the magical control into place. When it was all over, Kyle stood tall with pride, while Eliza stared in shock, whispering that she'd never seen wind magic handled that perfectly. Religia tackled Kyle, shaking with excitement, gushing about his magic and firing off non-stop questions about who he was. Without a second thought, Eliza yanked her back, while Katie just stood there, frozen in place as the whole situation spiraled out of control. Kyle clocked the professor's passion and instantly got it, then blindsided her with just how deeply her mindset hit him too. After the adrenaline hit, he stepped forward, introduced himself again and laid out the mission, tracking the mystery behind the dragon seal. Everyone stared in awe as Kyle, no one even asked, jumped back into cleaning, proving he was responsible even beyond his magical talent. Religia called the dragon seal the Academy's oldest mystery, one she'd nearly died trying to uncover. She gave a sharp deal: cooperate, and in return she'd lay out every finding, only if they matched her in perfect equal exchange. Serious now, she demanded every detail they had, and her fierce intensity shocked the whole group. Meanwhile, Kyle slipped toward Eliza in silence, right as the others drifted off, and called her name, worry cracking in his voice. Sir, earlier that night, Maluna leaned in and warned the headmaster that darkness was stirring, and that spies had slipped into the academy. Maluna dropped her last shred of hope on Kyle, the only disciple who could master every attribute. Religia's eyes blew wide the second she realized the seal's entrance was tucked deep inside the Forbidden Furt study hall's mystery. No regular student could even touch those space halls. Only a teacher had the key, the authority, the power to step inside. Kyle burst forward and Eliza's pulse shot up, because at last it was time to unleash her invention. Calling it their final lifeline, Religia snapped open her greatest weapon, magic glasses, revealing the hidden truths no one could see. Armed with the glasses that sniff out every magical trace, they'd be led straight to the seal's hidden entrance. She tore through clues for days, but that ancient magic refused to reveal the entrance. With total confidence, she slid her glasses on and snapped the group into action as the seal investigation finally kicked off. Eliza shot forward and volunteered to try on the glasses, blazing with determination to hunt down what the teacher couldn't find. Resolve blazed in her eyes as she swallowed her fear, took the role, and marched straight toward the Forbidden First study hall. With Sykes now in tow, the team crept forward with bated breath, ready to face whatever dark secrets the hall was hiding. They tore through every inch of the hall hunting for magic, but the regular spots gave them nothing, not even a flicker. Sykes caught a faint ripple in the air, slipped into the storage room, and followed the pull of something hidden deep in the shadows. A massive blast of magic erupted. Eliza shot up and shouted for everyone, and there it was. The seal's secret location finally confirmed. At the far end of the corridor, they froze. There was a weird door sealed shut, with no handle, no lock, and not a single inscription anywhere. A glowing circle flared under their feet, and that meant the passage ahead was locked behind a deadly strong classical seal magic. The seal finally answered with a thunderous click, swinging open the mysterious door, and that's when the team felt revelation pulling them in. While everyone was busy celebrating, Religia calmly dropped the next move, an ancient place known as the Dragon Seal. Out of nowhere, something slammed into her, jolting the whole team, freezing them mid-step, and leaving them staring in stunned confusion. Eliza didn't hesitate. She snapped into wind magic and threw up a barrier to guard everyone from that unknown, incoming force. Barely keeping the threat in check, she snapped at them to retreat, blood pouring from her mouth as she fought to hold on. Then the tension snapped. Black gas gushed from the open door, and Eliza's eyes widened as she realized it was a trap. Kyle surged forward with zero hesitation, then snapped a wind spell into place to slam the danger back. A brutal gust blasted outward, smashing into the swirling black fumes with deadly magical precision. The vortex yawned wide at breakneck speed, trapping the poison inside and cutting it off from the air and the team. Kyle cradled that compressed gas in his hands, then calmly announced victory, snuffing out the danger with flawless control. With stunned faces all around her, Eliza snapped into command, even as deep worry still clawed at her. Relatia sprinted over to hug them tight, her heart in her throat as she worried sick about her students' health after seeing her collapse. Scolding shattered the air as Relatia's voice shook, and even in critical condition, furious Eliza surged forward, putting herself at risk. Guilt crashed down as Eliza choked out her apology, confessing she was terrified of losing someone who mattered more than anything. Through tear-streaked eyes, Eliza poured out the whole truth, how Relatia took her in, raised her, and gave her a real family. With a voice full of warmth, Eliza spilled the truth. Leja was the one person no one could ever replace in her heart. Caught in a wave of emotion, everyone fell silent as they listened, struck by the unbreakable bond between teacher and student. Grateful voices erupted across the room, blasting praise for Eliza's lightning-fast moves that pulled them all out of disaster. Their journey wasn't done. Then they stumbled on hidden stairs, dropping straight down into the school's deepest, darkest secrets. Relatia's eyes lit up as she shoved them forward, insisting that the real adventure was still out there, right around that. With Eliza and Relatia pushing them forward, the whole crew threw their doubts aside and charged into the future, full of confidence, buzzing with excitement for what's coming next. Relatia burst into laughter and strode ahead, her unstoppable energy snapping everyone's mood back into place. Without anyone noticing, a shadowy figure slipped down the stairs in perfect silence, dripping mystery the whole way. The stairwell door bangs shut behind them, sealing the exit with a cold, razor-sharp hiss. After that brutal descent, the whole team finally stopped in front of the ancient seal, eyes wide, hearts pounding with awe and anticipation. Once they cleared the traps, a massive hidden chamber burst into view, and the whole crew couldn't stop themselves from leaning in. Relatio begged Eliza for her magical glasses so they could search in a flash, because the hall was so huge it would have swallowed them whole. Eliza whipped out her artifact, and just like that she clocked a hidden entrance in an instant, leaving everyone stunned by how fast she moved. She slid the glasses to Relatia, and with one look, secret doors she couldn't even see before popped open, hidden from everyone else. Even after the warnings, Relatia dared to test every door, convinced they'd all matter, until the text shoved it in her face. Only one door was real. A terrifying creature exploded out of nowhere, slamming Relatia back before anyone even had a chance to react. Sykes didn't hesitate. He ripped his sword free and slashed in a blur, cutting down the monster that was stalking their investigation. The second the silence snapped back into place, everyone gawked at him, stunned by how perfectly he nailed every move. Sykes suddenly could make out the faint outlines of the doors, and just like that, he squeezed their choices down with terrifying ease. Kyle swept his eyes across the maze-like hall. Over 1,000 doors shimmered bright, but not a single mark showed up. Kitty dropped a hint that someone had already been through, and Kyle spotted the faint clues they'd left in their wake. Fueled by their encouragement, he declared, "With your help, I can finally find the door." Kyle remembered Maluna, his mentor, and charged into the hunt, following the faint magical traces she'd still left hanging in the air. Eliza's glasses snapped as Kyle's magical readings spiked through the roof, racing way past what they were supposed to be. His aura burst wide open, hammering the chamber with raw energy, and Eliza stared, astonished at how far it could stretch. Then Eliza stared in awe as Kyle's presence swelled, forging an identity that blew past every normal expectation. He spoke the answer calmly, then stunned everyone by nailing the right door with zero hesitation. Everyone froze in stunned silence as that chosen door unveiled itself, glowing in a way none of the others ever could. Kyle basked in the wind, then dedicated it to his master, the one who taught him the magic art of tracing. He reached out and brushed the doorway seal, feeling Maluna's magical signature still clinging to it like a heartbeat. Explaining what the signature was meant to do, he strode up to the door, itching to unveil whatever waited on the other side. As the door swung open, a massive, dreamlike world spilled out, glowing with magical light and thick with mystery. Orbs drifted through the air, glowing with raw elemental power, and the whole crew couldn't look away. Their journey shoved them toward a third sealed entrance, and Relatia just knew the next trial was waiting right behind it. Step through that door and towering stone walls rise around you, screaming that you've just entered an ancient magical maze. Old records screamed that monsters prowled the maze's depths. Every explorer who dared to go in vanished without a single trace. Suspicious of every shadow, the Sykes press against the wall, scanning for any hidden trap tucked inside the structure. Later, Kyle and Scythe prowled the area, scanning both sides until they spotted monster signs, and realized the whole place was built in a weird, unnatural way. Once danger was confirmed, the group snapped into action, mapping out exactly what they'd do if the fight ever became unavoidable. Kyle strode ahead with total confidence, herding everyone through the maze, convinced he'd found the one safe path. Magic exploded through Sykes, his power surging higher by the second, and Eliza froze, stunned at how fast everything changed. The air around him tightened, and his magic finally snapped into the real world, so intense it crushed the world around it. Right then, a colossal fire spirit erupted from that force, spiraling up beside him in a roaring blaze. Kyle didn't even think twice. He slammed in beside him, and together they unleashed a perfectly timed attack built to hit with maximum destruction. Side by side, they launched synchronized spells, Flamesaber and Hurricane, crashing straight into the monstrous spirit's very core. The combined magic slammed together with terrifying force, detonating into a blinding burst of light and smashing the stone barrier to pieces. Shockwaves from the spellstorm blasted outward, ripping through the battlefield in a blazing, blinding whirlwind that wiped everything clean. After the chaos finally died down, a hidden underground path emerged from the wreckage like a secret waiting to be discovered. No hesitation, everyone surged to the entrance, ready for whatever waited on the other side. Eyes locked with fierce determination, they surged forward as one, charging straight for the maze's next brutal challenge. Everyone froze in awe, staring at a magical force so powerful it blew past anything they'd ever seen. Their trail steered straight into the sealed area, an ancient chamber everyone swore hid forbidden magic. Shackled in the dark, a monstrous presence writhed in silence, and one ruthless eye shone through the chains. They pushed deeper into the maze, smashing through walls with magic and a wild, off-the-books tactic that somehow works insanely well. Kyle's plan shocked even Sykes, because his boosted fire magic became the key that broke the maze's elemental traps. Even after everything she'd been through, Katie made a quiet promise to help, because Kyle trusted her and Sykes kept his eyes on the mission without wavering. Self-doubt crawled into Katie's chest, whispering that if she couldn't pull her weight, she'd slow Kyle down. In that exact moment, laughter detonated the tension, and with teamwork and trust, they stood stronger than any fear or failure still lingering in the shadows. Kyle felt the wind rip forward in savage gusts, and then he spotted magical interference swirling in it, as if it was about to tear the whole team apart. Everyone fought just to keep moving as the tornadoes screamed all around them, smashing their senses and stopping their progress dead in the name of safety. Kyle snapped into action and whipped up a wind wall on the spot, locking the air pressure around the whole group so nothing could break through. With the winds finally dying down, the crew pushed forward with total confidence, while Sykes stared at Kyle in silence, mind racing. Sykes started doubting Kyle's power, because earth magic naturally smothers the wind, and that's when it hits. Kyle's got hidden potential they can't quite explain yet. Sykes clocked Kyle's old light-fused earth spell, and it screamed that Kyle's real mastery ran way deeper than he'd ever confessed. Katie got hit with that wave of doubt again, quietly measuring herself against her gifted allies and wondering, in her gut, if she even mattered. Bound by his teacher's vow, Kyle admitted he holds back his magic, until real danger forces his hand. Even with the rules closing in, Kyle flashed a gentle smile and swore, no hesitation, that he'd shatter every limit just to protect his friends. Their talk lit a spark of reflection, and suddenly Eliza noticed something up ahead. She jolted everyone and shouted for urgent attention. Bubbles started bubbling up from beneath the cliff out of nowhere, and Kyle's team froze, totally caught off guard and baffled. The wind stopped dead, and the professor, along with everyone nearby, felt something off, like the elements had just snapped out of rhythm. Suddenly, fire exploded across the sky, twisting into a terrifying flaming hand shape. The group suddenly clocked it. Elemental powers were spinning out of sync. The wind died, and then those fire bubbles fused into a Wreck-It spell. Screams tore through the air as they finally understood. This was the elemental area's real form, and survival meant they had to haul ass back together right now. Sykes and the others bolted forward on pure instinct, slashing the flames aside instead of charging straight into them. Katie stepped forward with grit shaking in her bones, fear and all. And then she revealed her water affinity, standing her ground like it mattered. She clenched her wand, poured all her magic into it, and focused her aim like she was about to shield her companions at any cost. With a thunderous swing, Katie hurled a razor-focused water blast straight at the blazing elemental threat. Water slammed into the flames, exploding into scorching steam, and her magic started to sputter as the fire's core began to fail. Katie unleashed a barrage of water spells, but Sykes watched her strength drain fast. She didn't have the power to keep it up. Memories of their smiles and hard-earned trust flooded her mind, and she clenched her heart, desperate to stand by her friends no matter what. Tears burned at the corners of Katie's eyes as she whispered her wish. She wanted to stay right beside the people she truly admired. Kyle calmly nudged her aim, steering her focus up to where the enemy's core still hung wide open. He didn't hesitate for a second. He handed over his magic and let the power surge between them, forging her resolve into something unbreakable. Still stunned, Katie snapped her focus forward while Kyle's steady grip pressed in behind her, helping her hold the wand steady. With Kyle pushing her forward, the magic course hit again. Harder, cleaner, and this time nothing inside her hesitated. Kyle said it with a calm voice, but inside her, a sleeping power just waited, ready to blow the doors open the moment it awakened. With her eyes blazing, Kitty answered without a second thought, believing in him and believing in herself for the first time. Even with Kyle acting like he owned the place, Sykes still wrestled in silence. Could Kitty's sheer strength really stand up to that scorching threat? Everyone snapped still, staring in stunned silence as a massive water sphere hung in the air, blasting out intense magical pressure. Kitty stayed totally calm, thrust her energy skyward, and unleashed a psych stare so intense she nearly couldn't believe the monster power that just broke loose. She whispered the spell one last time, pouring every ounce of power into a single final cast, aimed with razor-sharp certainty. The moment it landed, everything detonated. Her attack slammed home, erupted in a blinding flash, and sent scorching energy tearing outward. Relief hit the whole crew in one wave, cheers exploded as Kyle caught Kitty, and they both grinned like they'd just won it all. Steam billowed through the air as Kyle pulled Kitty into a tight embrace, right as the spell's final blast died out over the sky. With magic sparking through him, Kitty found her own way again. And right there, tears slid down from pure, quiet gratitude and crystal-clear clarity. Watching that massive explosion tear the air apart, even the doubters froze, because the power she finally unleashed was terrifyingly real. Heat waves barreled in, and the whole team slammed into regroup mode, sprinting for the professor's marked safety door. One by one, everyone dove through that strange doorway, and Kyle paused, glancing back like he was trying to piece something together. Kyle stood his ground before the roaring firestorm and slammed a spell into place, sealing it shut for good. The second he stepped inside, a towering wall of water surged up to slam the outside world shut. Flames roared into the water with a deafening crash, and Kyle stayed stone calm, shoving the entrance shut behind him as the heat died down. The moment the door slammed shut, wild chaos erupted outside, yet in his final move he unleashed his power to shield everyone. They slipped into the sealed chamber, and the heavy silence crushed in, only broken by hushed whispers and sharp, wary glances snapping around. As the tension snapped tight, Sykes caught Delia slipping forward, her face set in stone, fierce with determination. Without even asking permission, Delia shoved herself forward as the front guard, daring everyone else to pick up the slack even if their magic was running on fumes. As she crept up to that cursed door, it jolted and rumbled open by itself. No spell, no warning, just pure shock. Everyone snapped still with disbelief, eyes bulging, as Delia stood there, shaking off her fear and daring to move, only to trigger some ancient, unknown mechanism. The statue everyone thought was harmless suddenly jolted to life, and Delia found herself surrounded as her team stared from a distance. Eliza's voice trembled as every statue flared with dense magical energy, way more alive, and far more dangerous than anyone ever expected. Delia trembled, but she didn't back away. Confusion and worry crashed in from the others, begging her to stop. She shoved their cries aside and barreled forward alone, convinced this was her turn to stand between the danger and the whole group. With danger creeping closer, Delia couldn't stop wondering, could this reckless move be the one thing that finally proved she mattered? Sykes panicked, but Kyle shoved him forward and yelled that they had to step in, until a better plan to back Delia finally clicked into place. Delia vouched for him, so everyone held their ground and let him follow his instincts. No questions, no hesitation. They clung to the memory of surviving the worst ordeals, convinced Delia's strength would carry them, and that together, their combined magic could do the impossible. A brutal blast slammed Delia skyward into the air, leaving him totally blindsided mid-charge. With those statues snapping toward her, Delia suddenly saw the opening, turned their fury into a road out, and dragged them away from everyone. Delia surged ahead, heart pounding as she realized he didn't have the magical muscle the others in Kyle's group wielded. Past failures clawed at his mind, but his grit surged up and chased the doubt out of his heart. Their kindness hit him hard, and he vowed to give it back, by fighting alongside them and backing them up in every battle. Without a second thought, he shoved himself between his allies and the enemy, ready to take the blow and become their shield. A knight snapped his blade up in the air as Eliza and the others stared on, terror storming across every face. Delia blurted out a desperate spell, Earthblock, then snapped a shield up as danger slammed toward him, mere inches away. The knight's weapon slammed down so hard the ground split open, yet Dullian clung to his footing at the last second. Huddled behind his arms, he shook with barely enough time to dodge the armored fighter's blade before it could end him. Suddenly, binding winds came roaring from behind, yanking the knight itself mid-swing and pinning it in a magical snare. Kyle planted his feet and unleashed Wind Nest's power with razor precision, finally giving Gallia the opening he'd been begging for. Kyle shouted for Sykes to come running, both of them lining up for the hit while the enemy was still trapped and stuck. Their synchronized assault crashed through the knight's defenses, landing a knockout punch powered by pure teamwork. As rubble crashed down, Kyle snapped, praising Delia's lightning-fast thinking for steering them straight to a clean win. Sykes leaned in and reminded Delia, every teammate has worth, even the ones whose magic never steals the spotlight. Side by side, they swore Delia's power was his heartbeat, and no one on Earth could touch him there. With his friends pushing him on, Delia finally clocked it. There's something priceless out there, and only he can make it happen. The whole team snapped into formation behind him, sprinting ahead as Delia blared a fierce, determined shout. Their synchronized assault crashed down on the enemy, proving in real time what trust and teamwork can accomplish. Sykes spotted the enemies packed shoulder to shoulder and snapped Kyle into action, telling him to light up the battlefield with a huge finishing spell. Kyle roared and unleashed Wind Spear, 9 times in a row, spinning up a massive vortex that looked ready to tear that armored foe to pieces. With razor focus, he slammed the spell forward, and it tore straight through every barrier in their way. A monstrous wind spear detonated forward, ripping through armor and magic alike with brutal, unstoppable force. The impact slammed in like a thunderclap, ripping the enemy formation apart as pieces flew across the battered battlefield. Everyone went stone still, eyes bulging as the attack's brutal aftermath slammed into them. As the dust finally settled, a brand new vortex ripped open the next chamber, out of nowhere, and victory landed way sooner than anyone dared to hope. Kyle smashed through the sealed wall, blasting a shortcut they didn't mean to find, and the whole group slid in cautiously. No one argued, no one stopped. Even through the chaos, Sykes still nodded and approved Kyle's bold method, and Eliza and Religia couldn't help but snicker at how fearless the student was. Suddenly, a choking wave of miasma surged in their direction, and Kyle snapped, "Regroup now," before it could swallow them. Kyle didn't hesitate. He shot his hand up and slammed a wind barrier in front of the oncoming miasma. Trapped behind the dome, Kyle figured out where they were hiding. Then Eliza swore it was the dungeon's cursed core. At the very heart of the seal, a wave of miasma erupted like a living curse. And this forgotten palace is where the dragons still sleep. Eliza dug into the anomaly, and when she saw the charts, she realized no record had ever called up this much miasma. That meant one thing: something was seriously, terribly wrong. Kyle spotted flickering lights buried in the darkness, and she knew the dragon's miasma was only getting worse. Suddenly, a colossal monster crashed into view, swamped in darkness, its massive body chained tight by ancient seals that crackled with raw power. Kyle clocked its shape and suddenly stiffened, while the others shook because that monster's presence could only mean one thing: the seal was being dragged in. The meat-heavy chains sank deep in the miasma. Then the massive creature erupted into motion, and the seal dragon itself finally stirred. Sykes snapped Kyle back to it, confirmed the ancient seal was still 100% intact today. Kyle leaned in, eyes locked on the glowing chain, and tested the seal, still unbroken, still trapping a violent storm of magical power. Right when they finally let their guard down, someone clocked Religia's weird silence. Too off for a girl who's always bursting with energy. Suddenly, a blinding flash tore through the air. Kyle snapped his head around, eyes bulging in shock as a surge of power exploded up from the sea. Religia marched up to the seal like it didn't belong to the laws of nature, and the whole group erupted in panic, yelling warnings and begging her to come back right now. Eliza didn't hesitate, she bolted forward. Kyle's eyes snapped open as he blurted her name and she sprinted ahead. Eliza barked for everyone to fall back. She'd go alone, tearing Alicia out of that miasma's clutches. When magic erupted from her palm, a brutal spell blasted out, tearing apart the looming threat. Smoke billowed away, Eliza crumpled without a twitch, and Sykes and the rest just stood there, frozen, terrified, their hearts pounding out of their chests. A mysterious figure slipped in like it owned the night, and Professor Ray suddenly got wrapped in raw power. One breath later, the whole atmosphere warped around him. He didn't even pause, he hurled a searing blazing spell, and that flame arrow ripped through the air like a furious streak of fire. Smoke billowed away as Eliza crumpled again. Her allies screamed, frozen in shock at the brutal impact. Kyle snapped his hand forward, and a rush of winds tore out of his palm. Boom! A magical barrier erupted and saved everyone from getting wiped out. Darkness crawled in, Ray planted his feet, and his eyes stayed glued to Kyle as tension snapped tight between them. Then Ray got demanded passage, and when Kyle got brushed aside, he stayed calm, firm, and immovable, no hesitation, not even for a second. Power surged around Kyle as he roared out his strength, and Ray answered with a wave of rising magical pressure. Flames burst into form, and a twisting inferno lunged ahead. Regat had unleashed his flamesnake spell. Kyle didn't even blink. He countered the strike and snapped layered barriers into place as wind magic tore through the room. Kyle slammed into by that crushing force, but the explosion swallowed the air around him, and his magic shield held so perfectly it never even budged. Regat's spell whipped fire and wind into one brutal strike, then snapped the blast behind him. Kyle had no chance to react, and the misdirection slammed him for it. The students erupted in panic when Eliza looked helpless, while Ray stayed locked in silence, eyes burning as he plotted his next move. A colossal barrier erupted forward, snapping shut around Eliza. Then a blast of defensive wind magic tore through the flames and smothered them before they could even touch her. Kyle's eyes locked in and he swore it. No attack was going to pierce his protective magic anymore. Questions burst from the group. Ray got slammed with silence, and all he got back was a smile that only made their confusion grow teeth. Riget's spell fused fire with wind, then snapped that fury behind Kyle right when he least expected it. When Eliza showed up looking helpless, the students panicked on the spot. Ray stayed frozen in silence and quietly locked in his next move. A colossal barrier slammed into place and trapped Eliza inside, and defensive wind magic ripped through the flames, snuffing them out before they could even touch her. Kyle locked in with pure determination and swore nothing, not a single attack, would ever smash through his protective magic nap. Suddenly, the whole group bombarded Ray with questions, but he dodged everyone, offering nothing but a deeper, mocking smile that only made their confusion grow. With a cruel smile, Eliza exposed her betrayal. Then her voice rang out like a goodbye as Kyle crumpled to the ground, bloodied and badly wounded. Eliza slipped up without a sound, then drove a knife into Kyle from behind. Every single person went still, stunned out of their minds. Blood splashed across the stone floor as Kyle crumpled to the ground, and his teammates screamed his name in pure horror. Kitty bolted ahead, eyes bulging. Sykes stumbled after him, dazed, while Kyle lay motionless, not a sound coming back to their shouted calls. The professor snapped at them to fear the miasma, and Kyle's already exposed body was instantly drowned in blackened air. Delia stared as Eliza cackled like a demon, betrayal biting down hard with nowhere left to hide. And then Sykes finally understood. Every move had been planned to the last cruel detail. Then boom, Eliza gets branded a traitor, and she unleashes a savage magical strike that even their professor couldn't believe. With a brutal blast, he slammed Eliza backward, dead set on ripping out her twisted manipulation right then and there. Eliza mocked him to his face, warning that he'd stepped straight into deadly miasma, but Sykes wouldn't back down for a second. With danger screaming in his face, Sykes surged forward again, rage roaring louder than the corruption crawling over his skin. From way back, someone scoffed at Sykes' reckless charge looked exactly like Kyle's fatal bravery. Eliza called them variables, then unleashed Shadowbind. Cursed magic surged in vicious coils and pinned Sykes in place. She had him trapped, banking on that choking miasma to finish him off. Yet Sykes clenched his jaw and fought through the pain, grinding out determination as the pressure hit. Even after the spell held him back, Sykes still shouted fire knife, burning through the shadows with razor-true precision and crushing force. He burst out of the smoke and blindsided Eliza, straight up stunning her. Then the strike bought him precious time, but Eliza snapped her tongue, brimming with frustration. Meanwhile, Kitty's magic kept everything stable, and the professor admitted that Sykes' reckless stunt actually flipped the fight back in their favor. Regret crushed Professor Regat as he confessed his past failures and vowed to take full responsibility from here on out. He shot past Sykes without a second thought, yanked his blade free, and swore he'd shield the students no matter what. Eliza stayed cool as ice and issued a chilling threat, while her real identity stayed buried, leaving everyone on edge, rattled with fear and suspicion. The academy dug into her past and found nothing. No enrollment, no registration, not even a single record that she'd ever been admitted. They tried to grab her, but it all fell apart. Then came the freakiest part. Her name wasn't on a single student list anywhere. The truth spilled out. She was tied to the Evening Star Vespero, a ruthless shadow crew terrorizing multiple nations. Vespero was the world's most feared anti-aristocracy criminal faction, plunging cities into chaos, smashing everything in its path, and throwing the entire political world into turmoil. Her answer sent zero fear through the air, while the professor laid it out cold, confirming her guilt by piecing together enough evidence from what he'd seen. Sword in hand, he stood his ground and vowed to wipe Vespero from the academy completely. She didn't back off. She crashed into Kyle's body, then called her mother's help with a chilling, ominous urgency. The professor barked in panic, but Rolesia had already slipped out of herself. Her eerie voice rang back and her eyes looked drained of life. Rolesia triggered ancient, unsealing magic, and blazing magic circles erupted across the sky, like a warning flare for disaster about to crash down. Glowing runes spiraled down like a warning flare, and the magic energy dove straight into the sealed dragon below, obeying Rolesia's command. As the miasma rolled in, panic snapped through the crowd, and the professor pressed her. What was she really up to, and was she about to betray the academy? Sykes pitched a theory that Rolesia could be magically chained to Eliza, and that's exactly why her betrayal hit so hard, and why her behavior felt so twisted. Rolesia jolted back to consciousness, dizzy and barely holding herself together, staring at a world that didn't look right as her memories slipped in broken, foggy pieces. Eliza clutched her hard-earned win, while Rolesia sat there stunned, unable to believe what had just been pulled off, yet still swallowed the praise like it was meant for her. Eliza, filled with gratitude, swore she'd bring back something precious, while Rolesia stared in confusion as dark energy churned ominously around them. Sykes demanded answers, and the professor shut him down cold, claiming that background checks from the academy would have exposed Rolesia's lie ages ago. For more than 10 years, Rolesia stayed unregistered, never took in a single air, and slipped through life alone, hiding the truth in secrecy. Even with everyone in shock, Sykes pushed the idea of memory manipulation. And when the professor finally confirmed it, alarm bells started screaming in his eyes. Chains slammed around the mysterious mass while Eliza stood there, calm as ever, clutching Rolesia close as she readied something truly ominous. In the shadow of dark magic, Eliza confessed she'd rewritten Rolesia's memories, fabricating fake bonds and hiding what their relationship really was from the very start. Rolesia trembled as the truth hit hard, while Eliza's smile flickered with control, quietly demanding nonstop care and even more closeness. Everything felt painfully real to Roleska, shattered and shaky, yet she still clung to that fragile illusion that they were family. He spent countless hours alone, buried in books, while everyone else shrugged and called him weird, a distant academic with his head stuck in the clouds. Voices splintered with agony, one memory burned warm inside, and the other felt like a cold punch to the gut. That once comforting illusion turned into a suffocating nightmare, cold, cruel, and meticulously kept alive just to crush him. The memories we once clung to like treasure shattered in a violent flash, only to expose the real truth underneath. Cold manipulation, ruthless deceit, and a stolen identity hiding in plain sight. When emotions finally snapped, explosive power burst out. Magic erupted like a wildfire, blasting shock waves that tore into the ground and screamed through the air. Kitty and Kyle snapped around. Odd magical glyphs crackled in the air, screaming disaster was seconds away. Out of nowhere, a fresh explosion blasted outward. Stones flying, walls giving way, and violent tremors ripping through the battlefield under everyone's feet. With wide eyes, he stared as the dragon's seal, held for so long, finally shattered to pieces. Down in the ruins, a giant shadow tore upward, because the ancient dragon had finally awakened, and now it was fully unleashed. After the shockwave tore through the air, Kyle's eyes snapped open, and his consciousness crawled back to him, one heartbeat at a time. Under the forest's shaking canopy, a massive shadow lurched, and with every second it grew stronger, ripping trees apart like they were nothing. A wave of terror slammed into the chamber when two mages faced the beast's presence head-on. Flames blasted from the dragon's mouth, lighting up its twisted horns and burning, merciless eyes. Ray spotted the danger in a split second, barked the evacuation orders, and then stepped forward to face Felicia's rage solo. Without warning, the dragon exploded forward, smashing stone and steel as Ray braced for the guaranteed brutality that was about to hit. Students gasped as debris finally stopped raining down, and Regat's fate stayed trapped under shattered stone. Eliza slipped through the ruined halls by herself, following a ribbon of magic she could feel in the distance, far out of the dragon's reach. Down the corridor's end, ancient light blazed and shimmered, spotlighting an altar with a long-forgotten floating gem hovering above it. With a grin blazing across her face, Eliza pinpointed the wind crystal, right there as the dragon's treasure, hidden from the academy's eyes. She snapped the enchanted necklace, spun from wind spirits, into place and sealed it under her collar with a breathless, silent certainty. Eliza shot her arm up with fearless confidence, and the necklace began to throb as she conjured a blazing wind barrier to protect herself. She stared at the crystal's raw power, one of only 8 that could wipe whole nations clean off the map. Even though her nature screamed no, that enchanted necklace still let her seize forbidden magic and command it, right alongside her darkness. Suddenly, a brutal surge slammed into her chest, choking her breath and ripping out a scream as the power backfired on her. Eliza froze the moment it hit her. She stared at the cracked necklace, and the way it rang felt twisted, like something inside it was wrong. Kyle slid out of the shadows like he owned the place, wearing a smug smirk as he taunted her wind affinity. Eliza reeled as a hidden force slammed into her, whipping sharp currents across her skin faster than she could react. With a brutal snap, Windforged chains tore out of nowhere and wrapped her up tight, pinning her limbs to the wall. In Kyle's grip, a dagger slick with dark magic rose high, so twisted, so cursed, it couldn't be purified. Cold eyes narrowed, Kyle shoved her aside, spat out he owed her nothing, and called Eliza nothing but an enemy. Glacia yanked the truth into the light. She exposed the magical imbalance, revealing that the strange wind Eliza used was fighting with her tool. With a smug smile, Kyle basically said, "You don't know anything," then let the silence do the roasting. Eliza screamed, but Kyle just brushed it off, snatching the crystal like it was nothing and goading her with every bit of control she refused to lose. Strains snapped through the air, those warnings hit way too late, and Eliza finally said the crystal turns away unworthy hands, even when the affinities match. Kyle gripped the artifact, and to her jaw-dropping shock, it lit up in his hand, blasting energy without a single hint of rejection. Magical seals clamped down on her every move, strangling her voice and shutting every door to escape. Kyle didn't show mercy. He slammed her with blame, calling out how she deceived everyone, even Professor Relesi. He gave her one final chance: break the chains herself or be trapped in silence forever. As he stormed off, another student spotted Reigo pinned under the rubble and sprinted straight toward him. Sword gripped in hand, Reigo rose again, bruised, battered, and still breathing, then charged back to join the fight. Reigo strode forward with pure grit, barked at his allies to run, and stayed put to slam the dragon's charge to a stop. As the dragon's breath swelled into total ruin, realization hit hard. Yet Reigo stayed unshaken and swore he'd protect them all. Summoning every last drop of mana, he unleashed a thunderous roar and slammed the door on limits as his full magical power erupted. Flames shot skyward, scorching into an enormous wall as Reigo slammed his flame wall into the incoming deadly blast. Rage ignited as the ships smashed together on the battlefield. Reigo dug in his heels and unleashed his full power straight into the dragon's breath. Reigo clenched his teeth and begged the barrier to keep standing just long enough for them to slip out. A blazing shield shot upward, and his last protection spell sealed everyone inside a glowing dome. Shock ripped across every face, because the moment the shield finally kicked in, the impact slammed through and tore everything outside to pieces. Everyone stared in total disbelief as Kyle marched forward, demanded silence, and then cut right through, interrupting the dragon mid-roar. Even with the answers still murky, Kyle's face hardened. He was done with the chaos, and he was going to finish it with his own hands. Kyle strode forward in control, waving everyone back as he got ready to face the tower and the dragon. As worry rippled through them, Sykes quietly clocked it. This dragon was zeroing in on Kyle's unmatched strength above everyone else in the whole group. The dragon slammed its massive wings down, shaking the ground so hard dust and panic blasted up as Kyle stood there, alone. Everyone held their breath as the massive beast snapped its focus and slammed straight at the unshaken Kyle. Even with the wound throbbing, Kyle pushed through and told them the dark attribute dagger still wouldn't let his light magic cancel the stab's deadly effect. Kitsy clocked that Kyle already smelled betrayal, so she staged that stabbing to rip Eliza's scheme wide open. Eliza felt Kyle's massive magic roaring in the air, ready to use it, and that's when his resistance started to worry her. To expose Eliza's real motive, Kyle let the attack play out, tricking Eliza into dropping her guard. As Kyle stood in the blazing magic light, Ah stepped forward and made his identity feel anything but normal. Kyle stood alone before the dragon, grinning with fierce confidence, ready to finish the fight Eliza started. Black spheres tore through the air toward the dragon, while Kyle calmly fired razor-focused magic from his palm. A colossal blast rocked the chamber, smoke blasting outward and slamming the dragon's murderous momentum to a brief, terrifying stop. Sykes clocked it fast. Kyle wasn't swinging at the dragon at all. He was hunting the miasma, poisoning its very core. Kyle locked onto the strategy's promise and blasted his light attribute to purge the enemy from the inside out. Energy spiraled into a roaring vortex under the beast, and Kyle's light magic finally started to bite. With a blazing swing, his light fist detonated forward, smashing straight into the heart of the miasma. The blast tore through the air, spraying deadly toxic energy, and even as it proved miasma's tie to dark magic, a sick dread still clung in the back of my mind. He swore dark magic was behind it, but the dragon's aura flashed, revealing something far weirder, far more twisted than he ever expected. He shoved the thoughts aside and launched forward, tearing through shattered stone as he surged straight at the threat. A threat, so he snapped into action, surged upward, and aimed straight for the dark miasma that was feeding the dragon's power. He barreled straight in with full force, smashing his strike into the dragon. Sparks exploded outward and the beast's body seized up in violent spasms. Victory felt within reach. Then a sudden pulse behind him hit like a warning bell, and something even worse started forming in the shadows. Dark tendrils burst from the dragon's back, whipping up a terrifying storm of corrupted magical power. Above, glowing chains ripped down from the sky, and Kyle immediately knew those weren't just chains. They were ancient magic restraints built to destroy. Enchanted chains blasted down like spears, pinning the dragon in place and cracking the ground with a thunderous smash. Kyle thought those chains were locking the dragon away, until something felt horribly, unmistakably wrong. Miasma poured through the chains in a way it never should, and suddenly it hit. Those chains weren't holding him back at all. They were feeding the corruption, spreading it deeper. It turns out those magical restraints weren't magic at all. They were conduits, pumping the dragon with a steady stream of deadly toxic energy. These weren't chains of protection at all. They were brutal tools of endless torment, locking the dragon in cursed, non-stop agony. As the ruins collapsed, terrified screams tore through the air. Everyone bolted for shelter, desperate to outrun the miasma that was coming back. A blazing shield of light slammed overhead, turned the falling debris to harmless specks, and kept the whole crew protected. Kyle's voice thundered across the battlefield, begging the professor to run, while Kyle stayed right where the danger was. Kyle suddenly realized he'd built that barrier with his own magic, just to shield them as they fled. While the chaos raged, Kyle kept his eyes forward, stood alone, because he knew every extra step from them would slow his next move to a crawl. Sykes clenched his fist, feeling the professor's iron resolve, and knowing the hardest choice was letting Kyle step into the fight. Chains snapped around Lisa in midair, and before anyone could react, everyone's minds went blank, because the professor's fate suddenly looked uncertain. Kyle let out a relieved laugh, grinning at everyone as he shouted that he'd be back the moment the fight was over. Even with worry gnawing at them, his friends backed him all the way, shouting for Kyle to survive while swearing they'd wait right there for him. No choices left, so he charged the dragon again, and this time he fully unleashed everything he had. A raging blaze tore across the land as a furious dragon roared for revenge for its fallen kin. The Eastern warrior didn't bring death at all. He hurled the beast deep under the earth, sealing it beneath the ground. That brutal duty crashed down on a grieving mage, someone the dragon's unstoppable fury had already shattered into ruins. As those ancient chains snapped apart, wild magic exploded forward, right as the boy watched the sealed beast finally wake up. With his eyes wide in disbelief, Kyle watched the dragon's massive body throb back to life, its power roaring under the snapped restraints. The shattered depths tore open as the dragon finally fully formed, and Kyle hung there, frozen, right before its awakening presence. Kyle perched on the rubble, staring up in stunned awe as the towering beast looked bigger than ever, like it had just swallowed a whole new monster form. Staring at the wrecked battlefield, he finally let out a breath of relief. Those civilians had made it out before the ground caved in and everything erupted into chaos. He crept closer, then suddenly froze, because the dragon spoke up and recognized him, its voice shaking with raw emotion. With narrowed eyes, the creature hissed a warning to Kyle. Run, because what's coming is far worse than this. Kyle clocked that the dragon was still fully aware, so he steadied his nerves and answered its sudden, vicious roar with calm, unshaken control. A magic current surged through him, and glowing rings snapped tight around the beast, pinning it in place. Suspended in midair, he murmured an apology and swore he'd purge the vile miasma, poisoning the dragon's soul. Kyle hurled his spell forward, and a fierce burst of light detonated, cleaning everything to perfection with zero hesitation. When the blinding magic finally vanished, Kyle's eyes snapped open to a breathtaking landscape, forged from something he'd either sworn was deep memory or pure truth. Then visions erupt. Two young dragons glide through the sky, calm as can be, like memories or ghostly illusions rising from deep inside the mind. Suddenly, a vile shadow slammed down from above, hurling spears of corruption straight into the white dragon's helpless body. Burning skies tore open as the black dragon unleashed devastation. Its grief curdled into flames that struck the human kingdom. A lone knight burst through the smoke, blade up, rage blazing as he hunted vengeance for the countless lives that were stolen. Standing over the fallen beast, the warrior gritted his teeth as the mage below started the sealing ritual. Kyle realized the humans and dragons were ripping each other apart, and once vengeance seized the beast, it stopped caring who got hurt. Even crushed, the dragon pleaded for death, convinced that only its life could pay for what it had done. Still, the knights broke into gentle smiles, turning away revenge and insisting that mercy was the real strength and the real backbone of the human heart. Inside, the dragon snapped to it. Miasma had scrambled its mind, stealing memories, but purification's blazing light forced them back one by one. When Kyle thrust his hand out, the dragon finally got it. He'd been forgiven, and the boy was grinning like pure sunlight. Kyle stood on shattered stone, glaring at the dragon like, "You've survived 1,000 years of brutal, silent torment." As Kyle held the reborn form in his arms, he spoke with warmth, urging Kyle to forgive himself instead of drowning in endless regret. With a gentle smile, he confessed his belief that not every human comes with hatred or sets out to hurt. The dragon's eyes blazed with feeling, and in a soft, steady reply you could finally see it. Understanding had reached the very core of his heart. Moments later, the chaos faded, peace settled in, and the little dragon curled up right by the boy's feet, fast asleep. Exhaustion crushed Kyle as he drifted through the floating ruins, panicking because everything around him was collapsing, and he had no clue how to get out with it all. Right there, a mysterious door shimmered inside a magical barrier, untouched by all the destruction and chaos around it. As he inched closer, it hit him. This wasn't just any passage. It was a portal locked down to keep him safe on the way back. He burst through the door and heard his name shouted by familiar voices. His friends had been waiting the whole time, refusing to lose hope. When Kyle saw the Pope and realized they'd been guarding the entrance for him, he broke into a grin, his heart overflowing with their unshakable love and trust. Tears streamed down his face as he finally stepped through the doorway, reunited at last with everyone who'd been waiting in tense, breathless silence. Their relief instantly fizzled into curiosity, and their eyes snapped to the tiny creature dozing peacefully in Kyle's arms. When they pressed him for answers, he finally cracked. Yeah, the sealed dragon-'s been purified and it's resting in quiet peace now. Even with protests ringing in his ears, he strode forward with zero doubt, vowing to take care of it himself. The crew huddled together, staring at how tiny that dragon was. And before anyone even knew it, they felt a strange, instant connection snap into place. Kyle broke it all down, then subdued the dragon with pure control, and stepped up to guard it until it was safe. Everyone nodded in full agreement. Only he was trustworthy enough to truly understand and to speak up with the real comments. Even though approval hadn't come through yet, the professor still saw Kyle's stubborn determination. And Kyle snapped into action, taking the responsibility with a bright, confident grin. Once Kyle's squad rolled back in, they told the officials about the dragon's purification and the crystal they'd unearthed. When the sealed relic and the dragon lit the room with worry, Professor Raygod's calm analysis snapped everyone's panic into order in seconds. To honor Kyle's request, the principal took guardianship of that powerful primordial crystal, keeping it safe at all costs. Beneath the moon's glow, Kyle paced and replayed the chaos in his head, while Tyrotarius's cryptic message burned like a riddle he couldn't ignore. Clutching that tiny dragon in his arms, Kyle steadied his resolve and set it straight. This wasn't a choice, it was a command from his master. Meluna reported a false lead. Her spell sniffed out the clatter in a monster-packed ruin, not Vespero. The ruins showed no enemy, just a twitching hive crawling with monsters, and she blasted it apart with her magic before it could even fight back. Kyle leaned in, eyes wide, as Meluna confirmed the dragon's horde was real, and even her battle-tested instincts couldn't believe it. Old legends claimed an ancient hero handed a dragon the job of guarding the primordial crystal, a treasure so powerful it could reshape fate. Kyle finally exhaled when the mission pulled through, but the relief didn't last. Professor Relicia was still out cold, her mind still snagged by that memory tampering. Meluna looked at Relicia and couldn't hide her worry. She demanded to know if those stolen memories could really come back untouched. Kyle stared at Vespero's magic, rare, relentless, and sunk deep into the roots, until it became almost impossible to pull memories back. He swallowed the shock, then swore he'd check Relicia's condition himself, nervous in his chest but blazing with determination. Just before Kyle could reach her, Kitty slammed in and shouted that it was an emergency. Relicia herself was in trouble. They bolted into the ornate chamber, staring in disbelief as a glowing magical seal pulsed behind the locked doors. Professor snapped that Relicia had a plan. She stormed into the prison and slammed the path shut behind her. Kyle stitched the clues together and couldn't shake the feeling that Relicia had been pushed into it, either tricked or willingly swept along by someone's influence. Worried voices pounded Kyle's ears, begging him to break the seal, but even the experts there admitted it. No one else had a prayer of pulling it off. Kyle snapped his fingers and slammed out complex magic, leaving everyone around him stunned as the ancient glyphs answered his command with perfect precision. With a brutal surge of power, the mighty seal cracked open, screaming away the doors, and exposed the hidden chamber beyond. Ralicia stood in the prison chamber, locked eyes with Eliza as Kyle burst in a few moments later. As soon as Eliza clocked Kyle, she didn't flinch, because she'd already seen him coming and fully expected him to step in. With a sharp, confident grin, Relicia admitted she'd seen Kyle shatter her seal coming, because only unmatched magic could pull that off. When they pressed her, Relicia finally snapped. She needed closure with Eliza, the student she once had, even though the memories were all stitched together by lies. Right before she headed out, she looked Kyle in the eye, thanked him from the heart, and rushed out a heartfelt apology for all the mess her actions had caused. Relicia stumbled back to her cell, her head spinning with doubt about Eliza's real motives and what those words were supposed to mean. Then he leaned in and quietly asked what Eliza said. She answered with a gentle, sincere thank you, and it totally caught him off guard. She took the victory in her own hands for helping Relicia feel like she belonged. Then she turned to Kyle and demanded he remove her chains. Kyle turned down the request, and instead of just saying no, he poured out his thanks, because the professor's lost memories were restored completely. As Eliza sank back in silence, she spat out a bitter, regretful mutter, furious that she'd let herself do the very thing she'd been trying to avoid. Relicia flashed a radiant grin and practically begged Eliza to face her wrongs, and to come visit her someday. With a sharp laugh, Eliza brushed off the gesture, but deep under that calm, bitter face, her emotions churned. That night, all alone in his room, Kyle laid out the ritual circle and set the resting dragon in place. He shot his name over first, then asked what the dragon was called, only for it to mumble back saying it had. Now that he finally grasped the ancient magic, the dragon looked at that circle and knew it was a binding covenant, one that chained their destinies together. Kyle offered to break the seal himself, but then he pivoted, telling the dragon to stop and rebuild its strength first. A dragon stared hard at Kyle's choices, shaking with rare sincerity and an almost unbearable wave of human compassion. He admitted kindness like that could get you killed in this world, but he still saw how powerful it really was. Kyle's presence surged with power and soul, hitting me like I was standing face to face with something no mortal could ever fully grasp. Trust blossomed out of nowhere, the dragon latched onto the bond, and they both geared up to kick off their journey together. The Covenant slammed down strict rules, traded thoughts, drew up Monix changes, demanded obedience with hard limits, and kept everyone locked in, no matter how far apart they were. With a soft nod, the dragon sealed the pact, and just like that, it officially became Noah, taking the name from Kaya. Noah stared at the name and grilled where it came from, then Kyle finally cracked and explained its foreign meaning. Noah didn't even hesitate. He swore his loyalty under the Covenant on the spot, and in one clean move, he accepted Kyle as his master. A brand new bond snapped into place, and both of them lit up with satisfaction, because their journey kicked off on pure trust, shared purpose, and smooth harmony. Kyle's crew at Royal Magic Academy finished their first semester, and his friends can't wait, they're buzzing with joy as they prepare to head back home. Sykes trades secrets for a training deal with his father, while Katie drops drills and picks family. Kyle bursts through the door, and his adoptive parents pull him into a tearful hug, so choked up with pride that it turns into real, growing love right there. During summer, everyone either grinds through training or kicks back to rest, while Kyle soaks up calm days, right there with his loyal black companion by his side. Students pour back into the academy, brimming with fresh power and ironclad resolve to kick off their second semester. Leonard storms out of the Lakewood estate, clutching his parents, crushing expectations, and marching straight into the Magic Battle Festival. With iron certainty, Leonard swears he'll become the Academy's strongest, flashing lightning magic like a badge of honor. He vows to crush a mysterious rival girl and snatch the championship of this year. Leonard's father snaps that a dangerous newcomer is coming, the infamous cursed child everyone whispers about, said to be showing up this year. Mocking laughter bursts out as the nobles sneer at the cursed child's F rank, treating his life like trash. Nobles sneered at Kyle's adoptive parents, sneering about their own lack of children and laughing at Kyle's adoption like it was a joke. Anticipation spikes, and that nobleman flashes a crooked grin, hunger blazing as he waits for this year's magical showdown to erupt into pure chaos. Kyle stepped back into class and instantly got swarmed with warm smiles. His cheerful friends greeted him, and they all traded laughs and summer stories like the fun never ended. Kitty and Sykes lock onto another buddy, and then boom, when Kyle shows up, they all reunite, trading big excited smiles and non-stop friendly gestures. Stunned by them showing up, Kyle grinned and praised his friends for noticing something off. He could feel his magic growing stronger. Kyle blew up their confidence, praising every one of his classmates, while they proudly shared what they'd trained for, all fueled by the guidance he gave them before. As they chat about the dragon's condition, a mysterious teacher snaps, getting visibly annoyed at the noise swelling out of control. With a presence that crushes the air, Professor Freya shuts the whole class down in an instant, her booming magical voice seizing control the moment she speaks. She flashes a casual smile at the startled students, because she realizes their ears are still ringing from her sudden entrance. Freya's shock keeps ballooning as Kyle steps up and volunteers with zero hesitation, and the whole F class comes back tougher, because every single one shows up on perfect attendance. Professor Freya spots Kyle's fingerprints on the class's wild transformation, and she can't help but stare in awe at the way he's secretly taken the lead. She fires up the whole class to keep that momentum, and one inspired student beams and agrees right away. Freya burst out that today's lesson just got flipped. This time, they're drilling for the upcoming school festival. Every class has to put on a public magic show, no hiding, because the performances are judged in front of elite guests and the stakes are through the roof. Tension snaps into place when Freya reveals that their audience isn't just anyone. Family members and top-tier elites from the Magic Association are sitting right there. Professor Freya slings past project stories at them, and the whole class buzzes as they start plotting their performance. The group hurls wild ideas, Sykes freezes up mid-sentence, everyone else looks totally lost, and then boom, Kyle gets called out straight to his face. Sykes pitches a wild plan packed with magical attacks, daring the audience to survive the most intense experience imaginable. Kyle and the others slam the violent idea down, pushing Sykes to ditch it and come up with something safer and way more creative. He practically jumps out of his seat, urging everyone to hit a haunted house, and it totally throws his classmates off since they've never even heard of supernatural thrills. Curious classmates catch the conversation midway and beg to tag along, and the haunted house idea hooks them instantly. Sykes laid out the haunted house idea, and the whole room leaned in, because the chance to trap the audience in real magic sounded absolutely wild. Kide points to the place, and Kyle's imagination goes wild, He's already picturing eerie effects and preps the perfect spells ahead of time. The whole class gives a unanimous thumbs up. And with that verdict locked in, the F-class jumps straight into building a magical haunted attraction. Shreya pushes them to choose a leader. But before she even finishes, the students are already pointing to the one they want. Chosen unanimously, Kyle steps up as the leader with pure grit, swearing he'll shatter every expectation they ever had. He cooks up a sneaky promotion plan, urging his classmates to spread rumors and light the fuse of public curiosity. Meanwhile, Freya unveils the festival's ultimate showdown, the Magic Battle Festival, and the students stare in shock, terrified yet hooked. The announcement hits Kyle like a punch, and his heart rockets, because now the challenge and the pressure he can't outrun have officially landed. Elsewhere in the Magic Forest, lightning rips through the air as a mysterious student hones brutal elemental power. Cheers thunder through the room as Leonard flexes his strength, and the whole class celebrates his win over the ogre. Confidence surges through Leonard as he declares that noble blood is the real source of power. Then he vows he'll crush the battle that's coming. Kyle and his classmates barreled into the capital, hunting down the exact materials they'd need for the festival. Keedy marched them to a tailor shop they knew well, and Mithra lit up as the moment they walked in. They laid out their plan and demanded huge black and white fabric, perfect for the currents and the props. Hearing the request, Mithra leaned in and led them straight into a secret storage area tucked deep inside the shop. Wrapped in endless rolls of fabric, the crew gasped as Mithra snatched the perfect bolts, matching every detail like it was nothing. Mithra handed enchanted fabrics one blocking light and the other, breathable enough to slip in unseen for hidden movement. While the boys checked out the materials, Mithra and Keedy traded playful jabs over her prints. Teasing sparked fast between them. After they finally swapped goodbyes, Keedy threw a big wave as the whole crew geared up to march back to the academy. Before they split up, they locked in their plan, scouting the dorm rooms and taking measurements so they could nail the perfect curtain sizes for the festival. Kyle, freshly crowned as the new group leader, was urged to strike out through the capital on his own to handle the upcoming preparations. Even though he wasn't sure, Kyle finally took the group's advice, because leaders have to steer through battles even when they're standing alone. With their cheers fueling him, he strolled through the capital, stumbling into jaw-dropping sights, strange little oddities, and warm, friendly merchants. Kyle finally sat down with a piece of bread in his hand, and he couldn't deny it. This city was dripping with magical charm. Suddenly, wild magical energy erupted nearby, and Kyle felt chaos boiling somewhere far off, like the whole universe was about to snap. Right before anyone could react, furious strangers burst around the corner, shouting with raised voices, threats hanging in the air, intentions totally unclear. Kyle watched the danger spike as three armed men circled a person, their aggressive tones screaming that this wasn't a warning, it was a threat. To his shock, the girl in the middle yawned like it was nothing at all, totally unbothered by the men closing in with hostility. She didn't even blink. She unleashed a crushing force that sent the attackers flying backward like ragdolls. In a heartbeat, the assailants crumpled, confusion exploding as that savage magical pressure bent the ground around them. Two thugs lunged to fight back, snapping up a protective wind wall and trying to wrestle control back, then strike. While the barrier pinned the attackers in place, she shot him a quick look and yanked him along without a second thought. Fear slammed into him, and he shoved her forward, driving them through the alley as they fled for their lives. They sprinted through tight paths, then burst into a quiet zone hidden away from prying eyes. Still gasping for air, they realized something chilling. Crime didn't just stalk dark alleys, it showed up even in this massive, glamorous city. Right before they split, the girl leaned in and quietly asked his name, her eyes lingering like she'd just found something she couldn't ignore. With a calm voice and steady stare, she finally dropped her name. Yuna, right there, no hesitation. Then he shot back a friendly introduction, waved goodbye with a grin, and Yuna just quietly nodded to let him know she'd seen him. When she finally found herself alone, her face shifted in a way that gave away secrets she never said, and she just stood there in the courtyard silent, but heavy with meaning. From the shadows, the thugs slammed back together, rage burning bright as they vowed revenge for the humiliation they took earlier. Without even raising her voice, Yuna snapped a cold warning at them, and power surged around her, shutting down every last threat. Threatening magic froze the attacker in place. Then her power surged like a storm as his body buckled and collapsed, and that final warning turned deadly. Elsewhere, a nobleman stared into the quiet air, fuming at the thought of where Yuna had slipped off to this time. She stomped back home, grumbling nonstop, annoyed as hell but still brushing it off like it was nothing, just a tiny headache. Yuna didn't just get lucky, her unmatched strength was earned, not gifted. She's the dual-time champion of the Magic Battle Festival in the Ice Division. Jill Alvarez, her father, and the Earth King stood tall with pride, because her legacy was being built right from the ground up. She acted annoyed, sure, but the tiny shift in her face gave it away, and that steady composure hit a strange, unfamiliar spark. Sensing the shift, Jel leaned in with buzzing curiosity, secretly delighted by the rare warmth that spilled from her. She stared at the boy's smile and stayed quiet, totally thrown off by how that memory refused to fade, like it was burned into her brain. Kyle and his classmates tore into gathering supplies, snapping into sync and coordinating every move as the haunted house build kicked off. So pumped about the progress, one student pushed to test the setup early, and he couldn't stop wondering how scary it would feel. Inside, dim candlelight danced over broken furniture, and the foggy shadows swallowed the room, turning everything into a chilling, unsettling hush. As they pushed deeper, the air turned heavy with crushing darkness, and those black curtains swallowed the world with an eerie, instant change. A sudden blur skimmed Kyle's neck, and the whole crew snapped into panic. Curiosity instantly got replaced by pure gut-churning fear. Kyle kicked up a tiny breeze and panic instantly erupted. Then he broke it down, showing how those little changes turned the eerie tension up to full blast. Katie's water magic slipped out as just droplets, but it still blasted him so hard it nearly knocked him out cold. He coaxed her in softly, but Sykes unleashed way too many ghostly wisps, swamping the test scene almost completely. They sprinted through the last-minute setup, tossing skeletons, costumes, and decorations into place before daylight even had a chance to fade behind those clouds. They slathered on fresh paint, cranked up the effects, and finished every last prep just as the sun sank behind the rooftops. Night fell when Kyle and Sykes were yanked aside, and that mysterious group clustered in eerie silence. Word hit the streets that tomorrow was the Magic Battle Festival qualifiers, and every class had to rush to pick their fighters. With everyone backing them, Kyle and Sykes were chosen. Then the memory of that brutal battle from months ago came roaring back. Even though he used to feel ashamed of being stuck in F class, one classmate confessed that Kyle's win flipped his whole world around. He finally owned his pride in the class, roaring encouragement as soon as he realized effort beat placement every single time. One student finally admitted his guilt, then pointed out that Kyle's attitude had been the spark that turned F class into something far tougher. Kyle stood there saying nothing as it hit them. Once they were together, surrender was dead, no matter what class ranking tried to claim. Fueled up and ready, his classmates vowed to go all out and roar for him in tomorrow's match, no matter what. Their courage roared louder and louder, stomping out fear as they threw down their declaration of independence, choosing to stand proud in exactly where they belonged. What used to feel like total failure suddenly flipped into pure joy. F-Class finally threw their doors open and embraced life at the academy. As the storm inside everyone calmed down, Kyle leaned in and silently studied Sykes, sensing that heavy, unsaid burden lurking in those thoughtful eyes. Still reeling from his past failures, Sykes blurted out that his own weakness might have set the whole disaster in motion. He finally cracked open the truth, owning his dark reputation, and thanked his classmates for taking him in on the spot, no hesitation, no judgment. With a steady voice, Sykes finally showed his real gratitude, and for the first time his peers truly saw him and made him feel valued. Their classmates erupted in laughter and cheers, promising they'd back Kyle and Sykes all the way as Kyle and Sykes got ready to compete. Beneath the towering academy, 12 fighters stood ready, one picked from each class to fight for a spot in the competition. Year after year, the picked students would rise and clap, because the ultimate showdown was already waiting for them on the main stage. Kyle demanded to know why they were doing all of this, but Sykes was sure that unity and the victory it would unlock would bring joy to everyone. Confidence blazed in Sykes' eyes. He dared Kyle to stop holding back and fight for real. With magic blazing, Kyle's partner rocketed ahead, swearing they'd be waiting for him at the summit of the fight. Beneath the moonlit sky, Kyle and Sykes gripped their nerves tight, because these qualifiers would put them through the ringer before anything else even started. Together, the two promising first years clenched their fists and dared the upperclassmen to face them in brutal battles. They sealed their vow beneath starlight, and when victory felt optional, they decided to take their rightful place. At the crack of dawn, the candidates packed outside the nomination hall, pacing and waiting to be chosen inside training room 2. Eyes locked ahead and hearts rock steady, the first years strode forward with smiles stretched over nerves and pure determination. Kyle and Sykes leaned over the bracket board, and once the class placements lit up, the next matchups and group formations snapped into place. The students sized up the lineup, tension snapped in the air, and a D-class forcefully crashed the scene, laughing and mocking everyone, shattering the whole mood. Suddenly, Garden from his class burst in. His confident comeback shut the room down cold and left the aggressor reeling, totally stunned. They locked eyes and instantly remembered the magic forest, and Garden poured out her heartfelt thanks for what they'd done before. With a wide grin, Garden replayed that clash in their mind, because that day real strength was finally put on the table. Garden and his ally roared for revenge, swearing they'd take back the honor they were sure had been ripped from them. Kyle and Sykes didn't budge. They warned that no matter how determined they were, overwhelming strength and skill would crush it. Tension snapped like a wire, and that instant kicked off the brutally intense tournament that would go down as the most savage in the Academy's history. Cheers thundered the moment the first round kicked off, and F-Class thrust their fists up, yelling loud and proud even with everyone doubting them. As the students surged around them, they erupted into laughter, totally thrown off by F-Class's unstoppable spirit, mocking them for celebrating a defeat that looked guaranteed. Freya declared the duel between D and F-Class, and Sykes lunged in so fast that his opponent got swallowed by the chaos. Then boom, he claimed a victory nobody saw coming. In the second round, the crowd's roar only grew louder as Freya hyped yet another shock contender. Sykes stood victorious, again. Kyle strode forward with pure confidence, staring down the Red from D-Class while the crowd roared and sharp eyes pinned him in place. Red sneered like he owned the whole arena, barely even reacting to the cheers, and Kyle's calm entrance didn't even hit him as a real threat. Whispers about Kyle's insane strength flew around fast, but Red shut it all down, calling it desperate nonsense from a class that's lost its mind. The referee slammed the signal for the second match, and Red cracked a blazing spell, taunting Kyle's look with pure, ruthless confidence. Red lunged with his deadliest attack, and right in the middle of it, something invisible slammed into his spell, freezing his move without warning. Dozens of wind spears whipped around him, pushed him under, and the Red faded. Kyle's victory was announced, and the F-Class erupted in triumph. A brutal blast slammed into the arena floor, jolting Kyle out of his skin, while everyone else froze and gawked with wide, stunned eyes. Up in the rafters, unseen watchers stared down from above. One of them barked that the second round had to end, and the fighters raced toward them fast. With fists blazing above his head, a fiery contender dared Kyle and Sykes to go head-to-head in the final showdown. Down, they stood tall, locked in their wins, and crushed the qualifiers with total F-Class dominance, shattering every single expectation thrown at them. Now the final matchups were locked in. A-Class challengers would clash with F-Class, and the rivalry heat shot through the roof. Freya practically burst with excitement as she revealed Garden from A-Class. Then the final's first challenger stepped in, radiating an overwhelming presence that swallowed the room. Gasp burst from the crowd as Garden unveiled a brutal, game-changing act. Then students started pressing him for answers, questioning how strong he really was and whether his new strategy could even work. Kyle shot Sykes a concerned look, staring down Garden's terrifying power. Then Sykes just smiled, calm as ever, showing zero fear and not a single hint of hesitation. With Sykes rock steady, he swore to push through every enemy he'd face, no matter what disaster waited around the corner. The second the match started, Garden lunged forward like a bullet, raw, brutal speed pushing him in hard, ready to end it in one strike. Then he slammed his massive axe down like a lightning strike, swinging it to split even the toughest armored monsters clean in two. The impact blasted the ground and rattled the whole arena, yet Sykes slammed it back and didn't budge an inch. The defense hit like a thunderclap and the crowd gasped. Right in that same heartbeat, tension snapped tight between the two fighters. Just as Garden tried to react, Sykes slammed back with a decisive counter, reminding everyone loud and clear that this wasn't a brawl of raw brute strength. As soon as Garden spun at the alarm, he felt brutal magic slam into focus behind him, locking in on his back with zero hesitation. Magic energy blasted through his blade, and Sykes proved that true power isn't brute force, it's the art of control. The whole crowd exploded the moment victory was declared. In fact, the class's swordsman stood proud and tall, finally claiming his spot with real honor. From the ground, Garden stared at his defeat and finally understood it. Sykes' magic control had flipped the whole fight against him. Even with the tension in the air, Sykes stepped in with advice, praising the Garden's strength and urging a few smart upgrades with a hint of respect. Realizing they could both go further, he pushed his dream forward, two magic swordsmen fighting side by side, chasing the one true piece. Freya roared that the long-awaited final match was here, and she summoned both contenders onto the battlefield as the tension snapped tighter and tighter. A-Class locked in its goal calmly as Kyle waved with total confidence. Then the final showdown between the top reps finally kicked off. Spectators leaned in as both fighters nodded to readiness, planting their feet and squaring up to let everyone see which class truly had the upper hand. Killigal grinned without a second thought. Her confident voice didn't hide a thing, because she truly believed her victory was already locked in. Kyle shot back with pure determination, because the final round of the Magic Battle Festival had officially kicked off, and it was a dead-even fight. The final match kicked off, then boom, everyone's eyes snapped to Year Two's house as the confusion exploded. Electric sparks tore through the stadium, and everyone in the stands froze, staring in helpless silence, because the barrier swallowed the view of what happened inside. A desperate student screamed from agony, and Leonard calmly stepped in like it was nothing, laying out how the arena's region boundary throws off the rules. He smirked coldly, flat out refusing to surrender, because this magical field was his rare, risk-free shot at pushing forward. Lightning crackled from his hand as he unleashed it on instinct, convinced it would keep him alive, while he ignored every single plea for mercy. Electric crackled and danced across the arena as Leonard flashed a grin, ready to unleash a brand new magical technique no one had ever seen. Caligul snapped a razor-sharp gust from his hand, but Kyle whipped up Windwall on the spot and shut it down. Hanging in midair, Kyle hurled wind magic infused with crushing grief, blasting the field with compressed force that hit with terrifying pinpoint accuracy. In the festival's final qualifier, he unleashed non-stop magic at her, leaving her not a single inch to breathe. While the crowd roared over Kyle's wall skills, one student felt a weird shift creeping in behind his control act. Pelagal lunged forward with her spear and shut the distance, but Kyle kept his footing, backing away and raining ranged spells from afar. Whispers ripped through the students as Garden clocked Kyle's wild, unusual strategy during the brutal showdown. Doubt clawed at Kyle's mind, and he couldn't shake the fear that Caligul wasn't just after a win. He was hunting to wipe Kyle out completely. Watching her stance and every move, Kyle snapped to the truth. She'd switched into a monster-hunting counter style. Caligo stared at Kyle's crushing strength and knew that blasting her magic all on her own still wouldn't be enough to crack him. She ripped forward with wind magic that made her rocket ahead, locked on perfect timing, and pushed for an opening with nothing but razor-precise execution. Telugu surged ahead, drove by the rush of wind, and blasted everything forward in a single strike to smash straight through Kyle's defense. She tore through the barrier and launched straight at Kyle, who just stood there frozen inside his windbound zone. Right before the spear could slam into him, Kyle burst into wind steps, dodging the strike with mind-blowing aerial control. In a blink, they swapped positions, agility magic surging through them as they dodged, outplayed, and caught the other off guard. With Kyle already airborne, his sword shot upward past spear range, and Telugal had to really think about her next move. Caligul screamed out her ultimate spell, Windspear Asterisk, then slammed it down toward Kyle with crushing, unstoppable force. Kyle spotted the danger instantly and snapped into action, casting Windiness to tear the projectile apart with surgical control. Kyle saw the work she put in, then steadied himself and prepared his counterstrike, swearing he'd hit back just as hard and just as fast. A huge burst of light detonated from his spell, blasting everyone nearby into panicked eye shields. Spectators gawked as the battlefield got swallowed by a flash so bright it blinded everyone, and nobody had a clue who even survived. As the dust finally cleared, everyone went stone still, staring hard at the broken ground where that spearhead was buried. The battlefield turned into a massive crater, debris scattered everywhere. Then one lone figure burst out of the smoke. Smoke curled in the air as Kyle stood there, ringed by classmates, totally unharmed but baffled, while questions about Caligul's whereabouts erupted all around him. Garden's jaw dropped in pure shock when Caligul casually reappeared right behind him, untouched, like that blast never even happened. Then Caligul spoke like it was nothing, while she vanished mid-blast, because she'd already seen the explosion would swallow the whole stadium floor. When the dust finally cleared, everyone went death still, staring at the broken ground where the spearhead was planted deep. A giant crater gaped where the battlefield debris used to be, and through the choking smoke, one lone figure burst into view. Kyle stood there with his classmates closing in, unhurt but totally baffled, while frantic questions about Calico's whereabouts erupted all around him. Garden snapped in shock when Caligul strolled back behind him, untouched by that earlier blast. Caligul spoke like she had nothing to fear, then ripped free in the middle of the blast, because she'd already guessed the explosion would swallow the whole stadium floor. Everyone geared up for the festival, clueless that across town, something far more dangerous was already spiraling into motion. In the second-year qualifiers, one student got hauled off unconscious, and the whole crowd instantly erupted in panic. A bystander jumped in and laid it out. The student wasn't physically hurt, he was mentally wrecked, overwhelmed beyond anything. During the match, he reportedly saw something horrifying, and after that he was left frozen, unable to function at all. With the questions piling up, everyone's gaze snapped to a lone figure slipping out of the building, his face still hidden, but his identity suddenly felt dangerously suspicious. Again, they never said a word as their paths finally crossed, and the air between them snapped with tension. Recognition hit him like a lightning bolt. This wasn't just power, it was the second-year rep everyone on campus feared for pure dominance. Known as Leonard, the wielder of Dark Thunder, his arrival sent shivers through the air, like trouble was creeping in toward the magic festival. Years ago, a blaze tore through the F-class dorm, and now the rumor has been burning across campus ever since. After class, some students swore they heard eerie whispers in the halls, while others insisted they actually caught the ghost staring right at them. Right before the new term started, teachers marched through the burned-out classrooms, where the walls still clung to flame-black scars. Freya crept around the site with razor-sharp caution, while Kyle slid a magic bracelet into her hands, just in case danger came crashing in. As the smoke hung in the air, Freya felt an unnatural heat claw at her skin. Her eyes narrowed, because she just knew Sykes had meddled again. Water dripped from above and left Freya totally baffled. Kyle guessed it might be the clue that Trace was hiding after the fire was finally put out. As Freya pushed forward, unnatural flames flared back to life, swirling around her like the past refused to stay buried. Coffins and burning crosses crowded the room as a skeletal hand clawed for the light, whispering raw, desperate agony. A charred skeleton clawed its way up, shrieking as flames licked its bones, and Freya just froze, eyes bulging at the nightmare staring back at her. Freya collapsed in a shuddering heap in front of the students, barely able to breathe as she urgently shouted that the bracelet was the only thing that mattered. Freya loosed a blazing fire arrow, warning the students that she'd almost turned it into a real disaster without even meaning to. With sweat pouring down her face, she shot an awkward smile and asked, half in doubt if they'd gone too far. Freya's terrified scream spread like wildfire, and just like that, people turned F-Class's dorm into a full-blown haunted legend. At the Royal Magic Festival, curious visitors flooded in by the thousands, lured in by the infamous. Even the headmaster's jaw dropped when the F-Class phantom slipped into the haunted house and stole the spotlight. Kyle's plan finally hit, and boom, students poured into the haunted house, raving that his rumors were genius and the whole thing was pure brilliance. Fueled by their past wins, F-Class went in ready to shock the guests one last time with a performance they'd never forget. Backstage, students yanked the props into motion, and the crowd erupted as the illusions burst to life in front of everyone. Crowds swelled and even rival academy students rushed in, lured by the whispers that Freya's breakdown was coming. A bold student laughed in Freya's face, mocking her tears while he spread the scandalous story she'd sworn to keep buried. Freya snapped at that teasing student and pressed him hard to spill exactly what rumors he'd been spreading. Still flustered, she admitted the story worked, and with a playful grin, joked that she'd spread it herself. With a smug grin, Freya called the whole line to order, and she fully leaned into the haunted vibe. That twisted, shocking story exploded past the campus gossip fast, turning F-Class's horror show into an instant, massive hit that everyone couldn't stop talking about. By day 2, the crowd count doubled overnight, and students and visitors were lined up, itching to get their nerves wrecked. Even when he worked non-stop, Kyle refused to slow down. His whole joy came from soaking up every second with his friends. Beaming from ear to ear, he stared at tomorrow like it was a spotlight, already picturing the celebration with his classmates. His friends swore they'd back him up, promising to roar louder than anyone else when tomorrow finally hits. With fresh grit in their hearts, everyone snapped back into action, haunting the halls, startling the guests, and putting on a full-throttle show like never before. When the sun finally slipped away, F-Class's unity turned their haunted house into a festival rumor so wild the laughter still echoed through the night. On the festival's final day, grand carriages thundered in, packed with nobles who traveled from far-off lands. Travelers poured in from all across the nation, all zeroing in on the academy, because one event had them absolutely obsessed. As every gaze snaps toward the moment everyone's waited for, the fierce and prestigious Magic Battle Festival finally explodes onto the scene. They burst into the grand arena, stunned as the Magic Festival grounds were packed with famous guests. A familiar voice burst into the moment. Kyle came sprinting in with bright, wild eyes, racing straight toward his parents like he couldn't wait another second. Kyle strutted in his academy uniform, tailor-made for his big role in the ceremony, proud as he could be. Maluna, Kyle's magical mentor, glided into view like a promise, then dropped bombshell news about what the festival truly really meant. Inside the venue, tension skyrocketed. Demio's sudden arrival left Kyle's father and everyone in the room reeling. Kyle's father set a proud hand on his son's shoulder and announced why he was there, like it mattered more than anything. The noble family exploded with vicious criticism, drowning Kyle in insults and screaming that his F-Class status proved he didn't belong. Kyle's father dug in and fought tooth and nail for him, refusing to swallow any judgment, even from his own brother. He kept his eyes locked on the mounting tension, realizing those grudges and prideful attitudes were never going to budge. Right then, Leonard strode in like he owned the place. Kyle's jaw dropped because he instantly recognized him as the noble's son. Leonard stepped in with steady calm, pushing everyone to hold back while making it clear that his father and uncle's fight wasn't finished. Without even thinking twice, he backed Kyle's ability and praised the way he crushed the qualifying rounds. Even if they hesitated at first, the noblemen finally caved when Leonard quietly flipped their view on who belonged where in the class ranks. Relief spread across their faces as Leonard shot out a handshake, daring Kyle to compete fairly, even with the promise of restraint. Kyle froze in place, staring as Leonard's hand flickered with faint magic, and Kyle could feel the hidden power roaring beneath that calm, smiling mask. He shot back with a playful grin, reading Leonard like an open book, yet both of them still held their cards close. Nobody trusted anybody all the way. Right then, Matilda burst in, yanked Leonard's arm, and snapped at him for escalating everything without a shred of clear reason. Then the upperclassman pressed forward, eyes full of worry, and reminded Leonard of his recent misconduct, right there after the qualifier. Two senior representatives leaned in and warned him softly, because the professors had ordered them to keep a close eye on every move he made. Leonard grinned in a way that felt dangerous, like trouble was just waiting to show up, and when it did, they'd be the ones facing him head-on. He snapped into action, ready to throw down, while Matilda panicked and insisted she never meant for any of this to turn into a fight. A mysterious girl slipped in without a sound, and her calm, commanding presence knocked everyone's defenses right out of place. She didn't hesitate, she marched right up to Leonard's, and the name Yuna Alvarez rang out through the tense crowd. Out of nowhere, a terrifying old elder barged into the jail, Earth King of the Magic Association, slamming in with a chilling warning that froze everyone in place. Smirking, Jill pointed at Maluna's strength and reminded everyone of the three attributes, ones that simply wouldn't stand for disgrace like this. Maluna clamped down on her rage as everyone else froze in shock, finally realizing she's the triple attribute, while she laid out why the Magic Festival mattered, how it earned worldwide respect and even swayed governments and power players around the globe. Crushing the event would have earned him glory, solid recognition, and a future his family could finally count on. Leonard sat in silence, and the truth hit him hard. Throwing away this chance to prove himself would be downright foolish. The moment the tournament got announced, everyone snapped into motion, eyes locked on the brutal competition waiting right around the corner. Yuna and Kyle strode side by side in total silence, their mutual confidence locking in their nerve and daring the world to try them. Kyle bowed in a sincere apology, and when Yuna remembered the kindness they'd shared before, her usual calm voice softened into something rare, steady, reassuring, and warm. As they pressed onward, Maluna and Jill leaned close and whispered about their promising students. They traded warnings about Yuna's terrifying power, but Maluna just smirked. She was sure Kyle could take the challenge. Joel fired back with one bold command, "Fight like your life depends on it." And Kyle shrugged it off like it was no big deal, shocking Joel more than the battle ever could. Maluna calmly dropped a bombshell. Kyle, at full power, had already blown past her limits. He tried to laugh it off, but the moment the implications sank in, tension surged through him. Down the academy halls, students felt it. Something dangerous was brewing just under the festival's bright, smiling mask. The grand stadium roared with cheers as the Magic Battle Festival's opening ceremony kicked off. Big, loud, and full of tension. Kyle Flayfield stepped forward with pure confidence, proudly standing as Class 1F's rep among the sea of spectators. Sykes Oldjoy stepped into the arena with calm, steady strides, and his eyes stayed locked on the prize, sharp and unmoving. Matilda Hugo, bold, bright, and impossible to ignore, shot a wave to the crowd, and everyone remembered her as last year's terrifying runner-up. Leonard Lake would slip in like a shadow, face unreadable, but every third-year student watched him like he was royalty, pure respect, no questions. Then Kadarka lifted his hand in silence, radiating calm, unshakable power as the last third-year contender got announced. Yuna Alvarez swept in like a storm in silk, untouched champion of the Ice Princess title, her icy aura sending chills rippling through the crowd. Side by side, the six chosen held their ground, fully set to seize victory in the Magic Battle Festival. With the old grade lines ripped away, these rivals have to unleash every ounce of magic they've got. No holding back. The Academy Principal's booming voice slammed through the hall, blasting the tournament officially open and kicking off a storm of brutal magical duels. The Grand 200 Magic Battle Festival kicked off for real, and thunderous cheers erupted from every direction as the trials began. Matchups got announced at lightning speed, and in the very first round, Kyle's jaw dropped, because he was suddenly thrown against Matilda in the tournament's most hyped clash. Ben and Leonard were about to collide in the second bout, while Sykes geared up to face the reigning champ Yuna. Kyle spun around, stunned by Sykes' opponent, and the two-time champion's looming presence snapped the air tight with tension. Instead of fear, Sykes' chest filled with pure adrenaline. This was his moment to finally clash strength with a legend no one could outmatch. As the contenders stormed onto the field, the crowd's worry spiked hard, especially for the young, underestimated Kyle. Some spectators jeered the F-class students, sneering that they were weak and nowhere near good enough for the Magic tournament stage. The elf's voice stayed cool and steady, and it promised the naysayers they'd see the truth for themselves sooner than they could blink. Soon, cold-class snobbery meant absolutely nothing when the real proof of power finally hit the battlefield through magical combat. With eyes burning bright, Kyle braced himself, because the tournament's first battle was about to kick off for real. That quick, silent nod between friends hit Kyle like a spark, giving him every ounce of support he needed before he stepped up. Matilda and Kyle stood tall like they owned the night, clenched fists tight, fierce-eyed in their throats, ready to strike. Across the arena, both fighters locked eyes from opposite ends as the crowd's roar pressed down on them. Matilda kicked things off with sharp teasing, daring the room to confirm those rumors about Kyle's hidden power. Was it real or just a lie? Kyle didn't waste another word. His aura surged hard, and the long-awaited first festival match finally kicked off. As the match kicked off, Matilda shot up into the air, and that creepy pressure blasting up from below made her skin crawl. Kyle stumbled into her ring of summoned spheres, and she went for the kill, launching her attack before he could even think about countering. Sharpened water magic tore through the air in deadly streams, blasting at her opponent from every angle. Dozens of water arrows slammed in from every side, but Kyle stayed locked in place, eyes steady, calm, and never wavering. A sudden snap in the air hit Matilda like a punch. Her instincts screamed before she even spotted him move. A colossal sphere of wind magic ripped through the air, swallowing the whole field in roaring, unstoppable magical force. Spectators gaped in disbelief, blown away by the massive precision of Kyle's sudden counterattack. At the heart of the arena, a raging wind pillar erupted, swallowing Kyle in a flood of blinding magical light. Matilda burst out of the vortex, launched by a raging barrier made of pure compressed wind. Kyle stood in the breeze like he owned the moment, then ended the match with one crushing, decisive move. With eyes wide as saucers, Matilda snapped to it. She'd stepped right out of the arena, and the match was already over. Whispers swept through the crowd, and disbelief gnawed at everyone as students stared, shouting, "How on earth did an F-class first-year pull it off?" People started whispering his name with awe, convinced those wild rumors barely even touched the real truth. The second the opener's winner was officially crowned, the whole crowd detonated in cheers. The match snapped shut with the young boy's shock win, leaving everyone watching stunned and completely blown away. Yunuo breathed out in quiet relief, but she buried her worry behind gentle words and a faraway stare. She snapped to the reality of it right away. His next opponent would be a whole lot stronger and far more merciless than anyone he'd faced so far. On stage, Leonard strode forward with iron confidence. Now squarely facing Ben, the battle-hardened senior feared for brutal, no-nonsense wins. When the crowd roared and then went dead silent, they fixed their eyes on Leonard's stance, already sizing up how this match was probably going to end. Leonard slowly held out his hand, wearing a polite smile like a mask while his real intentions burned underneath. With a tight, uneasy grin, he asked for a handshake, and in an instant, everyone nearby went confused, wary, and suspicious. He slipped magic out through his hand, quietly probing whether Ben could feel the danger crawling inside. Ben didn't back down. He stayed rock-steady and pressed hard, wondering if Leonard's power could truly keep holding out. Ben snapped at Leonard's recklessness, reminding him that the exact same manipulative move had already wrecked past victims. He gripped the handshake with unwavering resolve, swearing he'd deliver justice for the victims of Leonard's past magical cruelty. A sudden magic storm exploded between them, lightning snapping and crackling as both powers slammed into each other. No hesitation, no mercy. Spectators recoiled as Ben flared with radiant power, pouring it into a weapon of solid crystal, sculpted from sheer will. Leonard's confident grin snapped off the moment Ben's elemental affinity, Earth 1, hit him, and he realized he'd totally underestimated him until now. With rage blazing in his chest, Ben charged forward, ready to smash Leonard's arrogance and bring order back to the arena. The second match kicked off for real, and Kyle couldn't stop watching, because elemental affinity could decide everything. Even with the odds stacked against him, he was convinced Leonard's versatility made elemental matchups almost pointless when it came to who would truly win. Leonard unleashed a brutal counterattack, hurling countless lightning spears that lit up the entire dueling ground. Then he slammed down his earth armor, and in the blink of an eye, hardened rock fused with crackling magical power wrapped his body in unstoppable defense. Witnesses watched Ben unleash his plan, stacking crushing rock armor to soak up lightning hits and outlast Leonard with pure, unstoppable durability. With unwavering confidence, Leonard held his ground and warned, "Try launching an attack, and you'll get crushed instantly with no way back." Ben shrugged off the threat and slammed forward with a brutal charge, unleashing a catastrophic blast as clashing magic tore everything apart. Ben just stood there stone calm while he took the full hit, and his counterattack was already in motion. Leonard didn't hesitate. He fired a storm of lightning arrows, each one ripping through the air to land exactly on the armored figure. Gasps burst in the air as earth armor shattered, and lightning finally tore through Ben's defense, like it wasn't supposed to be breakable. Kyle leaned in with a calm voice and told him this. Elemental advantage only turns the tide when both opponents' magical power are neck and neck. Even with his defense holding up, Ben's plans started cracking as Leonard's superior magic output drowned out every attempt, until pushing back became almost impossible to keep up. Doubt slithered into Ben's thoughts when the brutal gap in magical power hit him like a punch. Even with the whole crowd staring, Leonard mocked him to his face, spitting out patronizing words and pushing him into surrender with a ruthless public glare. When he heard their pleas, Ben hesitated. Then his junior's worry hit him like a wave, reminding him exactly how heavy his resolve really was. Leonard flashed that mocking, fake kind smile, and figured Ben was only playing hero because the younger kid's emotional meltdowns had lit a fire under his pity. Armor fragments clattered to the ground as Ben shot down Leonard's assumption and drove straight to the truth, his motive blazing with sharp, unwavering resolve. A violent storm of stone shards tore forward at him, spiraling into place as a fresh surge of magic rebuilt it from nothing. Spectators gawked as Ben yanked his shattered armor back into shape, turning it into a massive, battle-ready hammer. Hammer, done playing around, stepped forward with pure resolve, determined to end the fight once and for all. Ben drove forward with a crushing, world-ending hit. His earth hammer slammed down like it meant to wipe it all out in one blow. Leonard snapped into action and hurled a lightning trident. One clean strike smashed Ben's hammer to dust before it ever hit the ground. With dozens more weapons swirling overhead, Leonard grinned wide, ready to unleash a brutal, bone-crushing magical storm. More as they watched from the sidelines, Kyle and the others just froze, stunned by how massive Leonard's power was. Just as the spell was about to hit, the referee slammed in, blowing the whistle and killing the match because the attack was way too brutal and dangerously out of control. The fight finally ended, Leonard declared victory and the crowd erupted, but the cheering got tangled with worry, while everyone else reacted in a mix of shock and relief. But as they watched in silence, the upperclassmen finally admitted they had no clue. Leonard's real magical potential still refused to be measured or pinned down. Kyle stepped forward like he owned the moment, calm on the surface, locked in his head, because his next match was against Leonard and it was coming straight at him. Both fighters locked eyes, totally locked in, silently bracing for the brutal clash that was coming and for whatever would be left after it. The arena crackled with energy as Scythe charged in, locking eyes with the champion for his very first duel. Even with doubts buzzing around him, Sykes stayed rock steady, chasing a goal so mysterious that no one had a clue what it meant yet. Kyle sat in silence, replaying the Sykes-defied odds people swore were ironclad and impossible to beat. Fueled by loyalty and pride, Sykes shot forward with raw intensity, ready to prove to every single one of them watching that he's got what it takes. In the grand arena, Sykes stood his ground against Yuna Alvarez, the undefeated Ice Princess, rock-steady despite everything. As Sykes squared up against him, he realized the elemental matchup was stacked against his chances. Yuna's aura blazed with ruthless control and crushing power, so strong it froze the crowd in pure intimidation. Even with all that pressure bearing down on her, Sykes leaned on Salamander, supercharged by Kyle's steady support and the relentless upgrades he kept pushing. He marched up to his powerful senior with unwavering resolve, praising her strength while hiding his own quiet determination. A blazing signal roared across the Colosseum as sparks and frost collided. Then their old, fated duel finally reignited. Sykes exploded into motion, flames roaring around him as he barreled forward and scorched the battlefield with pure reckless force. Yuna didn't even flinch. She met the Inferno head-on, struck with pinpoint precision, and blasted the flames out of the air before they could touch her. The explosion snapped her attention too late. Sykes had already hidden his real move in the blast. Plowing through the smoke, he lunged to smash her guard. Then Yuna snapped back the second he showed up, launching an ice lance. Unshaken by Kyle's tie to her, Yuna zeroed in and ended it fast. Cold mercy delivered like a blade. Yuna thrust her power outward and summoned jagged ice with ruthless intent, her calm face barely masking her absolute certainty that she'd win. Spectators stared as the spear snapped into existence, and Kyle immediately felt its brutal energy, panic spiking as he fought to protect his friend. Sykes hoisted his flaming blade high and screamed for Salamander's power, trying to smash through the crushing force bearing down on her. The weapon's color flared red, and dark flames roared as power surged. Yuna's eyes snapped wide at the unnatural blast. With blazing energy wrapped around her, Sykes pushed into her resolve, daring her to break every expectation all the way to the very end. Blue flames tore out of Sykes' blade, blazing hotter than ever, and even the stadium announcer couldn't keep his composure. Yuna stays rock steady, her face totally unchanged, brushing off the temperature shift like it has zero chance of throwing off her plan. Spectators scoffed at the flame's power, while a voice inside Sykes roared, telling him to never forget his purpose. Marquis All Delight sat in dead silence, staring hard, wondering if Sykes really swung that sword for himself, or just for show. With burning resolve, Sykes sprinted forward and snapped his flare saber loose, hell-bent on punching a hole through her icy rule. Unna swatted away Sykes, blazing charge like it was nothing, then blasted him with icy energy that crushed his full-powered attack. Gasps ripped through the crowd as the impossible finally struck. Those blue flames froze dead in midair. Some students stared in disbelief while others fired off harsh criticism, and a select few finally understood just how massive the power gap really was. Burning with shouted memories and pure frustration, Sykes roared in defiance, fighting tooth and nail to snatch back his shattered momentum. Yet her pinpoint strike came like a blade of ice, clean, unstoppable, and the crowd erupted, screaming his name in pure shock. An enormous ice pillar slammed down with a thunderous crash, instantly freezing the battlefield into total devastation. Spectators stood there in stunned silence, totally hooked, staring at the shocking ending that was hitting them in real time. Trapped in jagged crystal, Sykes crumpled unconscious, completely crushed by her merciless finishing technique. Murmurs died off in an instant as Kyle froze, helplessly staring, while his friend murmured a shocking apology. The winner got crowned in the blink of an eye, and Yuna stood there stone calm, untouched by the whirlwind of her savage victory. Ice snapped from deep underground with a sudden, violent crack, like the whole world flinched for it. With shards exploding out in every direction, flames howled as Sykes smashed the prison of enchanted frost wide open. Gasping in the melting cage, a raging blaze surged to life. Fire forged by sheer will, hammered together with pure despair. The Marquis's all-delightful smile spread like he just knew asterisk. Pain had finally started hammering the boy's resolve into something unbreakable. With scorched breath and shattered crystal still raining down, Sykes rose again. Only this time he awakened as a real magic swordsman. Murky still heard Sky's voice. His strength wasn't his at all, it was borrowed, slipping through the sword's blade. Even after all that training, Sykes still wouldn't grow. His blade did the talking because the strength inside him never showed up. Real mastery wasn't about steel at all. It was your soul steering every strike with ironclad will and purpose. Staring straight at the roaring flames, his determination burned away every last shred of fear, identity, and hesitation, until only absolute resolve remained. His magic detonated, shattering every limit, and with unshakable steps he declared he was done relying on his sword. Then the world finally gave him the recognition he earned. Cheers thundered as Sykes smashed Yuna's spell, snapping out of defeat, reaching up with wrath and blazing blue fire. Shaken to the core by his sudden breakthrough, Yuna demanded to know, had that kind of untapped, crushing magic always been inside him? Sykes, still doubting himself, muttered that he reckoned his power stopped right where the sword's reach began. With that brutal training still fresh, his mind replayed every scolding that sparked his resolve and woke the magic sleeping inside his soul. When danger struck, Salamander burst out, wrapping those Sykes in blazing flames and standing between him and every bit of harm. Shock ripped through the arena as Sykes finally synced with Salamander, unleashing his full magical power in a blazing burst. Instead of panicking, Yuna snapped her eyes shut mid-fight, pulled power inward, and drowned out the crowd's confused whispers. Magic crackled in the air as her impossible mana erupted, flooding the whole stadium and sending glowing particles scattering everywhere. Beyond the magic barrier, bone-chilling waves rolled into the crowd, showing the freezing pressure clamping down and condensing around UNIS's core. While everyone else panicked, the screen erupted with crackling light, and when it finally shattered, Yuna burst through, battered and knocked out from the crushing magical force still raging inside her. Accusations snapped into the air. Using forbidden power was reckless, but Sykes stayed calm, sensing the strike had been delayed by the sensors. Even after the warnings, he dug in and didn't flinch. Then Salamander's warning hit way too late as a massive spell detonated straight toward him. Flames burst out wild and feral from deep inside, and Sykes shoved through the doorway, hauling raw power through every inch of his body. Ripping through the sky above the chaos, he dived straight down with pure burning resolve and slammed his ultimate blaze blade attack without a second of hesitation. Then a crushing blast hit. The arena shuddered, roaring flames surged through everything, and the crowd went silent, staring in total awe. A violent crack tore through the barrier as Sykes' unstoppable assault smashed past the stadium's magical containment field. Gasps ripped through the crowd as the explosion tore through every defense, blasting smoke into the air and plunging everyone into chaos. The visibility vanished in an instant. Thick vapor swallowed the whole battlefield, and suddenly nobody could tell if Yuna was still alive. Through the thick mist, a towering icy fortress materialized. Yuna had unleashed Frozen Palace, her deadliest defensive spell. With a calm flick of her hand, she swung the gates open and pulled her opponent into the final phase. A creepy hush clung to the open gate, and nobody had the slightest clue what terrifying trap waited just beyond it. A sudden stampede of armored ice warriors exploded onto the battlefield, while Yuna's ultimate summon, the Frozen Valkyrie Cavalry, thundered forward into a full-on charge. Frozen Knights surged forward with brutal speed, and the wave of magical pressure rattled the ground like it might split. Spectators stared in pure disbelief. Nobody else with fire power had ever pushed Unit this far. Even with bruises all over him, Sykes stood his ground, and Yuna, of all people, couldn't help but give him quiet, rare respect. A creepy hush clung to the open gate, and nobody had a clue what deadly trap waited on the other side. Then bam, a full-blown stampede of armored ice warriors explodes out, and Yuna's ultimate summon hits like a nightmare. The frozen Valkyrie cavalry charging in. Frozen knights surged faster and faster, and their relentless magical pressure made the ground tremble like it couldn't take it. Crash dictators stared in stunned disbelief. No other fire wielder had ever shoved their unit this far. Bruised and battered, Sykes still stood his ground, and even Yuna gave his strength a rare, quiet nod. A brutal clash rocked the stadium to its core, and suddenly maintenance teams had to rush in while officials fought to claw control back from the chaos. Outside the medical room, Sykes' classmates paced and panicked, desperate to know if he'd truly made it through that brutal fight. Freya stormed up to the restless crowd and snapped that Sykes couldn't possibly recover peacefully with everyone roaring like this. Even with rumors screaming that Freya was badly hurt, she shot them down fast. Sykes didn't get injured at all. He just collapsed from pure crushing exhaustion. Once she calmed everyone down, she ushered the students away, and she couldn't help but blink in surprise at how tightly they stuck with him. Marquis All Delight burst in uninvited, grinning as he hailed the insane strengths the younger generation just proved in their duel. He stepped forward with humble pride and revealed he was Sykes' father, quietly glowing over his son's fearless performance. Even with Sykes keeping to himself, Delight couldn't miss the storm of affection and rock-solid loyalty pouring out from his gathered classmates. Freya nodded along and confirmed the boy was living a joyful school life, watching that news light up the Marquis's face with pure heartfelt happiness. With a flashback to their old talk, Delight spilled the truth. Sykes didn't just want to win, he wanted to beat both his father and another rival he had in his sights. Kyle Flayfield couldn't hold back. He practically blurted out that he wanted to learn under the legendary Sykes. Delight heard the whispers about Kyle, and she was convinced those powerful watchers would soon step in and size up the kid's true potential for themselves. Powerful magic leaders from every big faction slipped into the shadows, drawn in by the rumors, and Kyle's fame was climbing fast. Freya spotted Kyle standing beneath a sea of watchful eyes as the grand tournament geared up to roar back to life. Pride burning in his chest, Kyle strode forward, announced as the semi-finalist who took down a senior with effortless ease. The semi-finals pitted Kyle against Leonard, Lightning's genius prodigy and last year's terrifying festival runner-up. Uprose in awe as Leonard Lakewood strode in with total confidence, and the crowd instantly bowed to him because his past performances still hadn't been matched. Their past wins fueled the pressure. Both of them stayed unbeaten, so everyone was counting down to an epic showdown between two elite young contenders. Even with Leonard's big reputation looming, Kyle stepped forward first and thrust out a handshake, because for him, real strength is measured the moment skin meets skin. Leonard shot Kyle a stunned look, shocked by his fearless guts, as the whole air crackled and the fight was about to explode. Instead of stirring trouble, Kyle stayed cool and made it crystal clear. He wasn't the kind to hit back with hostility. Suddenly, lightning ripped across the arena. Leonard screamed his power out while his hand stayed locked tight around Kyle's. Even after that brutal discharge shook the air, Kyle kept his cool, calm eyes locked on Leonard's, fearless and never a single complaint. Leonard let go of the handshake first, visibly rattled, while Kyle offered a soft thank you, and a brand new understanding that hit Leonard straight in the chest. The match roared back to life, tension snapping tighter by the second. Leonard stared Kyle down, interrogating his words, and somehow those few words left Leonard shaken. The second the match officially kicked off, Leonard brushed off Kyle's claims, convinced that nobody could ever truly understand the fight he was fighting. Kyle snapped his fingers and hurled dozens of wind spears, freezing the crowd with how fast he stitched that magic together. Leonard refused to lose. He hurled lightning spears and taunted Kyle's simple ways, daring him to prove he was even worth standing there. Their first volleys slammed into each other midair, blasting energy everywhere as their magic powers tore through the arena in a furious clash. Kyle didn't slow down for a second. He ripped the sky with sharp wind arrows, pinning Leonard's defense with relentless precision and perfect timing. Kyle snapped into a second strike right away, driving Leonard to fend him off with lightning arrows as he waved it off as useless. As thunder and wind battered the sky, Leonard sneered at Kyle's magic, calling his moves basic first-year stuff. Kyle swallowed the insult, then unleashed dozens of tridents, shaped exactly like Leonard's earlier devastating signature technique. Spectators froze in shock as Kyle flawlessly repeated Leonard's move, showing just how deadly his mimicry and magical control really were. Even with the awe, he held back his full power, planning to grind Leonard down one hit at a time. Kyle didn't try to wriggle out of it, he straight up confessed his plan, mimic Leonard's style and hit him with his own moves. Kyle snapped the momentum around and hurled his copied trident straight into Leonard's exposed defensive zone. Leonard hurled lightning trident skyward, smashing an enormous hit right between the two magical barrages as they collided in midair. To everyone's shock, the tridents vanished the second Kyle landed his blows, each attack erased clean, with not a trace left behind. Unshaken and cool as ice, Leonard calmly showed that his power had completely erased every single one of Kyle's spells. With a smug grin, Leonard bragged about his superiority and dared Kyle to cast a spell, one that he couldn't just rip apart on the spot. Kyle snapped his hand up and hurled just one wind spear. Then chaos erupted so fast the whole audience went utterly confused. Kyle faced the doubts, then slammed the message to Leonard, "Get ready," because the lone arrow was already tearing forward at full speed. The strike hit with a shocking burst of purpose, and it snapped Leonard's attention like a wire, tightening the air with a rare electric tension. Kyle snapped his spell into place while Leonard jeered, certain that a mere wind spear couldn't possibly pose a threat. Kyle didn't even hesitate. He shot his hand forward and unleashed his spell, pouring every ounce of his energy into the strike. With a snap of his will, the wind roared together, twisting into a razor-sharp spear that spiraled straight through the arena air. Leonard snapped back with lightning, crackling power blazing overhead, hell-bent on crushing Kyle's simple-looking wind blast. Even with the storm raging, Kyle's spear shot forward untouched, and it blindsided Leonard with how it shrugged off lightning like nothing. Leonard loosed a lightning arrow, but the monster swallowed its power whole and still barreled forward like nothing happened. That spear barreled forward, refusing to flinch even as a storm of magic slammed into it from every angle. Leonard faced that glowing mass head-on, and even after both attacks it kept creeping forward, closer, deadlier, and utterly relentless. Shizuna watched in tense calm as Kyle poured a brutal amount of mana into the spear's deadly core, and the sheer pressure hit her like a wave. Without a single pause, Kyle hurled lightning trident as a last-ditch desperate blow, trying to crush the raging, unstoppable weapon once and for all. Kyle's wind spear tore through the trident with ease, showing he was unstoppable, even when legendary magic came swinging. Leonard gaped at the spear's raw power, shocked speechless, and demanded Kyle's real identity. Kyle didn't hesitate, he smirked, and then casually promised, "I'm boosting the wind spear speed right now." A spear shot forward in a violent streak, tearing through the air and blasting straight toward Leonard with a dazzling, merciless wave of destruction. With the clock running out, Leonard threw up the lightning wall, praying it could survive the spear's relentless assault. Leonard used to live for counterattacks alone. Then he snapped up his barrier and slammed the wind spear to a stop, just long enough to breathe. Cracks spread like wildfire as the wind spear blasted through the lightning wall, smashing it apart, and showing everyone just how dominant Leonard's the. Terror slammed into him as the spell snapped shut, way too fast to dodge or fight back. Spectators gasped, then scattered in panic, some shouted warnings, while others only managed helpless whispers as the danger surged higher. Far off, a girl felt the magic collide and instantly spun toward the battlefield. When the shadow beast lunged, Leonard's legs went numb and his courage shattered, rage, defeat, and every old failure came crashing back. The explosion swallowed the whole area, lightning ripping through the chaos, and when the spear finally drove in, pure disbelief echoed through the crowd as everyone stared. Shattered glass tinkled to the floor beside Kyle, as he finally admitted this crazy power had already been unleashed once before. As Kyle watched the change unfold, he felt a dark presence stir, something that was waking up way beyond anything he could ever expect or control. Dark lightning ripped through the man's body, and he erupted into laughter, thrilled by the chaos and the power he'd just gained. Students barreled toward the smoke-choked figure collapsing to the ground, desperate to know if he was hurt, or if something far worse had already happened. Barely conscious, the boy choked out broken warnings. There was a power that devoured magical energy. Leonard and Kyle snapped into action, yanking the windshield up to slash through the cursed, lightning the enemy hurled at them. To his shock, the dark magic shattered the barrier and surged through with even more ferocity. Rage and damage clawed across the shield. Then the enemy finally confessed that he'd only unlocked this power after getting crushed by. Dark thunder ripped open the sky, lightning whirling out and swallowing every last trace of magic in its path. Spectators trembled in terror, because even the mightiest magic couldn't stop that cursed, devouring storm. Veterans leaned in mid-duel, swapping rumors like fire, and suddenly it hit them. Kyle's opponent had crawled out alive from the mountain of death. Dark energy ripped upward as the masked boy slammed down the final phase of their battle. Lightning tore across the sky from every direction, slamming down with brutal force to trap Kyle in his lone, isolated spot. Spectators screamed in terror as the masked boy strutted with total confidence, bragging that his power was too overwhelming to stop. Even with chaos exploding all around them, Kyle stayed cool and praised Leonard's strategic genius, leaving everyone stunned by how unexpectedly he said it. Whispers ricocheted through the crowd, People couldn't tell if Kyle's praise meant he'd finally caved, or if this was the opening move in something bigger. Leonard roared back, promising that victory was still his, even if the genius thought he could take it from him. The sky ripped open again as dark thunder screamed through the arena, charging straight at Kyle. Smoke and lightning slammed through the arena, hiding every inch of the battlefield as the crowd went silent and hung on the edge of their seats. Leonard strutted like the win was already his, demanding everyone finally gave him the credit, while something wild churned behind that thick, electrified fog. A bright blast erupted from nowhere, slamming into Leonard mid-sentence and knocking the words right out of his mouth. Shock ripped across Leonard's face as he spun around, convinced someone had slipped back into view through the smoke behind him. Crackling through the lightning, Kyle stepped out and spoke with unnerving calm, because he'd uncovered Leonard's secret strategy all along. With unshakable certainty, he finally spills the real secret behind Dark Thunder, and what's been hiding underneath its mask. Leonard hurled his Dark Thunder spell with brutal force. Then, horror struck, the target had already disappeared. Kyle stepped forward without a tremor, lifted his hand, and signaled his counterattack in the face of Leonard's threat. Electric energy snapped and crackled around Kyle as he unleashed his light thunder, blasting the arena into a roaring glow. The whole crowd exploded into chaos. Kyle was convinced he only had wind, but then he revealed a second rare attribute, and everything snapped into place in the worst possible way. Lightning slammed into Kyle's body, freezing everyone in shock, opponents and spectators alike, as proof of his dual mastery crackled in the air. Even though Kyle could command multiple elements, Leonard didn't flinch. He locked onto the spell's abrupt, total nullification. Leonard couldn't lock onto Kyle's light thunder at all, and the real truth behind compatibility slipped right past him. Kyle unveiled his fusion of light and lightning, and with ruthless calm, he showed everyone how Leonard's dark synergy was keeping him afloat. Realization hit Leonard. His dark thunder wasn't power at all, just shadows crashing with sparks. Rage blazing in his voice, Leonard declared that his power was forged from the mountain of death and the dangerous origins that soaked everything in danger. Kyle cocked his fist and slammed a thunderous punch with explosive force, smashing through Leonard's defenses and knocking him off balance. He remembered those childhood magic tests, and realized the dark side in him had probably been locked away from everyone else's eyes from the very beginning. Kyle praised Leonard's growth, seeing how pure effort had forged his once-weak power into something deadly. If you can turn every flaw into raw power, Kyle couldn't help but respect Leonard's journey, deep, steady, and totally genuine. Leonard spat off the praise, then charged back in with boiling rage, refusing to take any pity from his rivals. Leonard's father burst out in public, furious, humiliated, and unable to stand watching his son grind through that long, painful struggle. From childhood, Leonard was battered by brutal lessons that filled him with shame, because he was born with a forbidden dark gift. As a kid, Leonard swallowed his fear and swore the darkness was pure evil, a curse meant for no human soul. Memories surged back, showing him danger and power hand in hand, until he finally caught sight of what he truly was, even before he understood it. No matter how hard he tried to bury the truth, his dark power wouldn't vanish. It kept coming back with a vengeance. Leonard snapped his magic loose, and a beast of shadow burst into the world, forged from the full force of his untamed darkness. Back on that cursed mountain of death, he actually believed the darkness had awakened inside him all on its own. Years of denial crumbled, and it hit him. Darkness wasn't something he inherited at all. It was woven into him from the start. A twisted grin snapped into place as the truth finally landed. When he accepted his darkness, cold, terrifying clarity flooded his mind. With eyes blazing and a razor-sharp voice, Leonard finally thanked Kyle as he embraced the power he'd been terrified of. A colossal blast of mana detonated outward, swallowing the whole stadium in a crushing wave of pressure. Leonard swore that darkness would swallow the light, unless both wielders stood their ground with perfectly balanced magical power. Leonard poured every last ounce of strength into one crushing strike, unleashing Brayanuk with pure, ruthless intent. Kyle steadied his breath and fired off his resolve, channeling magic to face his brother's final, crushing challenge head-on. Kyle hurled radiant energy that slammed a white dragon's jaw into Leonard's darkness, and the impact lit everything bright and stunning. Spectators stared in stunned silence as the battlefield erupted into light, their eyes popping with pure disbelief. The final clash detonated in a burst of blinding light, washing over the arena and freezing everyone in place. Gasps ripped through the crowd as Leonard's body hit the ground, his defeat sealed, before anyone even found the words. As Leonard crumpled to the ground unconscious, a desperate scream tore through the air. He couldn't answer her, not even a word. His limp body slid down to the ground, and the officials held their breath in bone-deep silence. The judges declared Alk, the first-year rep, stood victorious, while Leonard crumpled beneath him beaten. Kyle Flayfield, one name thundered through the arena, the prodigy nobody could look away from. Families and nobles stared in stunned silence, because Miluna's child had shattered every expectation right in front of them. Even the powerful figures had to admit Kyle's strength. But right then, their eyes snapped to another monstrous talent waiting in the finals. The arena erupted once again, because the festival's final, long-awaited showdown was about to kick off. The elders gawked, stunned to their core. Yuna had frozen the entire mountain to smother a raging wildfire. Sure, she didn't have massive mana, but Yuna moved on pure instinct, because the life of her forest companion was the only thing that mattered. Trouble never crushed her. When things got desperate, Yuna drew quiet, fierce strength from her loyal allies. Their combined power roared through her spirit, surging into a majestic beast wrapped in shadow-bright glory. Crows shrieked in the massive arena, and they had no clue about the girl who kept saving lives, never once asking for praise. The arena shook with pure anticipation as the final match of the 2000 Red Magic Battle Festival kicked off. Cheers crashed through the marble steps as two young warriors closed in on survivors who'd lived through every brutal battle before them. Yuna Alvarez, the legendary Ice Queen, came roaring back to defend her 2-year title once more. Across from her, a proud first-year named Kyle stood tall. His skills had crushed every upperclassman's expectations this year. Kyle Flayfield, Class 1F's brightest prodigy, stepped up with fearless eyes locked on the champion, like he had no plan to back down. Yuna stood rock solid, and everyone could feel it. This moment would either birth the first F-class victor or cement her as the queen on top. Kyle flashed a warm grin, offering pure sportsmanship. Then Yuna slipped on a calm face, hiding the storm she'd been setting loose. With hearts racing, the announcer's shout detonated into the most anticipated duel the festival had ever seen. The moment the clash ignited, they locked eyes, and magic started swirling like a storm as the whole arena went dead silent. Without missing a beat, Yuna shot her hand up, and a burst of lethal ice arrows ripped through the air toward her challenger. Kyle loosed a wind arrow that slammed into Yuna's barrage, rattling the entire stadium dome like an earthquake. She snapped back with an icelance and grinned like she owned the moment, while the crowd stared as their spells collided and lit the sky. Up high above, a mysterious woman leaned in and whispered elemental affinities. Light, wind, lightning, claiming Kyle could master every single one. Darren, the ex-vice president, scoffed at the rumors, but the whispers said Kyle had mastered even fire magic too. Concern tightened in everyone's chest as Kyle's elemental power roared, only for the fear to bite harder. His human body might not survive the strain. Even with his elemental limits proven beyond doubt, Kyle shattered expectations, fighting like it was effortless, unleashing overwhelming magic that drowned everything in his path. Without warning, a storm of rock projectiles erupted forward, and Kyle snapped into action, carving them apart with razor-precise scattering rock shots. Shock burst through the crowd when Kyle unveiled his fifth element. Earth magic crashed into the world and shattered every last assumption. Beaming with confidence, Kyle announced the warm-up was done, and now it was time to unleash his real power. Even Yuna hesitated, while the crowd gasped stunned because nobody could wrap their heads around it. The boy with that smile was throwing around power that was straight-up impossible. Spectators went speechless. Nobody expected a kid that young to command 4 elemental powers. Kyle ripped the power of wind, thunder, and diamond into one razor-edged arrow, then launched it with a crushing burst of force straight for his target. Yuna kept her cool and summoned her deadliest defense, the Frozen Palace, sending shimmering frost rolling across the entire arena. A towering monster of a structure slammed back into place, stopping the assault cold, its icy walls shimmering with lethal, tightly packed mana. Kyle studied the whole build, and the moment he saw it, her palace supercharged her magic, turning every ice spell into something way more lethal. He caught her restraint in the air, and that's when he grinned, because she too had been holding back her full magical power. They remembered their promise, lifted her hands to the sky, and Yuna ripped overwhelming power straight out of the air around them. A blinding flash tore through the air, and out of it descended the mythical ice beast Fenrir, descending with silent, unstoppable majesty. Gasping, Gasp sprinted her eyes around the huge spirit wolf circling her. Fenrir, the legendary ice wolf, had finally awakened. Miluna jolted awake and stared from afar, and the moment she saw Jawl's confidence slip, the whole vibe of Fenrir's summoning shifted, like victory was suddenly within grabbing distance. Even with her parents clinging to hope, Maluna shut it down cold. No fake promises for her, and Kyle still hadn't bonded with a single spirit. Kyle still had no spirit behind him and no contract to bind Fenrir, yet he charged in alone. His power looked unmatched, but his mana pool was the one thing holding him back. Spectators could feel Kyle's talent, but Fenrir's arrival flipped the whole battlefield on its head. Soon, smart strategy would beat raw power. Fenrir, a powerful spirit, threw its mana into the deal, because with a spirit contract, the user could tap into its reserve anytime. Even without a contracted spirit, the four-element prodigy at Magic Academy strapped himself in and prepared for his ultimate spell. Kyle snapped his hand up, and blazing pillars shot into the sky as he unleashed the Fire Tower, revealing his fifth attribute with jaw-dropping, unstoppable power. The power blasts thundered through the air, the crowd froze in pure shock, and not a single mage had ever mastered 5 elements before. Yuna froze for a heartbeat when she realized fire had no edge against her. But Kyle's magic still came in like a thunderclap, stronger than anything she'd ever seen. Even with elemental theory in his head, his grin isn't some cold logic. It's fueled by raw hunger to figure out what real power looks like. Kyle floated above molten flames, daring fate to answer. He wanted to know which power really ruled the world. Kyle's wings burst into flames behind him as he unleashed crushing fire magic, blasting the battlefield like an inferno. Sensing exactly what he was trying to do, the female mage lunged forward, hell-bent on stopping him before he could snatch victory. With no hesitation, she hurled the flurry of ice javelins, praying they'd de-shatter Kyle's magical dominance fast. Kyle snapped out of her strike range with lightning-fast footwork, sprinted in before she could finish casting her barrier spell. He slammed in with a blazing fire sword strike, crashing straight into her magical defense. Kyle's jaw dropped as the girl called Fenrir's spirit to the world, and the fiery blade's strike got wiped out in an instant. A blazing magical barrier snapped into existence, and Kyle's eyes widened, because only divine beasts could pull off power like that. Kyle refused to back down. He boosted his strength, grabbed dual fire magic, and charged straight through her defenses. His blade slammed into the divine wall, sparking a blinding explosion that shook the entire battlefield. Fenrir snapped a command for the girl to join her in the fight, right as Kyle shattered the shield and cut straight through. Kyle suddenly realized he was trapped. Ice shards slammed up in perfect sync from below, while Fenrir loomed above, closing in. A violent explosion detonated and swallowed the entire area, blasting the arena apart with blinding light and crushing shockwaves. Kyle roared with wind magic, sprinting through the air as he slammed a burning aerial strike at full force. The crowd stared in shocked silence, blown away by Kyle's blazing display of raw power, lightning speed, and surgical precision. Announcers hyped up the duel between Yuna and Kyle as the stuff of tournament legend, like it was destined to go down in history. As Yuna hardened her defenses, Kyle tore through the air with blazing fire wings, ruling the sky like a living inferno. The crowd erupted because both fighters made it look effortless. By carving their mana into solid structures, they fused attack and defense into one unstoppable flow. The duel hit the crowd like a punch. Experts couldn't stop talking about how Kyle carved out the upper hand with pure surgical elemental control. With Fenrir's raw power backing her up, Yuna dug in her heels and refused to give up in this make-or-break battle. Hovering in midair, she met Kyle's power with a calm, confident smile. Then she got ready to swing the fight right back into motion. Yuna beamed, soaking in Kyle's raw strength, trusting him completely as a true rival and a solid friend. With one explosive burst of courage, she poured her entire magic, power, and soul into the moment, everything she had. Fenrir snapped into action and fused with Yuna's body, and in the next breath a wild transformation erupted, something neither Kyle nor the crowd saw coming. Yuna's mana snapped into sync with the whole stadium, and a gut-punching wave of power tore through the arena. Whispers about Yuna's past clawed at the air, packing the girl in equal parts fear and pride, because everyone knew she was a genius. Yuna still felt that crushing pain from when her power was rejected, and when scared kids called her a monster. Her grandfather was the one person who looked at her power and didn't flinch. He accepted it without fear or a single trace of judgment. Now bathed in light and warmth, she broke into a grateful smile, like everything had finally flipped for good. Memories crashed back as she sobbed, clinging with all her might to the only person who never once left her behind. Gratitude thundered in her grandfather's voice as he stared at Kyle, thanking him for saving Yuna's heart's life. Then Yuna shot her hand up, daring Kyle to go all in and clash with everything they had left. She tore open the sky and unleashed Hell Blizzard, an icy storm that slammed across the battlefield with unstoppable, bone-chilling force. Spectators gasped as the stage vanished beneath a wall of snow, and Kyle even froze at how vicious the storm was. Yuna had awakened an ancient, world-ending kind of magic, so brutal that the attack froze mountains in its wake. Kyle didn't hesitate for a second. He fired up his ultimate, unleashing his strongest ability and blazing flames brighter than ever. Yuna slammed her final spell, Absolute Zero ***, a divine, element-splitting attack so brutal it felt like the world itself was freezing in place. A blast of ruthless ice erupted outward, crushed Kyle's flames, and froze every last thing in its path. Spectators stood frozen in stunned silence, as the battlefield erupted into jagged, glittering towers of ice. Worn out but grinning, Yuna gulped air, then quietly thanked Kyle for that unforgettable duel. In the icy arena, her warm voice rang out, calling Kyle's name like she missed him. The crowd sucked in a breath, and as Yuna stared up, she felt it. Something strange was brewing in the sky. Over the frozen arena, a massive burning orb blazed in the sky, throwing light everywhere like it was trying to replace the sun. With the ice finally shattered, Kyle roared back, then unleashed his counterattack with a fresh, crushing burst of magic. The giant ice field buckled and melted in a heartbeat as a mysterious power slammed through the battlefield. Kyle burst out of the shimmering shards like he owned the moment, grinning as he swore he'd match Yuna's strength. A blazing sphere burst into the sky above him, blazing to life the instant he thrust his hand up. An earth-shaking spell called Flaming Sun ****. Everyone stared in stunned silence as that scorching orb throbbed ominously, and the crowd around it instantly spiraled into questions and panic. Sensing Kyle's magic tearing loose, Midgar snapped into action and slammed down an instant protective barrier. Panic erupted as Kyle tensed up to unleash his spell, and it looked like it could wipe out the whole arena. Everyone braced for the worst. Then the arena's defenses got crushed, and escape felt absolutely hopeless. Hanging in midair, Kyle barked a command at the blazing, falling sun, demanding it slam down to the ground with zero hesitation. Fenrir's summoner crumpled to the ground, her mana drained dry, while Fenrir's allies panicked, screamed, and fought to find another way out. A blinding explosion tore through the sky, swallowing everything in harsh light, then left only stunned echoes and a silence that felt deadly. A massive flare detonated in midair, blasting outward and swallowing the whole city while the sky above it shuddered like it was about to crack. Inside the arena, a glowing transparent barrier shimmered into place, standing between the crowd and the spell's crushing, overwhelming power. Onlookers gaped in stunned silence. Destruction never hit, and Shizuna and the elders just stood there, staring like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Right then, black blades burst up behind Kyle, drifting in a cold, ominous orbit like they were already locked in. His next move had officially started. Magic couldn't crack it, and logic couldn't either. Shizuna was so rattled she even threw out every analysis she had, yet she still couldn't wrap her mind around Kyle's real power. Shizuna lifted the blade and the sword's true magic spilled out: water, ice, fire, light, and even a taste of dark. Those dark blades slammed into Kyle's sun magic, and their clashing attributes wiped the devastating spell clean off the board. Kyle bursts back from the wreckage unscathed, and the truth drops. He's a wizard with the power to command all 8 elements. He threw Yuna a casual apology, then swore his explosive magic was just his body reacting to the heat of her power. With a grateful grin, Yuna lifted her hand to his heart, then braced herself, ready to face him again and throw everything she had at him. Yuna, drained to the bone, finally threw in the towel and told the professor she couldn't fight another second. The moment the announcer shouted Kyle, F-Class's first year and somehow the unexpected champion, the whole crowd blew up with pure chaos. Cheers erupted across the arena as Kyle Flayfield was announced the winner of the Magic Battle Festival. Of them, some watched through tears, others would swell with pride, while Miluna stood there quietly hiding a smile that said she already knew. Behind the scenes, Miluna confessed that Kyle's crushing power and his control over 8 attributes was something she'd been expecting from the very start. The word about Kyle's terrifying power tore through the world in an instant, and leaders started panicking, because they feared the fragile magic balance might shatter. Naluna calmly suggested silence as the answer, stopping the chaos before it could spill into the wider magical society. Even as the crowd stared in shock, only a handful could truly feel just how terrifyingly massive Kyle's power really was. As Miluna took the reins, she handed out jobs and praised her students for their legendary legacy at the academy. After that explosive finale, the contenders streamed out of the stadium, hanging in a hush as they waited for the closing ceremony to roll around. Sykes came back grinning, swearing to Kyle that his injuries were completely gone, and that smile was back for real. Even with a painfully awkward joke stuck in her throat, she still points to Kyle's victory, totally shaken as blazing magic erupts and smashes right into powerful Yuna Senpai. Yuna flashed a warm smile at Sykes' raw strength, then swore right then and there that she'd remember his name with real, hard-earned respect. He thanked her with shaky nerves, refusing to speak to her in a casual tone, while Kyle had absolutely no hesitation at all. Suddenly, a new presence swept in, and Leonard's intense voice and expression cut straight through their cheerful moment. Yuna stepped forward and flat-out halted Kyle, because her attention belonged to Leonard, not the guy walking in as the championship winner. Still reeling, Kyle got stuck behind when Yuna shouted his name, and suddenly everyone on campus turned their heads. In the infirmary, Leonard's father snapped in a blaze of rage, spilling years of frustration and ignorance about Leonard's power. Jill stepped in cool and unshakable, and with a few razor-sharp words, he crushed the father's rampage and shut it down for good. Elsewhere, Maluna finally caught up with the observers again, and she demanded a meeting right when they were starting to search for her. Tension snapped tight between every side as they braced themselves to dig up the truths Kyle's crazy, overpowering abilities kept buried. Outside the academy hall, Leonard stepped in and stopped Kyle dead in his tracks, his voice hard and steady as he pushed one burning question to the front of his mind. Before their explosive magic duel, he demanded what Kyle really meant when he called him brother. What was that supposed to mean? Kyle's eyes didn't blink. He hit them with a clear, confident truth. Those words could only mean one thing, no questions asked. Leonard surged forward through the magic wind, holding his head high as his true identity blazed through. I'm Leonard, your brother. Later, at the Academy's awards ceremony, Leonard shot his hand up and stood as tall as he could beside his friends. Kyle flashed a smile at Yuna, brushing off her worries while the crushing truth from Leonard still weighed on his chest. As Yuna marched toward her award, suspicion didn't leave her. Her eyes stayed locked on Leonard. The principal shot his voice up in excitement, blasting the news that the long-awaited champion of the two towns had finally arrived at the Magic Battle Festival. With the trophy held high, Kyle erupted in celebration, riding the roar of students cheering across the entire arena. Leonard signed at last, and Kyle's words hit his younger brother like a punch, truth cracking through his calm, analytical face. Leonard finally cracked and confessed his brutal origin. He was thrown away at birth because a black fog kept crawling out of his magic crystal. Their father burst in out of nowhere, roaring praise for Leonard's skill, and Kyle froze in total shock at the sudden encounter. The nobleman stared in shock at Leonard Stark's power, never realizing it had been buried away this whole time. After the Earth King straightened the record and said dark magic isn't automatically evil or a monster, the whole world's opinion flipped overnight. Leonard froze in stunned silence as his father demanded that dark and thunder attributes weren't common at all. They were rare, honorable gifts. Right after the ceremony, Kyle finally got to reunite with his adoptive parents, and they flooded him with warm hugs and proud congratulations, because to them, he was still their beloved son. Right out of the blue, the nobleman declared Kyle his biological son and demanded he be handed back to his custody. No delay, no debate. Everyone froze in shock when he confessed. Then he tossed Kyle aside, all because of a magical mix-up that had been haunting them for ages. Kyle's power exploded out of him like a lightning strike, blasting the nobleman back with one brutal, blinding glow. For the first time, he finally admitted the truth. This wasn't sadness or fear at all. It was real rage, blazing and completely justified. The nobleman dropped to his knees and begged Kyle to come home, because the family's public image was on the line. Drunk on ambition, he blurted that Lake Widname would ring through every kingdom. Then the words died mid-sentence. Even the elder warrantant pushing Kyle harder could unleash magic that nobody would be able to hold back. Without a beat, Claire threw her arms around Kyle, her voice trembling as she apologized for the hurt she unleashed with those brutal, unchangeable family truths. Tears poured down her face as she prayed she'd been his real mother, anything to spare him from all that pain. Daimyo planted his feet, his mind dragging him back to childhood. Then he straightened up and swore he'd fight his brother not for pride, but to protect Kyle's safety and dignity. He didn't hesitate for a second. He swore he'd stake his entire life on Kyle with zero regret. The nobleman kept protesting every week, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. But now his arguments finally lost their footing. First thing he did, he blurted out his full name like it owned the room, claiming his identity with total confidence. Tears burned in his eyes as he boldly declared, "I'm Claire and Demio Flayfield's son, and they're my real family." Leonard surged forward, power raging in his hand, and left the whole crowd staring in shock at sheer force of will. Even with the air packed tight, he threw himself into pleading, begging their father to drop the fight, peace, and not force. Right before he left, Leonard spun to Kyle and at last gave him the respect he'd earned quietly and genuinely. Inside the arena, students held their breath as Leonard charged straight at Kyle, and the tension in the air snapped like a wire. And with a steady, outstretched hand, Leonard quietly offered what no one had the words for, while everyone else tensed, waiting for the next move. Kyle shot his hand out, demanding a rematch in next year's finals with sheer, unshakable determination. Leonard snapped up the challenge without a second thought, then swore bold and proud that next time he'd take the win and claim it for real. Their handshakes locked in a fresh bond, and the whole class just stared, because those big bro exchange words hit like a shockwave. Later, the principal boomed that the festival's top draw event was 1.5's haunted house attraction. Joy burst back as his friends threw a full celebration, their laughter rolling through the air like it was any other school festival. And the winner got a jaw-dropping invite straight from the Magic Kingdom to an elite dinner party. The organizers dropped the news, This party would welcome champions from all over the world, sparking magical bonds and forcing diplomacy on everyone. Watching Kyle's raw excitement, the powerful champions clocked his innocence, totally blind to the brutal stakes lurking just beneath the surface. Whispers rippled through the air as Kyle became the first to master all 8 attributes, throwing a terrifying shadow over the balance of everything. World leaders huddled and agreed to bury the truth, terrified that if Kyle's power leaked out, it would spark an international war. Shizuna stayed the only wizard in that elite crowd who could read Kyle's dark blade for what it truly was. Once they finally agreed, the champions chose to keep their distance and watch Kyle's growth unfold. No meddling, no interference. The festival fizzled into a peaceful glow of fireworks, and the students swore, right there, that they'd protect each other no matter what came next. The Royal Academy sent Kyle and Yuna straight to the upcoming summit to proudly represent their school. They got the final blessings and sharp reminders, walked out grinning, and Freya made sure they didn't drop their guard for even a second. Climbing onto their wyverns, the two of them launched into the sky, racing off toward the faraway Magic Kingdom. Just a week before the fireworks even faded, they got pulled in after the festival for a top-secret briefing, an urgent diplomatic mission waiting overseas. Yuria Magic Academy sat in the Water Kingdom, a legendary land where elemental magic, especially water, ruled everything. Southward, Grez Magic Academy loomed right inside the jagged cliffs of the Yujian Mountains Kingdom. There, the students dissected heraldry emblems drenched in mana, and boom, they unlocked a whole new kind of structured magic that shattered anything regular spells could do. Farther north, Real Magic Academy ruled the skies with ice magic, and its power was locked behind a noble bloodline. Kyle couldn't wait to meet the elite kids, especially the ones tied to rare elemental ice spirits like Yuna. With excitement bursting, Kyle bellowed into the wind, picturing glory as Unicide marveled at his showmanship. So while Kyle was flying overhead, he grilled Yuna about last year's event, what it was really like, and how it turned out when she went with Leonard. Yuna told Leonard he'd blown the early advantage, ditched the party, and walked away without picking up a single useful lesson. Curious, Kyle surged forward, but Yuna froze, on the verge of spilling something even deeper right as the capital finally came into view. Ahead, the floating kingdom of Euglyria shimmered in the sky. Its mighty towers shot up high over the plains. After they landed safely, the two stormed into the city, eyes popping wide as they gawked at its massive, breathtaking scale. Roaming the streets of Euglyria, they stared in awe as spell-slinging shops lined the maid-choked avenues of the capital. Kyle wanted to stall, but Yuna snapped that they'd march straight up to the Magic Association's officials. No hesitation, no backing down. Swept up by the city's magic, he begged for a quick walk before their appointment. She noticed his excitement, let him have it, and quietly reminded him, don't bolt off and don't show up late. Even though Kyle didn't know the city at all, it welcomed him like an open door. Everything glittered in the lights, but something darker, deeper pulled him in and wouldn't let go. Magic seeped into every crack of the city, into the buildings, the fountains, the lamps, and even the streets, where everything pulsed with steady, controlled power. Standing still, he let the calm wash over him, spellbound by the city's gorgeous elegance and that impossible, perfectly balanced magic. Just then, a mysterious voice cut in, ripping straight into humanity's split soul, the power to create or to obliterate. The moment he heard that warning, his face snapped into steel. Whatever was happening around him had shattered his sense of wonder. Shouts detonated through the crowd, and local men jeered at the one they claimed was trying to act like he was higher than his station. A knight strode up, swore she'd protect everyone, no matter the territory or urchin. Nearby, an onlooker cursed under his breath, wishing he'd called the guards sooner, because he just knew this chaos was coming. In the middle of that wild, chaotic square, someone screamed Kyle's name, his sudden presence cutting straight through the noise like a shock. Suspicion exploded in his chest. He had no business being here at all, and from the rooftop, someone was watching him like a hunter. Suddenly, the drunkards grabbed weapons and yelled threats, until something eerie snapped around one guy's wrist, freezing him in place like a trap. An abrupt explosion blasted the weapons out of the air, leaving everyone stunned before the chaos could spiral any worse. Kyle is surrounded by a roaring crowd when armored guards come storming in, grab the drunkards, and they don't even fight back. Across the square, the cloaked man fixed his eyes on Kyle, silently smirking like he already knew exactly how this would play out. Liliana thanked Midgar like he'd saved the day, totally clueless that he'd only stepped in to stop everything from spiraling even worse. As Kyle bolted away, he swore he had nothing to do with it, but the real truth burst out before anyone could stop him. In seconds flat, they snatched the weapons from his hands and blasted them to pieces. Wind and earth magic fused into a ruthless smash. Midgar leaned in and reassured her with a soft calm, saying that power comes in different shapes, and that noticing everything wasn't what made her strong. Liliana nodded at the request to help, and you could tell it mattered. because they'd be busy and her support was the thing they couldn't afford to miss today. As he paced, nerves shredded through him. Midgar had him pegged, reading his magic even when he tried to hide it. Even though Kyle didn't know who Midgar was yet, this city still hit him like a live wire. Pure energy, total chaos, and endless chances. Kyle rolled into the capital, staring in disbelief at the colossal spell-shielded Magic Association headquarters that loomed above him. Two silent golems stepped into view and blocked his path. Kyle's pulse hammered as he stared at the gigantic magic forge doorway, wondering what horrors or hope waited on the other side. He didn't hesitate, he surged after them, and the golems rocketed him upward, steering him through winding, magical hallways that spiraled like a maze. He dropped into the lavish lounge, completely oblivious that the high-ranking mages were already sitting there, whispering about him. Yuna, once untouchable, stood under silent judgment, and that shocking loss would brand Kyle's very first impression. Brad, the cocky champion, sneered at Yuna's loss and swaggered like only he could have ever beaten her. Karina, the runner-up, exploded in anger, seething at Yuna's silence while Brad bragged his way through the speech. Even with all the yelling going off, Yuna stayed laser-focused on her notes, calmly calling out Kyle's delayed arrival like it was nothing. From the shadows, a smug student sneered at the group, bragging that Yuna didn't care about a single soul. Lighted and Mates, both elite mages, stepped in to guard Yuni's silence, treating it like power, not rudeness or pride. Karina's grin split her face with pure delight. Almost nobody dared talk to her like that, right to her face without a shred of fear. Light snapped upright, all set to start something, and Mattis grabbed him fast, trying to stop the chaos before it blew up. Elena jabbed her finger toward the chaos, yanking Karuta with her to find out what fresh disaster had just blown up. Karuta brushed off their worries, but he kept one sharp eye on Karina, because he could feel that dangerous presence creeping off her. Brad snapped back that her power wasn't the real issue. He'd already warned about something worse: the frozen demon. Yuna whipped around and shouted as a familiar face burst into the grand hall. Kyle burst in, panting and apologizing for the delay, and the second he appeared, the whole room's vibe changed. Surprise exploded across the crowd when Yuna walked up and greeted him right away, like she was setting the stage for something way bigger. Shock rippled through the crowd. Kyle was the one who took down Yuna in the Magic Battle Festival. Brad couldn't swallow the truth, so he flared his magic in a reckless, emotional blast. With nerves of steel and sharp eyes, Kyle clocked Brad's magic specialty instantly, right as the cocky mage was caught completely off guard. A violent blast of magic erupted out of nowhere, leaving everyone frozen in shock and choking the air mid-breath. Before the breath could even land, someone swooped in, grabbed Brad's arm cleanly, and erased the deadly magic with effortless, practiced precision. Brad got the message loud and clear. The rules were shattered, and the man reminded him of the association's ironclad no-magic policy. Recognition hit like a shockwave. Kyle and the stranger locked eyes, and suddenly it was obvious their history ran way deeper than either of them expected. Midgar's sharp supervision herded the students straight to the president's office, and every single one of them felt their nerves scream. As they stepped into the chamber, they froze, because the grand chair was sitting there, but the one who should have been in it was gone, plain as day. A warm voice beamed at them, praising their journey and celebrating the big wins they racked up in their school tournaments. Midgar tore off the mask and declared himself the Wind Emperor and the Magic Association's vice president, demanding immediate obedience as the room went silent. Shock tore through the group when he casually called Kyle by name, like they'd been friends forever. Midgar tipped its hat to the Knight Commander, thanking him for Kyle's surprise heroics from that wild street incident. He kept roaring about Kyle's tournament brilliance, then dropped a bombshell. There were ties to the legendary three-attribute witch Miluna. Kyle's calm, unassuming vibe just didn't fit what was happening. When the truth hit, it floored everyone else as the shocking story burst out fast. Whispers started spreading among the students, and that earlier chaos made it feel like something far darker was lurking behind a formal gathering. Out of nowhere, a glowing magic circle burst open beneath their feet, screaming that the next moment would blow every expectation out of the water. Midgar gave the trial the green light, daring the young mages to prove they weren't just talk. They could back it up with real power. Then boom, everyone got yanked through space in an instant, as a glowing platform lit up around them, flashing like a warning. The test was about to begin. Confusion tore through everyone because nobody gave a single instruction, just teleportation, and some half-heard demand to be stronger. Grad burst into the first attack, charging Kyle with reckless fury, and Yuna's scream tore through the chaos as she got blindsided by his aggression. Through the smoke, Kyle stood untouched. The ice attack had completely slipped past its target. Wind blades whipped around Midgar as he strode forward, shouting that he was the real opponent for their trial. The announcement hit like a thunderclap. Seeing someone on Midgar's level was more than anyone had dared to hope for. Students huddled in panic when they were suddenly ordered to take up arms against the terrifying power of Midgar. Midgar slammed into the scene and dared the whole group, sneering about their strength as he braced to take them all on at once. He paused, then pointed Kyle and Yuna to step aside and watch the battle's outcome unfold. While everyone else geared up for battle, Kyle stood there in silence, clocking something bigger in Midgar's weird decision. An argument erupted, and everyone demanded to know why Kyle and Yuna were getting special treatment. No excuses, no proof, just empty favoritism. Midgar finally spoke up with calm confidence, nodding as he promised to break down the logic behind his insanely controversial pick. He went back through past inter-academy tournaments, spotlighting the big moments when students blasted their magic skills on full display. After watching every matchup close with his own eyes, Midgar locked in his personal ranking and judged them by raw combat power. To Midgar, Kyle and Yuna aren't just players. They're the top 6 in the entire lineup when it comes to raw battle power. One student, furious over the results, demanded answers and slammed the evaluation the moment frustration lit up their face. Midgar hammered the lesson into their heads. Real worth isn't handed out by talk, it's earned through action, not complaints or empty opinions. Without a second thought, one student shot forward, set on taking on Midgar head first and proving his power to the world. He unleashes Aqua Bullet Asterisk, pumping his mana into blistering, laser-sharp blasts that slammed straight into his terrifying opponent. Even with the attack crashing in, Midgar snapped into action, fighting skillfully, and he still tipped his hat to the challenger, calling out that they were the Magic Tournament champion. The duel exploded, Midgar snapped back with a serpent of power, and even he couldn't hide his shock at the student's grit and unshakable resolve. Midgar didn't waste a second. He calmly ended the duel with one crushing blast of overwhelming magic. Still standing without a break, he tilted his head up and demanded, "So who's gonna step forward and challenge me next?" One girl shot out a bold shout, claiming her turn, then sprinted ahead as wind magic spiraled around her like a storm. Midgar effortlessly parried her blow, blasting her backward with a brutal surge of force. She faked weakness, then snapped into motion, trapping him right in midair by slipping through a tiny opening in his magic defenses. A brutal clash boomed as the next challenger hurled a boulder, praying it would smash Midgar straight into submission. Midgar effortlessly caught the strike, face stone cold, brushing off every challenge like it was nothing. The remaining students stared him down, desperate to figure out how they could even stand a chance against his brutal, overwhelming magic. With excitement blazing in his chest, the young boy declared he wanted to fight Midgar, anything to prove he was strong enough. Midgar clocked the boy's grit, and as the next challenge loomed, his smile slowly slipped away. With a sweeping flick of his hand, Midgar ripped open a massive vortex of magic, blasting the students' focus straight into it. Surprised out of their minds, Yuna and the others shot glances at each other, torn between stepping forward or backing away. One student lunged ahead, hungry for a real challenge, determination blazing through him even as the pressure crushed down like a mountain. Midgar grinned with approval, feeling the student's grit, then casually snapped his hand out, brushing the whole attack aside like it didn't matter. Through the chaos, a bold strategy snapped into place, and at last, a perfect opening appeared for the students. He ripped open a colossal magical vortex, roaring that even the mightiest spells wouldn't crack him. Yuna and the crew froze in disbelief, staring at that sudden burst of power like, "Wait, is this really happening?" A student fought tooth and nail against Midgar's crushing might, scrambling to break through and unleash his magic and defenses before it swallowed him whole. Midgar flicked his hand and the magic surged harder, hammering the students right up to their breaking point. Midgar spotted the challenge and unleashed a brand new spell that froze everyone in place, hypnotizing the crowd and blowing them away with pure mastery. Midgar calmly faced the incoming magic, completely unshaken as barrage after barrage crashed down on him. Midgar somehow kept control even with that massive magic crashing around him, and he just kept taunting the students, mocking their strength like it meant nothing. A student's spell suddenly ripped the sky open. An earth-shaking windstorm blasted out and smashed forward as a roaring, massive whirlwind. A brutal gust of wind whipped wild and uncontrollable, throwing Midgar off balance, yet his composure never cracked. With a confident grin, Midgar unleashed the full force of his wind power, showing off mastery so deadly it practically shocked everyone. Kyle and Yuna stood there, dead calm and fully ready, as Midgar clocked their arrival and started getting the battlefield primed. Midgar finally stopped holding back and demanded to know, were they really ready to face the full force waiting right ahead? Kyle can't sit still as he gets ready for his turn, buzzing with excitement to prove his brand new battle skills. Yuna clocks the weirdness in Kyle's behavior and shoots him a worried look like, "What are you doing?" Kyle's stone-cold seriousness hits Yuna like a punch. He's dead set on taking down someone huge, and she suddenly realizes. Tension snaps into place in the arena as Kyle squares up with his opponent, and the crowd watches, eyes locked wide, hearts pounding. Whispers about the raging battle spilled into the stands, where a cold, calculating woman calmly laid out every detail. Midgar's confidence blazes as he steps into the challenge, and no doubt can shake his calm. Despair crashes into the air as Yuna and the others finally grasp just how heavy their choices really are. Kyle locks eyes with his opponent and trades fierce words, because his will to win is crystal clear. With the Emperor's massive presence pressing down on her, unsettling tension surges, and Yuna has to scramble to decide her next move. The arena shakes as Kyle's strike slams down, blasting shockwaves through the ground. Kyle grit his teeth, declares his plan out loud, and charges forward like he already knows he's right. He's fighting. Kyle thrusts his hand forward, and a monstrous wind blade explodes out, tearing through the battlefield with pure, unstoppable destruction. In Midgar's shock, he swings back to fight, but the blade storm hits so hard and so fast that he gets buried by sheer numbers. Magic collides in midair, blasting the air into violent shock waves that ripple out across everything nearby. With one lightning move, Kyle dodges Midgar's slash, and you can practically see the skill gap snap into focus. Flames roar through the area as Kyle whips out a colossal fire blade, poised to smash into his opponent. The crowd erupts in shock as Kyle uncovers his power. He can command both fire and wind like it's nothing. Midgar hurls a brutal typhoon at Kyle, slamming his attack back and sparking a wild, violent clash of power. Kyle flares up the wind with fire, fusing both elements into a brutal, unstoppable strike. The ground splits under their feet as Kyle blasts them with two massive fire blades, ripping the air with raw flame. A shockingly sharp air cutter tears through the air, slicing Kyle's attacks out of the way as he proves he's got the skill to shut everything down. Midgar and Kyle slam into each other with brutal force, trading devastating punches that rip through the air and unleash a destructive shockwave. Surprise hits the air like thunder as Kyle's opponents finally realize what his multi-elemental ability really is. Kyle strides up with total confidence, drops his full name like a mic drop, and leaves his opponent staring in stunned silence. Midgar studies the fight like a hawk, convinced Yuna's brother is feeding Kyle's powers from the shadows. Wind howls like a war siren as Kyle digs deep into his power, eyes blazing with pure determination. The air snaps and crackles as Kyle cranks his wind magic to maximum, whipping up a wrecking ball vortex that swallows everything in its path. Kyle stares in shock at the chaos unfolding, then realizes this fight has finally pushed him past his breaking point. A little frustrated, Kyle finally admits his earlier mistake, and then steels himself to keep charging into the fight. He clenches his resolve, fires off a brutal burst of energy, and charges forward without letting up. Kyle locks in, then rockets forward. His rapid strike slices through the air as wind howls past him. A thunderous blast detonates, catching everyone off guard. Yuna's group stares in shock, wondering if the magic just slammed into a wall. Kyle squeezes every last ounce of magic to the limit, getting ready to unleash his next devastating move. A dazzling blast of energy rockets ahead, screaming Kyle's total control over his element. Wind magic surges and speed skyrockets. Then it slams straight into the target with crushing, unstoppable force. Magic bursts everywhere as Kyle unleashes a crushing barrage, hell-bent on wiping the floor with his opponent. Midgar and his crew just stare in shock, trying to wrap their heads around how Kyle slips through every single hit without getting touched. Kyle rockets forward, and his fist ignites with raw energy as he lines up the knockout blow. A ferocious burst of energy rockets ahead, detonating into a gigantic explosion that rattles the entire battlefield. With pure focus burning in his eyes, Kyle unleashes a storm of magical fists and hammers his opponent with an endless barrage of attacks. A violent blast erupts, and Kyle's attack rips through everything in its path. Kyle rockets forward in his jet, blasting magical fists straight at his opponent and shattering their defense. With debris raining down, a majestic palace suddenly rose out of the chaos, blindsiding Kyle and Midgar on the spot. Heat skyrockets as the fight rages on, both fighters lining up for the ultimate blazing showdown. Their clash shreds the palace until it's on the verge of collapse, and Miluna snaps a warning that no more damage can be allowed. Kyle and the others stare in disbelief, scrambling to piece together what just happened after the battle. In Midgar's grin, he can't help wondering if that earlier battle was actually just part of the exam. A hard command snaps into place, and they lay out what happens next. No way, no time, not even a crack for. A magical bird swoops in, yanked into existence by a brutal spell, and it's basically a living warning that the next challenge is coming. Then he's left staring in shock as Midgar commands the summoned bird to help save the world. The fight finally dies down, and Kyle lingers with a relaxed stretch, savoring just how wild and fun that whole battle was. Unease crept across his companions as they wondered if the confusion truly vanished after these fresh revelations. The crew finally clicks, everything's in flames, because the world is staring down an immediate, deadly crisis. Kyle kicks things off by laying bare the enemy's true nature, bracing everyone for the crushing threat still coming. A vicious force hangs over the world, creeping across every corner as dark factions rally behind looming banners. Kyle catches the assassin group's eerie vibe hanging in the shadows behind him, and it sends chills straight down his spine. Kyle watches a new faction surge to life, ready to seize the world's power with revolution and a blaze that won't be ignored. Kyle watches what these groups are doing and the turmoil keeps swelling. He can feel the danger closing in. A squad of shadowy leaders convenes in secret, trading schemes to twist the balance, and the whole world cracks into a deadly rift. While everything falls apart, fresh alliances snap into place. Then a surprising crew steps up with a cold, brilliant plan to strike back. Out of the shadows, a brutal specialized assassin squad called Freshest bursts into view, and Kyle instantly clocks how deadly their presence is. Everyone's locked in on one question: can they actually prove their skills? And the team can't stop wondering, will they get the chance to join Freshest? He talks straight about the future. Once the academy opens, they'll come join his crew. Kyle drops a bombshell: every single member of the team is passed, except for just one. In the middle of the fight, the team snaps back to reality, staring down their own failures, because they were never ready, and that gap is what crushed them. Midgar bursts in with a bright grin, cheers everyone on, and drops the bombshell that the exam briefing just wrapped up. Kyle introduces his old subordinate, and she leans in to reveal she's about to become part of Freshest. Midgar stepped forward, introduced herself like a pro, and declared she was one of Freshest's brand new first-year class. A shockingly honest conversation about what it really means to join the unit hits the scene, and everyone reacts in wildly different ways. While they stare into the future, Midgar swears that Kyle is about to step onto the front lines and seize the lead. Then he lays out tonight's task and can't stop wondering, will Kyle really run it solo, or does he have help coming? Kyle doubts they even need help, but Midgar tells him to quietly investigate the mission by himself. One of the group members smirks and pitches it, using their skills to rocket up the ranks fast. Help requests suddenly blare in every direction as multiple members shove forward, fighting to be the one who gets support. But here's the shocker: there's only one person who can pull off the win. A representative of the academy blows off steam about a failed test, openly admitting how crushed they feel. With that kind of confidence that dares the sky, he declares that even the school's entrance test is beneath him. Worried staff grabbed Midgar's attention and begged him to think again, warning that one wrong move could unleash danger inside the academy. Kyle grins and insists that every single person out there deserves a spot on the brand new successful candidates team. Even with doubts swirling around him, the staff leans in and tells him, "Your potential beats your lack of battle experience." Kyle loudly declares he's got everyone's back, fired up to face any challenge head-on. With a fierce look in his eyes, he swears to protect everyone, daring himself to walk straight into whatever danger comes next. As everyone else spoke up about protecting the group too, their bond with Kyle only grew stronger. Yuna plants her feet and steps forward, refusing to back down. She's set to join them and protect them, even with danger still looming all around. Danger hit, his declaration snapped an unforeseen magical barrier into place, sealing everyone inside a shimmering, unbreakable defensive dome. A fierce girl steps forward with a proud grin and promises to shield the whole group, unleashing her defensive magic like a lock made of steel. How they'll handle these brutal challenges? Yeah, he keeps asking that, but deep down he's still not sure. Everyone freezes in awe as an insanely strong wind barrier snaps into place out of nowhere, shocking even the toughest guys in the room. The girl beams as she declares she's going straight for the Wind Saint position, her determination rock solid and unstoppable. Everyone's left speechless when they realize she's been picked as a candidate for that legendary rank. Like the world just slammed a brand new challenge into her hands. Midgar finally gives the intern squad the green light, and he personally takes the blame for every single move they make. With the hype exploding, the team finally gets their first briefing, an undercover investigation, and a full-on support mission. The target was a religious spot tucked inside the Magic Kingdom, looking perfectly harmless from the outside. But intelligence drops a major lid. There's a sketchy ritual about to happen, and if it's truly dangerous, we may need to act right away. The mission crashes into full disaster when they uncover the ritual's real truth. People are being killed as human offerings, all wrapped in a fake worship. They freeze in shock when they realize the cult's ritual isn't just creepy. It's built on human sacrifice and dark worship. Midgar bursts into action and unveils the new mission: slip into the cult's headquarters and stop them from carrying out the sacrifice. Tonight, the whole group gets ready to strike, because that deadly ceremony is closing in fast, and they have no choice but to stop it. Kyle stood in a dim room, yanked his outfit into place, and stepped out into the biting evening chill. They all lean in wide-eyed as the outfit locks into place like it was made for them, though it's begging for a brighter color. Kyle struts out with a confident stride, fresh in his new clothes, and the elder's jaw drops. That cloak Kyle wears isn't just style. It crushes magic in its tracks, sharpening his stealth and supercharging his strength. Kyle's eyes lit up the moment they mentioned that one-of-a-kind skill. Now he can't stop wondering what this new power is really capable of. A bunch of them huddles together, trading theories and gut feelings about a mission they still haven't even been told about. This rare skill isn't a myth. It's just hard to find, and only the chosen can unlock what it really does. Even the magic guilds have bumped into this power, but for most people, what it really is stays locked in mystery. This discovery didn't just happen. It struck like prophecy, proving the power everyone had whispered about was real all along. She whispers about a dark place where souls will awaken, and the way she says it screams that something terrifying is about to hit. After digging through the old prophecies, the crew can't shake the feeling that the Magic Kingdom is crawling all over those weird events. Their worry spikes as they start asking the terrifying question: how on earth could demons and a few humans be tied to these events? Long ago, old records warned of a brutal enemy of mankind, an ancient force that shook the world and threatened to break its very stability. An ominous presence hangs in the air as demons spill into a new realm, unleashing destruction and total chaos. The moment they talk about evil magic, curiosity snaps to life. Questions explode about the prophecy, and yeah, it turns out it means something far bigger than anyone guessed. Kyle breaks down the situation, explains what the prophecy really means, and pins down exactly what kingdom it's talking about. To crack the disaster's mystery, you'll need every single power. And when everyone finally joins forces, you'll all push toward the same goal together. A fresh legend sparks to life, and right in its wake, they're about to stand against a calamity that could wipe out everything. They say a legendary great bird swooped in, rescued humanity from total ruin of the past, and became the living symbol of hope. A crew forged into one under the Fresh Belt banner, charging forward with fire in their eyes to meet the unknown head-on. Then right on cue, they finally catch sight of the church and the truth hits. It's tied straight to the dark power they've been hunting. Creeping along the outer edge, they trade ideas on the best move, because sneaking isn't their only play. Kyle lets out a tiny flicker of confidence as he gears up for his next move, jokingly brushing off the nerves that are hammering in his chest. Even with doubts swirling over his transformation, the team refuses to stop, because they know this mission will carve their future for real. Kyle takes a deep breath, then raps hard on the church door, like that single knock is the fuse lighting their whole journey. The group locks in their plan as Kyle and the others hammer out the church infiltration strategy. Staring at Kyle's weird behavior, they're shocked by how ready he seems, even as doubts still hover in the air. Kyle keeps up the confident smile, but he's fully aware of the danger, and he tries to crack a joke to cut the tension before it explodes. A priest swings the door open, staring like he's just been hit with a mystery, and he looks at the group while they explain their arrival. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition sparks in the priest's eyes, and his suspicion shoots straight at Kyle's identity. Kyle lets his fears spill out, realizing his own choices could put his father and their mission right in the line of danger. His voice shakes as he storms away from the group, and they all stare in stunned silence at his sudden shift. The priest, stunned by everything crashing down, scrambles to explain it, yet doubt hangs in the air like a heavy curse. As Kyle keeps pulling off his act, the priest's suspicions sharpen by the second, yet the whole crew stays hidden in the shadows. While the team hangs back, the truth hits them hard. This mess is so tangled that getting the priest's help may be the only way out. Frustration crackles in the air as the team fights over who does what. But Kyle doesn't wait, he's already acted. They slip inside and kick off the hunt for a sinister cult, yet they have no idea what's waiting just around the corner. A quiet church rises above everything, and Kyle, standing with another figure, stares at the angel statue, stunned like it's about to come alive. Kyle clocks that everyone else is still stuck in their seats, and he's left wondering how they're even going to crack the mystery and keep this investigation rolling. A magical wind whirls through the air, and Kyle's nose catches that spell-sweet scent as he twists in his mind, dying to figure out how it's done. The whole group gasps as one by one everyone drops into sleep, like some bizarre magic is twisting the air in that space. He can't contain his excitement. He proposes blending wind magic with herbal science, teasing a secret trick to make people sleep. Kyle and his companions spot a goddess statue, and it feels so real they can't stop staring. Suddenly, the goddess statue lurches to life, blasting shockwaves of pure shock through the whole group. The magical marks the statue left in the air prove, without a doubt, just how terrifyingly huge that power really was. Everyone starts shouting out ideas for what to do next, fighting over who's really responsible for this mess. With pure determination, Kyle steps up, fists clenched, ready to drive the whole crew into the next make-or-break test. Kyle snaps with frustration and declares that whatever happens next, He's taking full responsibility for the outcome. Then they demand a recheck while Kyle hunkers down, ready to zero in on what's happening next. They drop into a colossal underground cavern, staring in shock at the massive open space yawning beneath them. Up close, the smashed goddess statue's neck gives it away. The cult's secret base is right there, hidden in plain sight. Right when they brace to face the danger, monstrous wolves lunge out of the darkness ahead. One of the group fires off a question about the gloves, and that's when Kyle steps up and unleashes their real power. Buzzing with excitement, the crew lines up to unleash their magic, each one brandishing their own special power for the fight ahead. The enemy rushes in, but Kyle snaps his hand up and shouts for magic, then hurls it at the wolves charging straight for them. Power surged through the insignia, and the magic exploded upward in a blinding, dazzling burst. Kyle and the crew launch a synchronized assault, hammering the enemy with their crushing magic strikes. A brutal clash of magic explodes across the battlefield, and the sky itself lights up as both sides slam into each other with terrifying force. The wolves lunge ahead, but the team slams back so fast they spin the battlefield into a roaring storm of energy. A massive crater rips open under their feet, screaming just how deadly their battle truly was. Kyle, bracing for what's next, rallies his team and they all burn their energy into the next brutal challenge. From out of the distant haze, shadowy figures surged forward, their chilling presence screaming that trouble was coming fast. Right out of the enemy's hands, a majestic ice phoenix bursts into existence, blazing with light as it rockets through the sky. Kyle locks eyes with it, and the second he feels that aura, he knows. This is no ordinary beast, it's a lethal ice spirit, power roaring off it like a blizzard that won't stop. The enemy tears the air open and summons a massive dragon-like monster. Then it braces to blast forward from a ridiculous distance. The enemy blasts them with a raging torrent of poison, trying to smash the team's formation before they can even breathe. With a thunderous roar, icy flames erupted and tore across the battlefield, freezing everything they touched. A blinding streak of light rips across the battlefield, and an unstoppable magical blast screams through the air. As they close in, you can practically see the confidence pouring off them. Two crushing powerful spirits now stand locked in formation. With a smug grin, the leader brags about their real power, certain the show they just unleashed proves it. Just when the group finally steels itself for what's next, they get hit with a warning. Something even bigger and far more terrifying is closing in. The earth bucks and shudders as colossal, terrifying beasts burst from the shadows. This isn't just a battle. It's the fuse for something far worse to come. A gigantic monster barrels in with terrifying force, crushing everyone's defenses and shocking them with its wild, relentless ferocity. With a sharp snap of motion, the whole group jolts into action, ready to charge straight into the challenge. Magic explodes, two unstoppable forces crash together, tearing open the sky with a blinding burst of energy. When the blast finally clears, they just stand there, stunned, because the raw power that tore through the air is unreal. They finally get it, unity is their power, so they team up, locking eyes on the terrifying moment coming next. The ruthless beasts surged ahead at a blinding pace, their eyes burning with pure, ferocious rage. Suddenly, a gigantic magic blast detonates. Flames spiral into a roaring vortex and swallow every beast in sight. The whole group stares, breath-catching, sweat pouring down their faces as they brace for the hit. After they fend off the beasts with pure grit, everyone cheers them, until a voice cuts in, demanding to know what they'll do next. Right then, bam! The re-examination results are revealed, and the whole place erupts in celebration for their hard-earned win. A raw, unstoppable wave of magic rockets forward, carving through the air with terrifying force. The magic surges harder and harder, blasting chaos into the air as the elements collide, and everyone's nerves snap tight. A chilling aura swells in the air as the creature finally takes shape, and with it, it drags forth dark, dangerous power. The earth starts trembling as a squad of mages huddles close, plotting the summoning of ruthless dark magic. Kyle shoots a worried glance, feeling that dark energy crawl higher and higher, while the others stare at each other, trying to figure out where it comes from and what it's really after. The whole crew freezes in awe as a hidden power beyond magic bursts into view, an eerie, mysterious force that leaves them speechless. A master mage snaps a spell into place, and suddenly a shimmering barrier erupts to shield the whole group from the coming danger. Kyle snaps to the truth in a rush. This dark energy is tied to demonic magic. A brutal spiritual barrier snaps into place, sealing the group off from a flood of overwhelming magic. Even as the danger ramps up, Kyle refuses to back down. He keeps fighting, fueled by one mission: protect everyone. As everything spirals out of control, the crew finally clocks it. The power closing in on them is way beyond what they can handle. Now that the final call is sealed, Kyle hands the rest of the magical energy to the others, so they can keep surviving. One of the mages lines in and says, "The preparations are nearly done," like he can feel an incoming force closing in. As the trio strides forward, they steel their nerves for what's coming next, and their resolve never wavers. A surge of magical energy rockets toward them, and the others brace hard for a fight. Yuna thrusts her hand forward and unleashes Ice Field. Frost crashes down, freezing the oncoming enemies mid-charge and stopping their advance cold. The mages look utterly crushed as Yuna wipes them out with zero effort, and Kyle plus the others stare in shock at the sheer power she just unleashed. Even with their wind still burning bright, Yuna feels danger creeping in, and her eyes tense up as if they're bracing for impact. A weird magical blast detonates in midair, exposing just how terrifyingly strong the enemy really is, and it floors everyone. From the dark shadows, a terrifying demon bursts into view, its colossal body dripping with pure bone-chilling malice. Kyle and Yuna freeze in stunned silence, staring at the creature's wild appearance, totally clueless about what it really is. The demon rips its mask away, and you see its twisted body, part human, part monster, stitched together by dark magic. Kyle and Yuna had zero time to spare. They grabbed their last hope and sprinted into desperate action. A mage slams his hands forward and a brutal spell detonates, blasting the enemy with raw, overwhelming power. In the middle of all that chaos, Kyle lunges in and tries to bring the rampaging beast down, but its power smashes right through him. With a sudden lunge, the dark figure gets hit, and terror snaps through its mind like lightning. The one-time human creature fights tooth and nail as the dark magic claws in, trying to swallow them whole. A final strike slams down, shattering the enemy's defenses, and the whole crew finally feels how deadly this moment really is. In one desperate heartbeat, Kyle unleashes that overwhelming power, ready to burn every last thing he has just to win. The enemy mages clench up and panic, because they finally realize they can't reign in that incoming force of destruction anymore. Wings of wind burst behind Kyle, flashing his hidden powers, and the whole group just stared, completely blown away. Kyle stands like a storm wind whipping around him, and everyone watches as he suddenly transforms into something far beyond what anyone expected. With fresh grit fueling him, Kyle braces for one last, decisive blow, poised to smash the forces of evil once and for all. Evil crawls in. When the dark forces surge, the whole crew feels evil magic flood the air with an unstoppable, crushing power. Yuna fights the dark forces with shaking breath, but the crushing weight of what's at stake makes her hesitate. Kyle snaps into motion, throwing himself at the defense like it's the only wall standing between him and the next step forward. As the clash rages harder, Kyle unleashes a brutal gust of wind that rips straight through the enemy's ranks. When the last powers collide, the dark forces crumble for good, and their reign finally collapses. Kyle stands tall in human form, gripping the ultimate power. He controls life and death itself. You lean in and tell everyone to breathe easy, saying the purification won't last much longer, and that everything's going to be fine. Now that he senses the magical interference, he steels himself and moves fast to crush the evil forces for good. A burst of bright light spills from Kyle's hands, cuts through the darkness, and snaps the battlefield back into balance. As Kyle stares into the light magic, its power blasts into view, revealing it can mirror the brutal force of evil magic. With the battlefield finally going silent, the crew can't help but wonder, did their fight really pull the victims out of that evil magic? Kyle replays everything he did in his head, and it hits him hard. He never truly figured out what the enemy was trying to achieve. Kneeling in pure determination, Kyle swears to stop the dark magic from spreading any farther, because protecting his loved ones means everything. Yuna clamps her hand to Kyle's mouth, begging him to stay silent and shutting down any words so they can lock in on the mission. Kyle grips his resolve tight and vows to smash through the ritual fast, because he knows the fight still isn't finished. Still, the trio pushes ahead, locked in, because together their combined strength is about to crush whatever darkness waits in front of them. The crew closes in on the ritual site, their mission burning, ready to slam into whatever terrifying unknown waits ahead. Panic hits them hard the moment they clock how massive this incoming battle is. Right in front of them towers a colossal door, an otherworldly portal spilling magic and danger all at once. They stride ahead with pure grit, and their resolve hardens as the ominous shadows close in. Kyle charges ahead and snaps to his crew to stay cool, because whatever's coming next is about to hit hard. Kyle slammed forward with a brutal shove and ripped the massive door wide open, and with it came a crushing dark force that felt impossible to breathe. A sinister presence slips through the doorway, and the trapped souls inside scream in raw agony. A massive crowd swarms around a faraway altar, arms lifted high as dark magic starts roaring through the air. Even with that crushing magic choking the air, the crowd keeps on praying like nothing's wrong, totally blind to the chaos breaking loose around them. From the altar, an overwhelming power blasts into the air, screaming that a terrifying new force is about to rise. Magda steps forward and announces himself as the cult's leader, flashing the kind of control that runs the whole twisted ceremony like a puppet show. Kyle hurls a challenge at Magda, grilling him on his motives, as he braces for a brutal showdown meant to smash the ritual once and for all. Right then, a brutal surge of teleportation magic yanks them deeper into the enemy's domain, straight into the heart of it. Magda sneers at their useless fight, and then drops the truth that their path ends in a scorching, desolate volcanic hellscape. With a sinister grin, Magda needles them, promising that the road ahead will be a blazing test of fire. With dark magic curling around them, Kyle's gut starts screaming, who's actually being controlled in this twisted ritual. Magda flashes a wicked grin, sure he's untouchable, and he taunts Kyle for fighting back against the kingdom's strongest mage. Yuna rushes to Kyle's side, worry etched on her face as his calm steadies her, while Magda sneers at their stubborn defiance. Even as danger closes in, Kyle's companions lock in, hearts burning, ready to throw down against the storm about to hit. He stares at that mysterious golden-eyed figure, and a gut punch hits him, like the past is calling his name. Kyle froze, stunned that Magda knew his name, grappling with how on earth she figured it out. Magda finally spills the truth. He's pushing for a ritual that uses their powers, and it's all for his own benefit. A shadowy figure materializes out of the dark, and with chilling certainty, demands that one of the kingdom's representatives be killed if they want the mission to succeed. Then Kyle leans in, eyes wide, and realizes this ritual isn't just a show. It's got deadly stakes hiding right beneath every word. Fanaticism swells in him as he rants to his followers to stop begging the heavens and start praying to the earth instead. Blood-soaked screams crash through the air as the portal to the demon world is seconds from tearing open. A chilling truth hits him. If that portal stays open, it will unleash unimaginable destruction, and they can't afford to let it. Ice shards exploded through the crowd, and the air instantly snapped with their screams of pure agony. Lightning-fast thinking sparks an instant counterstrike, and magic erupts from both sides to slam up shields against the storm. Magdal gapes, stunned by their defiance, and braces himself as the impact rushes in. His dark power detonates like a blazing inferno, and right when his ritual hits its breaking point, everything explodes in flames. Kyle strains just to stay standing against that crushing force, but Mag's sinister grin keeps widening into something darker. When the ice finally splinters, Yuna and Kyle lock in and rip out their full combined power to smash through the chaos. A monstrous thing starts to form out of nowhere, its grotesque shape tearing into reality while the whole world shakes in fear. At last, a demonic figure strides into view, smiling like it just got everything it wanted as the ritual's final touch lands. Every second drags like a lifetime as that demonic presence surges closer and crushes everything in its path. The demon soaks in his dark power, grinning like he owns the night, because he fully expects to crush anything that dares to step in his way. Kyle watched the crushing magic questions pile up, like, are humans nothing but prey to demons, or do they see us as something more? Kyle digs deep, gathers every ounce of strength, and readies the spell. Electric energy surges around him as he's about to unleash something massive. His eyes lock in with fierce focus as he slams his magic into motion, ready to face that demon head-on. Kyle barrels into a final explosive showdown, demons circling around him like predators in razor-sharp ice, and he's poised to strike first. The demon sneers at Kyle, laughing that his wind magic is weak trash compared to the raw power of demon forces. The demon unleashes a deadly inferno and tries to scorch Kyle alive, with not a drop of mercy in sight. With a thunderous roar, the demon tears out a destructive blast. Then Kyle steps in and counters it, refusing to break. Kyle surges ahead, snapping his wind magic into action and slicing clean through the demon's strike with deadly precision. Even with the demon's magic crashing down like a storm, Kyle refused to back off. He readied his final strike, fully sure his power would win. The demon laughs and declares his body is untouchable. Nothing can pierce him, because his brutal magical power shields him completely. He smirks as he unleashes a devastating burst of fire, rubbing it in that demons and humans don't even play the same game. Kyle clenched his jaw and launched a swirling wind vortex, snapping a protective shield into place to slam the demon's attack to a stop. With a thunderous motion, Kyle surges ahead and crushes the wind into a single, blazing, destructive blast. Kyle ignores the demon's taunt and whips out a cyclone shot, blasting forward to drown him in raw, unstoppable force. The demon reels when Kyle's attack lands. Magic force smashes into him so hard it catches him completely off guard. Roars ripped out of his chest as he fought to hold back the tidal energy surging through his body, and the fury that burned like lightning. With a chilling laugh, the demon boasts that no human on Earth will ever climb to his level of power. Kyle abruptly summons angelic wings and wham! He lands a crushing strike that flips the battle's momentum in an instant. Kyle's battered body can't take it. He collapses for a moment, but pure grit snaps him back up, ready to smash into the final clash. Shock tears through the air as a brutal wave of magic detonates, blasting the world around it with pure, unstoppable power. Magic blasts tore through the sky, ripping the earth apart and leaving nothing but total devastation behind. A sharp realization slams into him. No matter how protective the magic is, this kind of destruction will tear right through it. Kyle clenched the enchanted artifact in both hands, bracing for one last decisive strike that could flip his whole world. With sheer grit, a crushing blow detonates forward, snatching the demon's rhythm and throwing his attack completely off course. Cheers burst through the air as Kyle's final strike lands, making the demon reel in pure, painful agony. Suddenly, Kyle's wings snap open and start flapping, like a warning siren, as the air turns heavy with danger about to strike. Fueled by renewed grit, he lunges ahead, ready to unleash the decisive strike that could end everything for good. The demon morphed into something even more monstrous and laughed at the fight, swearing that even humans can become terrifyingly strong. Kyle doesn't flinch at the demon's taunts. He fires a crushing blast, and the final showdown rattles the ground to its core. Dark magic shields snap up around the demon, roaring with power and supercharging his already terrifying strength with a swirling aura of gloom. A violent rift rips open the sky, and a demon silhouette bursts through, unveiling a terrifying new power. As the air crackles with raw magic, Kyle and his friends brace for whatever terrifying mystery is about to hit them. Even with everyone fighting like their lives depend on it, the demon just roars with laughter, sure that human magic can't touch the power he's got. Rage surges, this demon hurls a devastating blast forward, ready to obliterate anything that dares cross his path. A blazing fist of pure power rockets ahead, glowing with brutal energy as it tears straight through space. Kyle snaps into action, eyes blazing with pure determination as the fight keeps surging higher. In the middle of the chaos, the demon smirks like it's nothing, cool and confident because his magic is unstoppable. Even with danger screaming in every direction, Kyle stays unshaken. He's locked in, ready to take on whatever that demon throws at him. Kyle lets out a breath of relief, rallies his allies, and shows them he's totally unhurt, ready to jump right back into the fight. A sharp crack rips through the air and the whole group flinches, because something wild is unfolding right in front of them. A storm of dark energy tears through the air, and Kyle's name is screamed like someone's begging for a miracle. Right before Kyle's eyes, some unseen force yanks him into its grip, turning the whole moment into a nightmare. A bizarre hole in space ripped open in front of him, warping reality like a warning. Something far bigger than any power he'd ever heard of was about to strike. With a creepy laugh that crawls up your spine, an ominous shadow lunges into view, and when it finally steps out of the dark, its twisted power is terrifyingly revealed. Kyle fires off a fierce declaration, then steels himself with newfound resolve to take on that overwhelming power head-on. The demon jeers at Kyle for doubting his elemental powers, then charges in, stacking overwhelming power like a storm meant to crush him. Kyle fires off his 4 elemental skills, slamming out a brutal attack that feels utterly unstoppable. While the demon weighs his next move, a chilling sound swells louder and louder, like an attack is about to hit any second. Dark energy erupts from the demon like a living storm, blasting toward the world and threatening to erase everything it touches. Kyle doesn't even flinch. He stands his ground, staring down the destruction like it's nothing, because he knows his powers can handle it without breaking a sweat. Magic whirls around Kyle as he locks in, realizing he's going to need a deeper understanding to control it. Suspicion flares in the demon's eyes as it feels Kyle's stance change, and the air around them suddenly turns electric. With a grin plastered on his face, Kyle boldly demands stronger magic, hungry to smash through the limits of what he can do. Shocked, the demon stares at Kyle like, "How are you still alive?" then sharpens its grip, ready to unleash an even nastier blow. Onyx Kyle feels the magic's core tug at his chest, like it's begging to be unleashed, and he's ready to fire it off. Instinct screamed danger as the demon tore into the sky with a devastating blast, the air snapping and crackling with raw power. Kyle steps forward without flinching, ready to meet the oncoming storm head-on, confidence blazing and determination locked in. With one sharp motion, the demon hoards even more power, gearing up for a crushing strike that's about to erase everything in its path. Kyle surges with everything he's got, slams a brutal counterattack into the fight, and the clash between opposing forces explodes into pure chaos. Kyle's wild, powerful magic bursts into the battlefield, unleashing a massive explosion that shakes the ground. Magic surges over Kyle, and when his eyes light up, a brutal power starts to balloon inside him. With one focused punch, he hurls out a blinding streak of light, slicing straight through the darkness right in front of us. The demons who were stunned can only stare in disbelief as the punch slams in, its impact crushing him so hard he can't even react. A jolt hits the demon as it scrutinizes Kyle's magic in the fight, and the truth suddenly clicks into place. Just as Kyle and the demon collide at full blast, other forces start closing in, and the whole fight hits a terrifying peak. Magic spirals around Kyle, and the moment he feels it, everything clicks. He finally understands what this force truly means. He confidently claims that magic feels totally different now, even as the demon still can't quite trust its own power. Kyle hurls a ruthless challenge and dares the demon, warning it that his victory is coming fast. His power is about to end it. The demon sneers at the whole idea, certain that magic by itself won't stand a chance against him. A final showdown is closing in fast. Kyle braces himself and prepares to strike for good, because the fight is almost over. He swings his blade and the human world erupts in magic, so much power that it rattles the demon to its core. In a heartbeat, he whips out a blade so powerful it practically glows, poised to slice straight through the darkness charging toward them. Kyle declares that nobody touches his allies, not while he's still standing, and even as doubt creeps in, he tightens his grip and steps into the fight. A blinding burst of light detonates from the clash, and the instant it hits, everyone watching jolts, breath caught, stunned by what's about to happen next. A wave of relief crashes over the scene as Kyle and his companions stand victorious, then stride back into their peaceful world. Kyle came flying toward his friends, dropped in fast, and their arms shot out as they shouted his name. With a blazing grin, he bursts in and proudly declares, "I'm back." And for the first time in a while, it feels like home again. A crowd swarms outside the church, hearts pounding as they spot a dark cult lurking in the shadows. Inside, two figures fidget nervously, getting ready to welcome the cult members, while their worries keep swelling with every second. Kyle rockets through the door, flashing a bright, cheerful greeting, while his companions tumble in right behind him. Everyone freezes and stares at Kyle, stunned by his sudden pop-in, and I already know exactly what he's about to do next. Midgar, sent on a make-or-break mission, rolls up to the church gates. No trouble, no setbacks. Kyle grins and cracks a joke about how the infiltration went way too smoothly, even though something just felt off the whole time. The crew lets out a breath of relief because the mission hit its mark, but they definitely didn't forget how deadly that job really was. Kyle bursts with excitement and shouts that there's a reward, top-notch lodging for the whole group, plus a meal afterward. Once they heard about the meal, everyone practically buzzed with excitement, ready to dig in, stuff their faces, and finally crash in peace. As Kyle and the others close in on that mysterious tower, he spots something off and his gut tightens, forcing him to wonder what it really means, before fear starts to creep in. Kyle suddenly feels something off in the air, like the whole world is warning him, while he keeps walking with his group. They burst into view of this massive, gorgeous building, stunned by how lavish it looks, and then they rush inside without hesitation. Inside, everyone sinks into the warm water, shoulders finally dropping after that brutal mission, and they unwind hard in a rest they've truly earned. Laughter bursts through the room, and the tension finally melts away. Everything goes quiet in the best, peaceful way. Later, they crowd around a long table, and Kyle lifts his glass high, grinning like a king as they toast to the mission's victory. Everyone lifts their glasses and cheers in unison, toasting hard as their mission's victory hits. Pure joy, no holding back. Laughter and roaring cheers burst through the air as the whole crew digs into food and drinks, soaking up the celebration like it's the best day ever. Kyle grins from ear to ear, totally at ease as he watches his friends soak in the calm, peaceful vibe. As night falls and everyone's winding down, a few group members drift away, and before anyone can catch them, they're gone, staring into their own thoughts like they've lost the world. Kyle strides through the hall, and then he hears his name shouted as someone closes in, leaving him frozen with uncertainty. Kyle leans out the room and asks if Yuna's awake too, like he's already felt something strange in the air while he stares up at the night sky. Yuna looks back on the terrifying moments from earlier and admits, breathless, that the whole day has been nothing but a brutal fight. After the fight, Yuna can't ignore the worry in her chest. She admits she'd been scared for Kyle's safety, terrified of how it might all turn out. She still remembers Kyle's soothing words, the way they steadied her heart and gave her the courage to wait for his return. Later, Kyle lays it all out. This evil they faced wasn't just scary, it was brutally strong, and it nearly got them. Then she presses Kyle for details on that evil soul he brought up, demanding to know exactly what it means. Kyle admits he doesn't have all the details yet, so we're heading to Midgar to dig up the answers. UNESCO tells them to ask Midgar tomorrow, betting on his knowledge even with all the uncertainty hanging in the air. He grabs Yuna's confidence and tells her he fully trusts her instincts, urging her to lean on her own judgment as they push forward. As night drops, Kyle stares at the moon, eyes burning as the weight of their mission crushes in. Miss Kyle starts to feel it. Something dark is watching, and he's got the gut feeling someone knows he's there. A hooded figure stands on the tower's peak, staring down at the evil's power like it's daring them to stop it. That shadowy figure drags the past back to life in their mind, seething with hatred, and swears they'll never, ever forget the pain they were dealt. With a crazed grin, the figure vows to destroy Kyle, a dangerous, vengeful promise hanging in the air like a threat. Morning light crashes in as the group scrambles to gear up for the day, still drained from what they survived last night. Tiredness from the last battle hangs over them as the group trades honest talk about how worn out they feel. Kyle bursts in with contagious energy, grinning at everyone and lifting the whole group's spirits like a spark in the dark. Everyone starts grilling Kyle. How is he still bouncing with that brutally exhausting night fresh in his bones? A distant voice booms out and drags their focus with it, and the air ahead instantly feels different. Rage burns in his chest as he grumbles about his duties, admits he doesn't want to face it, yet realizes he has no choice. Just as the group is starting to piece things together, a sudden noise snaps the air. Then they all freeze, staring at Ms. Midgar like something seriously weird is going on right in front of them. Midgar leans in and tells her the whole truth. She's got to stay right in the hall, stuck doing the admin duties. The whole crew leans in as Midgar steps up with iron confidence, claiming the lead and firing herself up to take on every task ahead. Midgar flashes a calm smile, then announces she's leaving, ready to jump into a facility inspection the moment she can. Midgar keeps a cool face as he scans the area, then leans in and asks, "All right, where do we start?" The crew bursts into a massive hall and spots shelves stuffed with all kinds of magical research treasures, buzzing with excitement to dig in and learn everything. Midgar steps forward with full confidence and lays out her mind-blowing magical potions and elixirs, leaving the whole group stunned by how much she knows. Curiosity sparks in the group as they follow her lead, realizing those potions might be the lifeline they desperately need for what's coming next. They pop the potions and bam, each reaction hits harder, blasting them with awe at what these drinks can do. They're finally fully charged. Now they kick off their tour, starting with those mind-blowing, one-of-a-kind facilities. The Grand Hall gleams with high-class tools, and it screams top-tier magical breakthroughs as researchers push their wildest inventions to the edge. A massive workshop looms ahead, and master craftsmen hammer away at blazing magical artifacts and lethal weapons. The team takes Midgar's cue and barrels into a workshop, ready to drop their order. A tough, no-nonsense craftsman bulldozes in like a storm, barking that they've got to drop everything, because the work can't wait. The crew kicks off a heated debate about what kind of wood powers magical tools, and everyone starts spilling their personal favorites. The craftsmen proudly unveiled their picks, flexing every kind of enchanted wood and revealing what each one could do for magic. Kyle, unsure where his taste would land, leans in and listens hard, soaking up what makes each wood type special. Spotting a specific location that grabs his attention, he starts to press forward, but the workers snap in fast, saying it's nothing more than a useless waste area. Kyle strides into the shed, snatches a piece of wood. Then the moment his fingers close, chaos erupts out of nowhere. Clutching the mysterious branch, he stares into its origins, right as Dagris barrels over and the concert hits. Dagris stares at the wood and realizes it's the rare world tree, one legendary branch packed with unimaginable power. They say there's a world tree stretching between heaven and earth, ancient, alive, and holding the whole world together with its vital power. Kyle starts to feel it. This branch isn't just a random find, it's the key to everything they're hunting. Douglas tells Kyle that sometimes the wood picks you, and that flips the whole conversation, forcing Kyle to stare destiny in the face. A chilling, mysterious voice booms through the workshop, and Kyle instantly freezes. Something feels wildly off around him. Douglas lays it all out: how to forge the perfect magical item, and why the right kind of wood for each project makes the magic sing. The whole team buzzes with energy as they gear up for the mission, already itching for the magical ceremony that's about to explode into action. Kyle can't stop dreaming about what's next, and the sheer grind behind their craft hits him like a wave. Meanwhile, the talk pivots to the royal court, and UNI hurries to get ready for a massive gathering that could change everything. Midgar looks like she's wrapping up her work for good, and the crew wastes no time, gearing up to snatch the next hat and move on. The talk spills secrets about the huge plans coming next, and Midgar locks in its next master move. Kyle can't stop thinking about that royal event tomorrow, and now he's dying to know who'll show up and what parts they'll take on. Uni fires up the room, explaining why this event matters, and revealing how her ties to the royal delegation put her right at the center of everything. A bunch of newcomers gets thrust in front of the top brass, getting ready for the huge dinner that's about to kick off that night. Kyle can't wait to hit the event, ready to soak up every second, even as a few worries still cling to the back of his mind. Uni sinks into her thoughts, weighing her mission and drilling her mind for the big, game-changing tasks looming right ahead. Kyle steals his resolve and gears up for the banquet, already bracing for the next challenger, and whatever chaos is waiting around the corner. The majestic Eugrilia castle is buzzing as a grand banquet comes to life, ready to roll out the red carpet for distinguished guests. A royal carriage rumbled up to the castle gates, rolling in a huge arrival that would light up tonight's event. Inside the magnificent castle, Kyle stands shoulder to shoulder with the other guests as servants sweep in and guide everyone inside. Kyle Marvel tweaks the castle's climate with magic like it's nothing, keeping the whole place perfectly comfy. A guard snaps to Kyle and tells him straight, the magic tools room is locked down for authorized people only. He and his friends huddle up, buzzing about one huge goal, becoming high-ranking royal managers in the kingdom. Knight steps in and declares that everyone invited tonight better bring the skills they're supposed to have. The talk swings to one thing fast. Someone straight up says running a royal castle isn't just hard, it's a non-stop nightmare. A knight who just happened to be listening cracks a tease at the group, bragging how royal duties are brutal, demanding, and grind you into discipline. The talk snaps to a stop as a towering silhouette looms in the shadows, proof that some powerful royal interference is about to crash the scene. A wave of tension crashes in as everyone drops into deep bows, hurling apologies for those awkward words they spoke earlier. The king snaps his hand up, his voice roaring with fury, and his authority crushes every doubt in the room. A surge of savage magic swells through the room as the king steps in, ready to crush his way to total dominance. Kyle and the others stare in terror as an overwhelming wave of magic crashes down, pressing in on them like the world itself is closing in. Kyle's chest tightens as he finally sees what their host really is, and the pressure starts crushing him. The king unleashes a wave of crushing energy that detonates through the room, drowning everyone in an unnatural, otherworldly power. So the pressure drops in an instant, and the guests are left staring, totally clueless, like the castle just pulled off the craziest magic trick ever. Kyle, drowning in the chaos, straightens up and proudly shouts his name to the knight, his confidence surging again. With a grin that spreads ear to ear, Kyle blurts out that he got invited as the Magic Festival winner. The king's shock keeps exploding as soon as he spots Kyle. Then it all clicks, and he finally understands who he is and why Kyle walked in. The knight snaps that even blasting back with pure magic won't stand a chance against the king's overwhelming rule. Kyle stares into his past and remembers his teacher's warning. A real king doesn't just rule, he bears the weight, wields the power, and answers for everything. Kyle steps up to the king and challenges everything his throne stands for, blasting the idea of a leader who rules by force over his own subjects. The king's control gets ripped apart when a terrifying figure crashes the scene, and everybody's eyes snap to the chaos in an instant. Lyriana Maxwell, the fearless commander of the Royal Knights and Magic Force, demands answers. What did the king do? She plants her feet and shuts down any more misconduct. She demands answers and full accountability for everything the king has done. The king can't forget that moment years ago when a young knight stood right at his side, loyal to the bone. Rage burning in her chest, Lyriana defiantly confronts the king's rule, demanding answers for how he treats everyone around him. Silence crashes over the room as Kyle and the rest finally feel just how dangerous what's happening in front of them really is. Lyriana whips her head toward Kyle and blasts him, accusing him of helping the king pull off his shady moves. The king flashed a knowing grin and urged them to brace themselves and dig into what waits just ahead. As the night deepens, the crew trails a servant through the castle, rushing into position for the big event. The dinner kicks off, and in the grand hall, all kinds of figures trade sharp words as they map out their next moves. A massive banquet hall blazes under spotlights as honored guests pour in, and every eye snaps, right to one person. That announcement snaps everyone's eyes to the same thing: top powerhouses, the leaders who will shape the magical world's future. Kyle and the other young talents draped themselves in regal outfits and leaned forward, counting down the seconds like their big moment was finally here. A polished entrance kicks off the night. One step in and suddenly everything is charged with intrigue and breathless anticipation. The award ceremony is in full swing, and he stands there like a king, smiling as the winner, soaking up every second of his hard-earned triumph. In a towering grand hall, champions from every magical tournament stride with their heads held high, soaking in the spotlight like they're about to be hailed legends. The champions grin ear to ear, hoist their titles up high, and soak in the roar of the crowd as wild applause crashes down on them. Tension snaps into the air as one competitor, visibly rattled, keeps glancing toward that distant, judgmental stare. Even with hostility snapping at his heels, the competitor smirks now and keeps his cool like he owns the whole arena. Then the final competitors crash onto the stage, and you can practically feel the showdown snapping into place for what happens next. Young champions Kyle and Yuna push to the front as the crowd erupted, applause crashing down and cheers roaring in their ears. Whispers and rumors rippled through the crowd, all buzzing about the mysterious magic these competitors were said to wield. The arena is perfectly poised. Victors stand tall, soaking up the cheers as everyone applauds their hard-earned triumph. The king of the magical kingdom steps up and delivers a blazing speech, thanking everyone for making the whole event a massive success. Tension spikes when the officials rattle off their other wins, and the room erupts in whispers, everyone dying to see what bombshell hits next. The courtroom crackles with whispers as the young man rises. And just like that, a brand new, totally unexpected hero steps into the spotlight. The moment people started grilling him about his role in that unplanned mess, it lit up a whole storm of questions about where he's headed next. Then the story snaps to a special dinner event, one where every achievement you've earned gets a reward. As the evening's fancy formalities wrap up, the young man is ushered straight into a lavish dinner celebration. Running into an old friend out of nowhere sparks that quick, goofy grin like instant recognition hits, and suddenly you're buzzing with excitement. At the gala, everyone suddenly starts whispering about Kyle's name, and the rumor hits hard. It's tied to something magical, something deep. Kyle got hit with a cheeky question about his connection to a royal figure, and suddenly the mystery around him got even louder. Kyle spots a stranger out in the distance, and just like that, dinner gets smashed by a sudden interruption that snaps his thoughts clean off the track. A familiar face grabs his attention, but Kyle still feels miles away from what's happening. With a warm smile, the royal visitor steps up and introduces himself to Kyle, sparking a brand new connection. Talk about Kyle's unreal abilities, and magic explodes into the room. Word spreads like wildfire, and even the powerful nobles can't stop buzzing. So the prince brings up his brother and praises Kyle's potential. Boom, just when things were already tense, that cracks the relationship even wider. Kyle suddenly feels the weight of his role crushing down on him, and he can't help but chase the expectations head-on. A shadowy stranger at the event hooks Kyle's attention instantly, but every face around him fails to figure out who he is. A curious remark about the old man sends everyone into a frenzy, because now they're all scrambling to guess his age. Curiosity hits maximum when a strange new face suddenly shows up in the crowd, and the whole place feels like it's hiding a secret. A tiny detail in Kyle's behavior gives it away. There's something special about him, and it instantly separates him from everyone else. The prince flashes a smile and blurts out his thoughts, but Kyle's gut drops under the gate. Something feels wildly off. As the crowd ripples past the gate, Kyle's quiet presence hits like a warning, tension still clinging to that conversation. Even with the discomfort in his gut, a brand new rivalry ignites, and Kyle gets dragged into facing the feelings he's been trying to bury. As Kyle finally slips out of the chaos, he can't stop wondering if their past mistakes will catch up and wreck what comes next. Kyle freezes when a mysterious figure bursts into view, and a dragon rolls out beside it, making everything explode into shock. The dragon looked utterly baffled, because it couldn't make sense of how Kyle had ended up in the room, like his arrival shattered the tense air. Even in the chaos, the dragon lets its betrayal spill out, connecting its old hurt to Kyle's nightmare. Kyle uncovers a shocking twist. He finally learns why the dragon is here, and it all traces back to a powerful surge of magical force. An odd, foul stench slams into the air and Kyle's eyes dart around. Something feels off and he can't shake the uneasiness. A frantic figure darts across the room, bursting into action and shouting that the ceremony's next phase is about to begin. The moment evening dinner kicks off, the air snaps tight with tension like something's about to go very wrong. A grand banquet is roaring to life, and a breathtaking ceremony is being held for the kingdom. Kyle stands in the spotlight, and the weight of his huge role crashes down on his shoulders like a spotlight made of pressure. The magical kingdom throws an open invitation at Kyle, promising him a one-of-a-kind encounter with pure mysticism. A brutal age of monstrous beasts swallowed the world whole, plunging humanity into endless darkness. The legendary mage drops out of the dark world, unleashing brutal magic to smash the evil forces to pieces. A powerful mage unleashes a storm of magic, swallowing the battlefield and sending the kingdom's enchanted warriors into full-blown chaos. Guests including Kyle stand there stunned by the jaw-dropping spectacle, their eyes wide with pure shock. The crowd is buzzing with excitement, waiting for the arrival of a legendary magical artifact, one that could flip the entire world on its head. Kyle and his crew stare in awe as a colossal magical stone blooms into view, an unmistakable badge of raw, earth-shaking mystical power. They lay out the relic's story, and the moment they connect it to Kyle's strange, one-of-a-kind powers, the whole crowd just stares in pure, breathless awe. A legendary mage's staff is thrust forward, and the whole kingdom knows it. This is where everything changes. Kyle can barely contain himself as he gears up to witness the magic firsthand, buzzing with excitement and grateful for the chance. Kyle's heart pounds as he stretches his hand toward the legendary staff, knowing exactly what it can unleash. The staff suddenly feels way too heavy, yanking Kyle off balance as he fights to keep his grip, totally baffled by how much it weighs. And just like that, anyone else who tries to grab the staff gets crushed by its brutal power, every single time. A skeptical bystander can't believe Kyle's really got what it takes to handle an ancient, power-packed artifact like that. Kyle strides forward with unstoppable excitement, ready to tear into the challenge and prove he's got what it takes. Every head snaps to Kyle when they finally hand him the legendary staff. Now everyone is holding their breath, waiting to see what he does next. A wild magical aura blasts from the staff, stunning everyone with its mysterious earth-shaking power. The whole crowd leans in, eyes locked on Kyle as he grips the staff and dares to use it. Everyone's holding their breath, wondering what'll happen next. Kyle spots a weird little magical stone wedged right at the very end of the staff's handle. He spots that stone's weird difference right away, and curiosity and adrenaline hit him like a spark. Then boom, the stone gets unveiled as a one-of-a-kind magic origin stone. A rare, insanely powerful artifact that you don't just stumble across. Deep inside the academy, a secret chamber guards a stone, so powerful it's said to reshape the entire world. Kyle gets praised for cracking the stone's true meaning, and that discovery could flip the kingdom's whole future upside down. King bursts into laughter, already picturing what's coming next, and knowing it'll hit with pure excitement, plus a gut punch of trouble. As the evening rolled on, everyone kicked back and enjoyed themselves, and the whole gathering slid into relaxed, fun-filled festivities. A royal figure steps forward and rips into why tomorrow's global peace conference matters, making it clear this moment is huge for everyone. Time keeps marching, and at last the grand dinner ends, only to leave everyone with that sharp, lingering mystery hanging in the air. As night crashes in, the kingdom sits trapped under the looming shadow of a far-off castle. A crew of hooded shadows bunch together, ready to unleash dark magic beneath a sky hidden by veils. One towering figure steps forward, and when the light hits his face, you realize he's a powerful mage, standing over an ominous ritual like he owns the darkness. As the castle looms over everything, dark forces surge to life, and they're gearing up to burn the world to ash. Kyle and his crew gear up to storm into an evening banquet in the nearby city. Yulia leads the crew as they gear up for an exciting city tour, guided by their warm-hearted instructor. A whole international conference venue drops into view from the magic-dyed kingdom, an enormous building bursting with promise. In the meeting hall, world peace talks are in full swing, and the biggest leaders on the planet are packed together, standing shoulder to shoulder in unity. The king gives a loud nod to the last banquet's triumph, then grins and playfully needles his young heir with jokes. He grills the peace plan, wondering if the world is really doing this the right way, or just pretending. Tensions inside the kingdom keep spiking, and the people's internal fights start shaking the thin, fragile peace to its breaking point. The young heir leans back and weighs his options, hunting for a solution before the rising tension tears everything apart. A brutal argument erupts, and shadowy groups start doubting whether the proposed plans will even work. One faction shouts that brute military power is the only way, because they believe it can smash the chaos and restore order. Talks quickly turn to the failed attempts, with everyone guessing what their actions really unleashed. Behind the king's throne, a shadowy figure stayed unseen, quietly steering every move and digging into what the crown was really meant to do. The truth snaps into focus, and it turns out the real mastermind wasn't the ruler at all. It was a secret someone lurking in the shadows. With everything set in motion, the room falls silent, and everyone replays the chaos in their head, terrified they just missed one vital detail. A brand new figure steps into the scene, and the whole royal court instantly erupts into confusion. The king steps up before the council and slams his decree down. He demands their kingdom be sealed off. No outside interference allowed. Out of nowhere, a blast of pure rage erupts from the room, daring the king to prove he still controls what's happening. Out of nowhere, a brutal loud crash rips through the meeting, and every single person jolts into panic, totally thrown off and confused. The shaking turns brutal, and when the truth hits, flames rip through the whole city. In the middle of the chaos, brutal monsters burst out and smash into the town, and the citizens' panic explodes instantly. Monsters are tearing through the city streets now, and the citizens who didn't see it coming are left staring in pure shock. An icy blast slams into the beast, freezes it solid on the spot, and boom, the fight is officially underway. In sheer desperation, one of the mages screams out a raging spell, refusing to let anything hurt their comrades. A sudden blast erupts, hammering the area with shockwaves, turning everything into chaos and leaving everyone desperate for answers. Through the smoke, a chilling quiet settles in, and the moment the group realizes the danger isn't over, panic hits them hard. Kyle steps up and lays out a bold plan to stop the spreading chaos and shield every citizen in sight. Even with no answers in sight, flames roar onward, racing through the town and putting everyone in its path in grave danger. A heated argument erupts when a man snaps at the mages, accusing them of carelessly unleashing dangerous beasts into the streets. The argument spikes to a full-blown shouting match, but Kyle digs in his heels and keeps his eyes locked on one thing: getting everyone to safety. While the chaos rages on, a shadowy figure slips away and stalks straight toward the banquet hall, intent written all over every step. He pauses to replay the deal with Midgar, wondering if this country can really hold its ground, or if it's all a setup waiting to crumble. A bunch of them lock eyes on the cloaked figure and realize it's Midgar. But the moment he steps in, his motives feel murky, shady, and completely suspicious. That figure chuckles like a villain, and suddenly you realize his plan is already rolling, so everything else just doesn't matter anymore. With a dramatic shout, he declares the world is about to flip on its head, and the kingdom's fate is sealed for good. Right before he blasts his devastating spell, a wild storm of magic whips around him. A monstrous blast erupts the moment the figure hurls a wrecking spell, and the whole scene detonates into chaos and pure confusion. Dust drifts down, laying bare the ruin of the blast, while Midgar just stands there, cold and unbothered. Through the smoke and blazing fire, it finally clicks. Vespero, the enemy's leader, is the one pulling the strings behind all of it. The whole town burned beneath a choking veil of smoke as the guards snapped orders, herding terrified civilians to the evacuation point. And though panic screamed through the streets, the soldiers stayed locked in and focused. Amid the chaos, a bunch of youth sized up how things were spiraling, especially since reinforcements had already shown up. Powerful mages were already in action. Water King stood guard over the northern zone, while Earth Saint and Ice King surged toward the west and east to clamp down on the threats. The man with the map slammed his plan down. He'd sweep the south, while begging everyone to hold the central area until fresh forces finally rolled in. Without hesitation, the whole group nodded in sync to help, their resolve ironclad. No way they could stand aside while that disaster raged. The man grinned back, overflowing with gratitude for their courage. Prepared citizens rolled in with tools and gear, ready to back up the volunteers, and their timing was so spot-on it felt like they knew exactly when the situation would tip into chaos. Smoke churned above the wrecked buildings, and three figures sprinted through the shattered streets, eyes sharp and steps cautious as they closed in on the heart of the blast. Suddenly, a blast tore through the central district, and panic exploded through the crowd. People stared in shock, wondering how monsters ever slipped past the kingdom's defenses. That fear wasn't random. Something monstrous barreled into the area and unleashed a brutal roar, sending people scrambling in every direction as its sudden arrival left them completely overwhelmed. Right before the monster could lunge, glowing blades snapped into the air and hung there, perfectly poised to cut. But the crowd didn't even breathe, because some mysterious magic had just kicked on. With a lightning flick, the floating knives snapped around, drove straight into the monster and cut the danger down for good. While the casters stayed rock-steady, eyes locked and hands unshaking. Two cloaked allies burst in right after, scanning for injuries and staring at the wreckage. Then relief hit them hard when they saw everyone was still alive. They burst into the shelter and promised the civilians they'd get through safely. And even with confusion swirling around them, everyone leaned in when the instructions came out loud and clear. Up in the sky above the streets, a mage stepped forward and introduced himself as part of the Magic Association, then swore he'd help with the evacuations and stand guard to keep people safe. Elsewhere, another rescuer barked orders at terrified civilians, urging them to fall in behind the black-clad youths, and the crowd, finally feeling in control, started moving together. A woman challenged whether the rescuers belonged to the Wind Emperor's unit, but the lead just smiled softly and said, "Nope, this is the Magic Association's own independent squad." Frespelg's crew moved like lightning. Some hauled the wounded to safety, while others guarded the route, blasting through rubble and throwing up shields to keep civilians out of harm's way. Suddenly, a pack of beasts came charging like a nightmare. Then the long-haired mage stepped forward without a blink and fired off a devastating ice bullet spell. The blast ripped the monsters apart in an instant, and his companion just stared, jaw dropped at the sheer scale and razor-precise impact. He flicked his eyes to his staff and froze. This thing was pure, unmatched craftsmanship, forged exactly to their needs by the Magic Association's engineers. The squad huddled in place as yet another monster wave crashed toward them. Then, with a burst of confidence, they thrust their upgraded staves forward and tore into the air with crushing spells to stop the threat cold. A glowing barrier snapped around the team, and one member shouted a spell, *** fairy protection ***, flooding their magical defenses with power to slam back the danger that was closing in. From the south, a colossal horde roared into motion, surging forward like a living tide, and the strategists screamed that their sheer numbers spelled disaster. Every second mattered, as every eye snapped to the lone figure closing in. Yuna, the commanding sorceress, came down from above in midair, her overwhelming magic blazing so hard that everyone beneath her instantly went silent. Yuna's voice turned deadly calm as she cast her spell, eyes locked on the enemy, and the moment the words left her mouth, the command landed. Freeze, then shatter. Yuna unleashed her ultimate spell, Hell Blizzard. An enormous vortex of ice and roaring wind slammed into the battlefield, freezing every monster in the blink of an eye. When the storm finally died down, the whole city went still under a glittering veil of frost. Her comrades stared in shock, and relief hit them hard because they'd actually been spared. Wang's teammate stepped in, eyes glued to the powerful staff in her hands, and the moment she took a closer look, you could see she was genuinely stunned by how perfectly it was crafted and how deadly it performed. Yuna leaned in and said it synced with her magic so naturally it felt born that way. Her staff didn't squeeze her power. It amplified it, pulling everything out smooth as lightning. Awkwardly, her teammate admitted the truth. She had skills they didn't. Yet even with that gap staring everyone in the face, admiration and respect still hung in the air. Kyle forced an awkward smile when he learned his custom staff still wasn't ready, and the craftsman rushed to apologize, saying his was the only one left incomplete. In the forge, the head artisan hammered nonstop, seething at the outcome, and poured his whole soul into forging a weapon worthy of Kyle's true potential. Pushed on by his teammates, Kyle shrugged off the setback, because the district was finally secure and the team was already gearing up to smash through into the next zone. Somewhere else, a shadowy figure watched in silence. Those beaten beasts couldn't break the kingdom's defenses like they were supposed to. Smirking, the mysterious man swore he'd crank the conflict up to the next level, and his next move was already in motion. In the pitch-black shadows, a dark ritual burst to life as cloaked figures yanked a wild, chaotic force into existence. Kyle spun around in shock, and he could feel something unnatural crawling through the air. On a nearby rooftop, Kyle leaned in and alerted his superior, because he'd just felt the city's demonic energy spike out of nowhere. They wasted no time figuring out this wasn't a one-faction clash. Multiple groups were pulling strings, and now everyone suspected a cult was working behind the scenes. A swarm of demons started to crawl into reality, and their arrival proved the cult's power had already slipped straight into the city. Suddenly, a three-headed demon crashes into the scene, blasting terror across the area as the sky turns black and it's towering. Massive shadow looms over everything with pure doom. Soldiers sprint into position, slam their defensive barriers into place, and the creatures keep surging forward, claws shrieking as they grind against the stone walls, until panic hits hard the moment the enemy closes in. More demons crash into the battlefield and swarm the whole area, flooding it with terrifying numbers. Grotesque bodies ripping through the ground like nothing can stop them, until any real defense becomes nearly impossible and pure chaos takes over. Before anyone can blink, the town gets swallowed. Demons smash through, buildings crumble, and civilians scatter in terror, while the soldiers scramble to hold the line and still get overrun by the relentless invasion. A soldier hurls a scorching fireball to drive the monsters back, but it barely dents them. While the chaos keeps chewing through everything, hope starts to crumble. As the enemy ranks keep swelling, the heroes brace themselves for a brutal, higher-stakes brawl, and that demon's presence crushes the air with overwhelming dread. A mage jumps back, eyes wide, his magic gets yanked cleanly out of the air, the link to the magical energy getting cut off like it never existed, and he can't even believe what he's seeing. This snap of interruption could flip the whole battle. Determination blazing, the group unleashes a brutal storm of fiery blasts, fire magic roaring to life and blasting through the demons as they surge forward, while the soldiers throw everything they've got, desperate to make the onslaught back up even a step. While the battlefield rages, the mages huddle and trade battle plans, locking in a ruthless strategy. Because if they don't wield their magic with perfect control, the demons will tear them apart. The squad surges right into the demon's head, unleashing pinpoint close-range magic. And as the clash drags on, every fighter digs in with relentless grit, desperate to flip the tide their way. A battle mage slams her magic into a weapon and hurls it into close-quarters readiness. Her control turns the power razor-sharp and deadly, so when she strikes, it lands with ruthless precision. Their plans start clicking into place as they replay the chaos from the past. Those night battles, the brutal infiltration into a demon cult, all of it still weighing on their minds. Then they trade updates on how far they've come and what's waiting next. They finally clock the real weight of what they've learned. So the mage pounds home that they've got to understand the enemy's dark powers, and the whole group nods hard, ready with careful strategies to crush those demonic forces. The group hammers back hard as the enemies surge forward, and right in the middle of the chaos, they realize, this time, they've leveled up, both as individuals and as a team. A whole team gets trapped in a district under siege, then one mage screams for them to move now. Monsters slam the magic off course, so they have to strike fast or the next wave of destruction will crush everything. The commander slams the battlefield into motion, rallying her forces as the next battle looms, then barks orders at the magical troops to surge forward and smash back the enemy's attack. She spots the enemy as dark magic users and snaps, they're the real threat. Then she hammers home that they've got to move fast, stay sharp, and use brains, not bravery, to shut down that dangerous power. The commander shouts for her forces to soak their weapons in magic, and the power surges through every blade as the whole squad locks in for the next brutal clash. With a thunderous swing, the commander pours every ounce of her magic into her blade, and arcs of blazing energy rip across the whole battlefield. When the battle finally crests, the commander digs in and pushes through, magic surging to power her strike. Then she stares down the enemy and declares, loud and fearless, that victory is right within their grip. A sudden horde of demons crashes into the kingdom and blindsides everyone, and at first the soldiers get crushed as the enemy starts winning, until that demonic force spreads like poison, tearing down the defenses and crushing the morale. Meanwhile, crowds on the streets stare up as a weird black glow crawls across the sky. One bystander jabs a finger and points at the source, and that's when curiosity flips to dread as the darkness starts forming into something that screams, "This is going to get way worse." In that exact moment, the two heroes stared as the disaster tore itself open right in front of them, sharing looks that screamed, "No way," and then it hit them. Something out there has flipped the switch on this nightmare, and nobody can explain why. The moment it hits, they realize they're right on the edge of a dangerous cult's old headquarters, and the shock turns to dread as the truth behind the black pillars starts snapping into focus. The crew sprints to crack the mystery of the black pillars, only to discover they're tied to the same demonic cult that's been terrorizing the kingdom. Harrow's crew is hunting down the dark cult, tearing apart their ranks after knocking out so many of their followers, and now they're marching straight for the final stronghold, ready to crush every last one of their operations. As they push closer, the sky darkens again, snapping everyone's focus to the change. Then a strange light starts to gather, and panic ripples through the group. The light smashes into an enormous spinning vortex, gulping up everything in its path, and the heroes freeze in pure shock as they realize this is way worse than they ever imagined, and it's happening right in front of them. A surge of energy roars out of the vortex, spiraling across the land and blasting shockwaves everywhere. So the heroes brace for total destruction, only to realize they've run out of time to stop it. That brutal burst of light gulps down into the far northern lake, and the heroes are left standing in dead silence, because they can feel an evil soul lurking nearby, and they know this fight is nowhere near finished. The group feels it, something sinister pushing out from the black light, and that power hits way harder and way stranger than any demon they've fought before. Suddenly, the air turns heavy as dark energy surges from the light, and a vile evil aura floods the land, rattling the ground under their feet. A brutal surge of dark power tears through the sky, blasting a wrecking wave straight at them, and the group just stares in terror, because the energy moves like it's alive, like it's choosing its target. They barely dodge the blast, but the wreckage screams loud enough. This attack isn't just magic, it's being steered by something way stronger, and the heroes finally understand they're up against an evil no one should ever have to face. Staring at that far-off lake, one of them snaps back to an old memory, and it hits them. This isn't the end of anything, it's the start. A dark soul has fully awakened, and a way bigger battle is already charging toward the horizon. A shadowy figure looms over the northern lake, roaring with a deadly disturbance. Then it turns and declares it's here to unleash calamity on the world. The grin stretches across the figure's face as he boasts he's got the dark forces under his command, right before they crash into the world and wreck everything. The cursed power is about to break loose, and this is the start of a brand new, devastating era.